my daughter didn't hesitate to pull out my life-supporting oxygen tube. I know that for over 20 years, she has lived in hatred. Even though I am a philanthropist, I still cannot cover up my past beastly behavior. That year, I took the last 10 yuan from home and went gambling. That night, my wife went to the village reservoir in the pouring rain to catch fish and make soup so that our 2 children wouldn't go hungry. But the village bully found out about the fish theft and demanded money. After losing all the money, drunk and angry, I blamed everything on my wife and even knocked her to the ground, not stopping until she passed out. After waking up, my wife couldn't bear my despicable behavior, and that night, she and the children drank pesticide. When I found them, I only managed to save my daughter. Since then, my 6-year-old daughter has resented me. Today, she finally took revenge on her mother with her own hands. As she looks at the flat line on the heart monitor, tears keep flowing. I know that even so, I cannot erase the scar in her heart. At this moment, a tear falls from my stiff face. As I approach the end, I am willing to use all my wealth to start life over. The next moment, my soul seemed to be sucked into a huge vortex. In a daze, I heard a familiar yet unfamiliar voice. This is the last 10 yuan at home. It can buy 2 bags of noodles and still have some left. Get some exercise books for the children. And then I had a sudden jolt in my heart. I was already dead. How could I still hear voices? Just then, I heard the children calling me to wake up. Their chattering voices, their childish sounds, made my heart race, and I opened my eyes. I saw a little boy lying on top of me, and there was a little girl with pigtails next to him. The next moment, I burst into tears and hugged my son, but I didn't notice the slender woman in a floral checkered shirt next to me. And a burst of urging made me turn my head to look at the woman, and tears fell like a flood. This scene has appeared countless times in my dreams. I don't know if it's a dream or a hallucination before death, but everything in front of me is so real. At this point, my wife frowned, looking at me as if I were a fool, and asked if I had a nightmare or something. I didn't say anything, but looked at the calendar on the wall, March 18, 1985, and at that moment, I finally realized what was happening. I saw in the mirror that I was dressed as I was 40 years ago. Could this be the rebirth in online literature, or a hallucination before death? I understand that it doesn't matter if it is or not. Now, I just want to cherish this hard-won moment, even if it's just a minute. I used to favor boys over girls, rarely inquiring about my daughter's affairs. Even after my wife and son died, I didn't pay much attention to her. Just when I wanted to hug my daughter, she shivered and hid behind her mother. Watching my daughter, who usually fights with her father, made me feel guilty, and then I clapped my hands. As a reborn person, I vowed to cherish the most precious family affection, so I tightly held onto the little family property in my hand, indicating that I would go now. Before leaving, my wife warned me not to gamble, saying that there was no money left at home. But I couldn't help but almost shout out, "I won't. I am holding the hope of the whole family in my hands. How could I, and how dare I, continue to gamble?" I turned my head to look at the mother and her 2 children at the door. At that moment, my eyes were bloodshot, and then I smiled wryly. They all obediently waited for me to come back, so I walked out of the door without looking back, thinking about my future life on the way. Today happens to be the market day in the town. There are many vendors and people at the market, and the stalls are filled with everyday items like groceries. When I saw a thin man carrying a bag, my eyes lit up. He had hairpins from the south, bought wholesale for 5 cents. This man was addicted to alcohol, and his eyes lit up at the mention of liquor. So I used the $10 in my hand to buy all his hairpins and let him go drink. I helped him deal with this batch of goods. I opened the bag and counted the number of hairpins, probably more than 230, then found an empty space. I started my first bucket of gold after being reborn. I know that in business, 3 parts are buying and selling, and 7 parts are promotion. Moreover, these hairpins indeed fit the contemporary aesthetic. After all, in the 80s, many things were new. Now, a pound of pork costs 1.5 yuan, and I sell this hairpin for 20 cents, which is not considered expensive. In less than an hour, the hairpins were sold out. I took the opportunity to keep 2 relatively good-looking ones. At this point, I sorted out the income, subtracted the 10 yuan cost, and the net profit was 36.6 yuan, which is already a month's income for a worker in a big city. 30-something yuan made me extremely excited. It proved the beginning of my rebirth and the start of rectifying all regrets. I wiped the tears from the corner of my eyes and walked to the supply and marketing cooperative. Aside from the things my wife had instructed, there was also a notebook and pen, a small red backpack, and a pencil case. In my previous life, it was because of eating fish that led to the destruction of my family. When passing by a small stall, I casually bought a bag of snowflake cakes, thinking about my previous life. Because of a penny for a bag of snowflake cakes, I beat Lin Ruyan all over. Unexpectedly, at this moment, I felt deep self-blame in my heart. The setting sun's sunlight made the broken and messy courtyard even more prominent. At this moment, my wife carried our son on her back, holding our daughter's hand, waiting eagerly at the door. Every time she heard footsteps, she would stretch to see who it was. She somewhat regretted giving me the 10 yuan. After not seeing me return for an afternoon, she was sure I had gone gambling with the money. As soon as she finished speaking, our son, in a childish voice, called out, "Daddy, Daddy's back." As Lin Chen's figure gradually enlarged, Qin, at that moment, seemed to see the former Lin Chen again. However, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Time cannot go back, and Lin Chen cannot change. Life must go on. But seeing Lin Chen carrying a noodle soup, holding a fish, and even wearing a new backpack on his shoulder, Qin was somewhat surprised. Can 10 yuan buy so many things? Did he win a bet? Fish, Dad bought fish. Jojo immediately jumped down and ran towards Lin Chen. Zhang Sa gave Lin Chen a cold glance. In a strange tone, she said, "The sun rises in the west, even a useless person knows to bring home some food. Looks like you're having good luck today, huh?" Lin Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Zhang Sa, have you eaten? I bought fish today, let's have a meal together at home." Zhang Sa was taken aback. Is this really Lin Chen? The one who, upon meeting, would either be drunk or unruly, and would come home to beat his wife and scold his children? Has he changed, or did he hit his head on a tree? Qin helped him take off the burden on his shoulders and asked cautiously, "How did you buy so many things? Where did you get the money?" Zhang Sa interjected, "Where else? Definitely won from gambling. Look at his sorry state, can he really earn money? If he were a moneymaker, my pigs at home could fly to the roof. Lin Chen, if I were you, I'd just die and make room for good people. What's the point of living like this? It's better to die for good people." Despite Zhang Sa's curses, Lin Chen remained silent and smiling. It's because Zhang Sa had helped his family. Whenever they couldn't make ends meet, when the children were hungry and his wife was crying, it was Zhang Sa who helped. Let her curse, who asked him to really have no dignity in the past. Lin Ruyan stared at the school bag, hesitating whether to speak to him. Lin Chen then handed the school bag to Lin Wanyu, gently pinching her little face with great affection. "This is a new school bag and new stationery that Dad bought for you. You won't need to use the pencil eraser on the back of the book anymore." Only 8-year-old Lin Ruyan was much more mature than children her age. Even she felt that these things must have been won from gambling. And later, he would drink and still beat her mother. So, Lin Ruyan resisted taking the school bag. Zhang Sa and Qin were also stunned. Lin Chen was extremely biased towards males and had scolded and beaten Lin Ruyan. Now, he was so attentive and gentle towards the child. It turns out that winning at gambling can really improve a person's mood. However, Zhang Sa didn't believe any of this. She coldly said, "Is your conscience finally awakening? Afraid of being struck by lightning? Do you know you've wronged Wanyu? Are you even human?" But Lin Chen remained silent and took out hairpins and snowflake ointment from the school bag. "Wife, these are for you and Wanyu. It was all my fault before, I was a beast. Even for a penny's worth of snowflake ointment, I hate you." At this point, Lin Chen choked up, and Qin's heart was filled with disgust and suppressed anger, tears welling up in her eyes. She coldly said, "I don't want it. Return them where you bought them from. I won't use things bought with ill-gotten gains, it doesn't sit right with me." With that, she gritted her teeth, picked up the 2 bags of noodles, and turned back to the courtyard. Zhang Sa was even more furious, wishing to scratch Lin Chen's face. "You're committing sins, Lin Chen. If you have any conscience left, let Lan go, stop torturing her. If you're not around her, she'll live better." Lin Chen just smiled bitterly. It's impossible to change everyone's opinion of him now. He didn't expect everyone to accept him. He just needed to live his life well. Zhang Sa sighed helplessly and didn't want to look at him anymore, turning back home. Lin Chen closed the courtyard gate, and smoke rose from the chimney. Qin kneaded the dough skillfully, but the 2 fish were still jumping in the courtyard. Lin Chen placed the remaining 20 yuan on the edge of the board. Qin was stunned. A sense of despair rose in her eyes. He bought so many things and still had money. Lin Chen was clearly not on the right path. Thinking of her own miserable life, she angrily threw the money on the ground. She said tearfully, "Lin Chen, you don't have to care about me, but can you at least consider the child? Can you be a decent person?" Qin's grievance cut into Lin Chen's heart like a knife. She had wanted to tidy up her messy hair, but Qin immediately covered her head, thinking he was going to hit her again. Lin Chen's eyes filled with tears in an instant. "Wife, don't be afraid. I won't hit you again. This money wasn't won from gambling, and when have you seen me win at gambling? I earned it by selling hairpins at the market today. If you don't believe me, ask around in town tomorrow. I know you hate me, and I'm not asking for your forgiveness now, but remember, I will make our family the first wealthy one in town with my own hands. I swear to God, I will cherish every second from now on and never let you suffer again." Lin Chen wiped away his tears and turned to go fish. Xin Lan was stunned. It was unbelievable to hear these words from Lin Chen. Watching him clean the fish, Xin Lan's eyes welled up again. If he could really do as he said, how wonderful would that be? But Xin Lan still felt that the money should have been earned by him. Maybe it was just luck, and he would do the same tomorrow. The steaming noodles and fragrant fish were ready. Zhuozhua habitually set the wine cup for Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen suddenly picked up the half bottle of cheap liquor and raised it over his head, startling Xin Lan into picking up the child. Lin Ruyan was also frightened and stepped back. But Lin Chen threw the wine out the window and said, "No more drinking, let's eat." Xin Lan was still in a panic. If it weren't for Zhuozhua wanting to eat fish, she wouldn't want to eat at the same table as Lin Chen. While eating, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Wife, tomorrow, leave Zhuozhua with Zhang Sa for the morning, and come with me to the pond." Xin Lan, while serving fish to Zhuozhua, asked coldly, "What are we going to do at the pond?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "You'll know when the time comes." It was pointless to tell Xin Lan now, she would definitely be surprised later. According to his memories from his past life, a tractor would overturn while pulling fish to the market tomorrow, and the whole town would rush to grab the fish. But what he had to do was not to grab the fish. After eating and drinking their fill, Xin Lan held Zhuozhua and slept in the west room as usual, leaving Lin Chen to sleep in the east room. It wasn't something that Xin Lan could accept overnight. After all, he had hurt her deeply. Even when sleeping, she had to lock the door. Lin Chen just smiled faintly. At least when he woke up tomorrow, he would still see his living wife and son. Everything else could come slowly, there was no rush. As dawn broke, Lin Chen got up early and found a large piece of plastic sheeting used for winter window insulation in the storeroom. At the same time, Lin Ruyan put on her new school bag to go to school. Wait. Lin Chen took out a coin from his pocket and stuffed it into Lin Ruyan's school bag. "If you get thirsty at school, buy yourself an ice lolly." Lin Ruyan's rosy little face immediately showed a hint of fear. She took out the money and pouted, saying, "I don't want it. Mom said your money is dirty." Lin Chen was not angry. Instead, he pinched her little cheek and said softly, "Dad's money is clean, and you are my daughter. Dad will give you the best. Be good, take the money, or Dad will be angry." Lin Ruyan's young but mature heart was completely confused by Lin Chen. Since the day she could understand, Lin Chen had never smiled at her, as if she shouldn't have been born into this family. But from yesterday until now, Lin Chen had been smiling at her. Lin Chen looked at the sun, then put the money into Lin Ruyan's pocket and said, "All right, little darling, hurry to school and don't be late. I'll stew some meat for you when you come back in the evening." Lin Ruyan, afraid of angering Lin Chen, didn't say a word and ran out of the yard. At that moment, Xin Lan also arrived at the yard and, seeing Lin Chen messing with the plastic sheets, asked in confusion, "What are you doing with those?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "You'll know in a moment. First, take Zhuozhua to Sister Zhang's place and borrow their tractor. Then we'll go to the fish pond together." Xin Lan didn't want to go with him to deal with these things, but afraid of angering Lin Chen and facing his physical abuse, she reluctantly brought Zhuozhua to Sister Zhang's house. Sister Zhang was hanging clothes and, upon seeing Xin Lan, shook the clothes vigorously and said with a cold face, "Did that good-for-nothing hit you again? Lan, what are you thinking? Look at Sun Danian, he's a skilled carpenter. I heard from my husband that he made over 500 yuan in just a few months by making furniture for others. And then look at your good-for-nothing husband Lin Chen, he's useless in everything he does, always short of money, and indulges in drinking and gambling. He can't even compare to the dirt under Sun Danian's toenails. Lan, Sun Danian is still waiting for you. Don't disappoint his feelings. If you're embarrassed to say it, I'll go tell that good-for-nothing Lin Chen. I'll have Sun Danian come pick you up." Xin Lan's heart was in turmoil. Making over 500 yuan in just a few months. It's all fate. Thinking about how she had given birth to 2 children for Lin Chen, she was no longer the same Xin Lan as before. How could she possibly match up to someone like Sun Danian? Xin Lan sighed, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Sister Zhang, please stop. Lin Chen didn't hit me. I just want to borrow your tractor, and I'll leave Zhuozhua here for you to look after for the day." "Borrow the tractor? What does he want it for?" "I won't lend it. I'm afraid he'll sell it." Sister Zhang didn't trust Lin Chen at all. Xin Lan also had doubts about Lin Chen, but after thinking it over last night and earning back 20 yuan, she still wanted to give it a try. So she continued to plead, "No, I'll go with him today. If he has any bad intentions, I'll risk my life to stop him from using your tractor." Sister Zhang also felt sorry for Xin Lan and, afraid of not lending it to her and having her go back to face abuse, reluctantly agreed to lend it. When Lin Chen came to pick up the tractor, Sister Zhang didn't even come out of the house and didn't even want to see him. But Lin Chen didn't get angry. He picked up the tractor's handle and shook it vigorously. The tractor's engine, mixed with the pungent smell of oil, made a rumbling sound from slow to fast. Lin Chen looked helpless. In this era, tractors were started by shaking the handle. At least Sister Zhang's family was well off, and it was a tractor with a steering wheel. If it were a hand-operated tractor, he probably wouldn't have the strength to shake it. After a bumpy ride along the mountain road for 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the town's fish pond. The fish pond was now leased to Qianman Song, a shady character who was lecherous, a gambler, and a heavy drinker. But his father had connections and ran a cooperative in town. If there were any problems, his father would handle them. Because Lin Chen had a similar background to the previous Lin Chen, Qianman Song greeted him with a sly smile and said, "Chuanzi, why are you here? Oh, your little sister is here too. I can see that she's getting younger and younger. She must have kept you well hydrated, right?" Xi Lan just glared at him with disgust and didn't want to talk to such a person. Lin Chen, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Get me 100 big carp weighing over 3 catties as quickly as possible." Qianman Song, with a sly look in his eyes, rubbed his chin and asked, "Chuanzi, why do you need so many big carp? Are you going to sell them? There's no big market today." Lin Chen knew that this guy was trying to find out his intentions. He chuckled and said, "No, I'm not selling them. My relatives need them. Hurry up and catch them for me." "Wait a minute." Qianman Sang squinted and sneered, "If someone else asks for fish, I might believe it. But you? I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Who in this town doesn't know your true colors? Do you even have any relatives left? If they saw you now, they'd probably want to kill you." "Relatives? You want fish, fine. Market price is 50 cents per pound. I'll give you as much as you want, but you have to pay up front. Can you do that?" Lin Chen didn't care about his disdain. Instead, he smiled and said, 50 cents per pound? If I'm not mistaken, someone took 100 fish from you before at 40 cents per pound, and now you want to charge me 50? Qianman Song was shocked. How did he know about that? That person went towards Hui City, so they couldn't have met. But Qianman Song just chuckled and taunted, "Never mind what others paid. Can you pay up? I'll give you 2.5 cents per pound, but can you pay?" Lin Chen still had a faint smile on his face as he whispered something in Qianman Song's ear. After hearing it, Qianman Song was shocked and immediately shouted, "Fish heads, bring me 100 big carp weighing over 3 pounds each." Qianman Song didn't dare refuse the fish, and he didn't even have the courage to ask for payment. Lin Chen had told him that he knew about his affair with Sun Hu's wife. Sun Hu wasn't mentally stable, and if he found out, he would surely kill him. Qianman Song was both shocked and scared. He didn't care about anything else. Now, whatever Lin Chen said was the truth. Seeing Qianman Song rolling up his pants and personally catching fish in the pond, Lin Chen found it ridiculous. He had dominated the stock market, played with futures, and manipulated foreign exchange in his past life. Managing a company worth tens of trillions, dealing with Qianman Song was just a matter of words. He remembered in his past life when Qianman Song had an affair with Sun Hu's wife and got his arm broken by Sun Hu. This was the weakness of human nature. Lin Chen had experienced the ups and downs of the business world for decades and was well versed in these matters. However, at this moment, Xi Lan nervously said, "Lin Chen, if you get so many fish, can you sell them? Let's ask for less. If we can't sell them, we won't have the money to compensate." When she said this, Xi Lan's eyes were filled with contradiction and fear. She was afraid of losing money but also afraid of saying the wrong thing and being beaten by Lin Chen. This made her very uncomfortable. However, in Lin Chen's deep gaze, there was only a confident smile. He said gently, "Don't worry, dear. I can definitely sell them. You don't need to do anything. Just wait to receive the money later." Although the words sounded good, Xi Lan was still uncertain. What made her even more puzzled was Lin Chen's tone and attitude. In her impression, Lin Chen only spoke to her like this when they were in love. She had even forgotten how long it had been since Lin Chen had been so gentle with her. However, the more he acted this way, the more uneasy Qin Lan felt. These past few days, Lin Chen seemed like a different person. Was he sick or possessed? At this point, Qianman Song had quickly caught 100 big carp. According to the rules, they needed to be weighed, but Qianman Song didn't dare mention it to Lin Chen. He didn't even bother to wash the mud off his feet and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, "We won't weigh them. I'll just charge you 2.5 cents per pound. Let's make it 2 cents per pound for these 300 pounds. It's a total of 180 yuan, and you don't need to pay right away. You can pay whenever you want." Lin Chen suppressed his laughter and thanked him, saying, "All right, I'll bring you the money after I sell the fish. I need to go to the city now, so I won't stay any longer." He started the tractor, shifted gears, turned the steering wheel, and headed straight to Hui City with 100 big carp. Because of the fish caught in the bucket, Xinlan could only squeeze next to Lin Chen. Since giving birth to Jojo, she had never sat so close to Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen's breath made her thoughtful, she still resisted in her heart. She wanted to ask Lin Chen what he had said to Qianman's son that made him so afraid to give the fish. But with the roar of the tractor deafening, the words that were about to come out of her mouth couldn't be said, so she remained silent. Less than 5 kilometers from the town, the two of them saw a tractor in front of them, overturned in a ditch. The big carp were all scattered on the ground, flopping around. The farmers around, seeing a bargain, rushed to grab them. The driver, bruised and swollen from the fall, couldn't stop them, and the scene was extremely lively. Lin Chen's mouth curled slightly, and a confident smile appeared. However, this scene scared Qinlan quite a bit. She hurriedly urged, "Lin Chen, drive slower." Lin Chen turned his head, his gentle smile and Qinlan's panicked expression close at hand. But Qinlan quickly averted her gaze, afraid, and even a little disgusted. From the town to Hui City, a 25-kilometer journey, 2 hours later, the tractor had already entered the city. Qinlan thought Lin Chen was going to the market to sell the fish, which made sense. Such good big carp could also fetch a good price in the market. However, Lin Chen drove the tractor past the market and turned left and right, and actually arrived in front of a large hotel. There were balloons outside the hotel, with the word happiness on them, and a wedding banquet was being prepared. Lin Chen looked at the time, 9:30, just right. What they needed to do now was to rest for a while and wait for the buyers to come. Seeing Lin Chen so relaxed, Xinlan became even more anxious. "Lin Chen, why did you bring the fish here? It's so hot, why don't you hurry to the market to sell them? Are you waiting for them to go bad?" But Lin Chen just smiled confidently. "Why go to the market? We have to pay management fees, and we can't sell them for a good price. There's also competition. Let's sell them here." "Here? Lin Chen, can you be normal? Who will come here to buy fish?" But Lin Chen remained silent. Xinlan wanted to continue protesting, but Lin Chen turned and walked to a nearby small shop. Meanwhile, in the hotel kitchen, the chef urgently said to the boss, "Boss, the banquet is about to start, but the fish hasn't arrived yet. What's going on?" The boss was also anxious, constantly checking the time, complaining, "I let the deadbeat Lao Du bury me. He said he would deliver 100 fish before 9 o'clock, but it's almost 10 o'clock now, and they haven't arrived. See if there are any other fish we can use instead." The chef laughed. "Boss, are you kidding me? They're getting married, using big carp for good luck and celebration. What other fish can I get for 100 tables?" Just then, a waiter rushed into the kitchen, panting, and said, "Boss, the fish has arrived." The boss, who had been frowning, suddenly perked up. He hurriedly led the chef outside the hotel. Sure enough, a tractor was parked at the door. But the person delivering the fish was not Lao Du, but a woman dressed in a rustic manner. The boss went to the tractor and looked at the fish. The lively big carp looked very appealing, but it surprised Xinlan to see them. "Are you here to sell fish?" The boss turned to her in confusion. "Buy? Isn't this the fish Lao Du sent us? Where's Lao Du? Who are you to Lao Du?" Xinlan had no idea what he was talking about and said impatiently, "I don't know who Lao Du is. These fish are for sale, not for delivery." "Why is that?" The boss was also a little puzzled. Just then, Lin Chen's voice came from behind the crowd. "My wife is right, they're for sale, not for delivery." As he spoke, Lin Chen handed the soda and bread he had bought to Xinlan. "It is even more gentle concern, wife, you didn't eat breakfast this morning, have some bread, drink a bottle of soda, and then obediently watch your husband make money." Xinlan was surprised and delighted. Normally, whether she was hungry or not, Lin Chen wouldn't care. Today, he actually remembered that she hadn't eaten breakfast and deliberately bought soda and bread for her. But in front of so many people, she couldn't refuse. She could only accept it first. Lin Chen then turned to the boss and said with a smile, "If you don't buy it, I'll sell it somewhere else." The boss couldn't let him go. It was impossible to rely on old Du, and if he took the fish away, the wedding planners could destroy his restaurant. "Young man, how much is the fish?" 1.5 yuan per pound. The boss immediately grimaced and said, "What? 1.5? That's too expensive. It's only 80 cents in the market." However, Lin Chen calmly said, "You can't find such good fish in the market, and even if you do, you won't find this much. 1.5 is the fixed price. If you only buy a few, it's 1.8, no bargaining." The price was directly sealed. And after thinking about it, the boss realized that Lin Chen was right. They couldn't find such good fish in the market, and even if they did, they didn't have time to buy it. The boss sighed heavily and nodded. "All right, 1.5 it is. Chef, weigh it." Lin Chen turned to Qin Lan, who was full of astonishment, and winked at her, saying, "Wife, remember how many pounds, I'll help them weigh it." Only then did Qin Lan react, nodding hurriedly, taking out paper and a pencil, and started to write it down. Even so, Qin Lan was still extremely shocked. Lin Chen dared to sell the 2-mao fish for 1.5, and the boss actually agreed. He made 1.3 yuan per pound of fish. How did Lin Chen know that the restaurant needed so much fish? Qin Lan watched Lin Chen's busy figure on the tractor, feeling a mix of emotions. If Lin Chen could always be so diligent, it would be great. Just afraid that all of this is just a dream, and dreams always have to wake up. After weighing, there were a total of 415 pounds of fish. At 1.5 yuan per pound, the total was 622.5 yuan. When the boss handed over a thick stack of money to Lin Chen, he smiled and said, "Give it to my wife, she manages the money at home." The boss also smiled and handed the money to Qin Lan. 622.5 yuan. Qin Lan's hand holding the money was trembling with excitement. She had never held so much money in her life. The real feeling of counting the money made all her suppression and inner turmoil disappear. If this is really a dream, I hope it doesn't wake up. Lin Chen knew exactly what Qin Lan was thinking. That's why he let her count the money, to let her experience her own changes and feel that overwhelming sense of happiness. When the boss left with the fish, leaving only the two of them, Qin Lan still handed the money to Lin Chen. 622.5, it's all yours. Lin Chen didn't even look at the money, but gently lifted Qin Lan's face. The sincere and gentle gaze made Qin Lan reflexively want to avoid it. Suddenly, Lin Chen said, "You are my wife, the woman I love the most in my life. From now on, I will give you every penny I earn. That's what I should do as your husband. No matter how I treated you in the past, I want you to see how I will treat you in the future. I understand that you still hate me, even I hate myself for not knowing how to cherish. I don't ask for your forgiveness now, because I don't deserve to ask for it yet, but I will keep doing it. I want to make you the happiest woman in the world." The past Lin Chen is dead, the new Lin Chen starts now. Qin Lan was extremely surprised. She was actually moved by Lin Chen's sincere gaze and emotional farewell. She didn't know whether to believe Lin Chen, but she could see his guilt from his moist eyes. She also knew that Lin Chen was not lying. Selling hair cards yesterday, selling fish today, and earning 622.5 in one go. The wages of urban workers, the best of them are only a few tens of dollars. He earned half a year's salary in one go. As the saying goes, poor couples have 100 sorrows. They used to be very poor. But now that they have money, Lin Chen is in a good mood and treats her well, which is reasonable. But whether he can continue to make money as he said, only heaven and himself know. So, Qin Lan just sighed and said indifferently, "I hope you can keep your word." Lin Chen just nodded firmly and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you to the mall, buy some clothes for the kids and for you. One-use shoes are showing her toes, and Jojo's pants have become too small, and your clothes have been worn for a year. Now that we have money, we can buy new ones for you all." Thinking of this, Qin Lan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She tentatively said, "You still remember these things. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you didn't consider them your own children at all." In the past, Lin Chen would have slapped her long ago. But at this moment, Lin Chen just smiled and said guiltily, "You're right, from now on, I will definitely put you all first in my heart." Qin Lan saw his embarrassed look and burst out laughing. In Lin Chen's eyes, this smile was so beautiful and charming. This smile had appeared in countless dreams of his past life. To see it now, Lin Chen was so moved that tears almost welled up in his eyes. Qin Lan, who was carefully wrapping the money in a handkerchief, did not notice Lin Chen's gaze. She continued to say, "As long as you behave well, don't scold us, don't drink and gamble, we will wholeheartedly live with you. I'm just afraid that you'll lose interest after a couple of days. Why don't you go buy clothes and shoes for the kids first, and save the rest of the money? When we have enough, we can also buy a tractor, which will make it easier for us to sell and transport fish in the future." Lin Chen almost burst out laughing. He was still thinking about selling fish. In his past life, he could only sell it once. But in Lin Chen's mind, he already had another memory of making money. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's gaze turned to the distance of the city. According to his memories from his past life, there was also news in Huishur. The time was just right for the day after tomorrow at noon. He still had a day and a half to prepare. But for him, it was already enough. When the two of them bought what they wanted and happily returned home, a guest arrived at Sun Danian's house in the town. Sun Danian, who was planing wood, quickly wiped the sweat from his simple and dark face when he saw the visitor, and said with a smile, "Come in, Brother Qin, please sit down." Speaking, Sun Danian brought a chair for the solemn-faced Qin Jinqing and handed him a cigarette. He then lit a match and said with a smile, "Why didn't you go to Lan's place? Qin Jinqing took a deep drag on his cigarette, and his gloomy face finally relaxed a bit. There's no one at my sister's house, so I came to sit with you. I see you're still alone. Are you waiting for my sister? When it came to Qin Lan, Sun Danian smiled foolishly, wiping his sweat and trying to conceal his excitement. Whether I'm waiting or not, Lan is already married to Lin Chen. I'm used to living alone. When Lin Chen was mentioned, a strong anger appeared in Qin Jinqing's deep eyes. Don't mention that waste in front of me. If I hadn't married him, it would have been a sin from a past life. At that time, my mother only saw that Lin Chen had some education. If it were up to me, I would never have married him. Look at the life my sister is living now. She can barely make ends meet, and she's constantly being beaten by that animal. I'm busy farming most of the time and don't come to town. You at least like my sister, so why don't you go and take care of her when she's being mistreated? Sun Danian's dark face showed a look of embarrassment and helplessness. Lan married Lin Chen, what can I do about it? If I interfere, it will only cause gossip and make life difficult for Lan. Seeing Lan being bullied, I can't stand Lin Chen, but Sun Danian stopped himself from speaking. He wasn't afraid of Lin Chen, but he feared Qin Lan's rejection, which made him even more uncomfortable. Qin Jinqing stomped out his cigarette, stood up abruptly, and said coldly, "You're just a coward. Let me ask you, if my sister is willing to be with you, will you treat her well?" Sun Danian raised his head suddenly, not understanding why Qin Jinqing said that, but he still nodded firmly, "I won't. I can provide for her." Qin Jinqing had long felt that Sun Danian was someone he could trust. He was honest, skilled, and could make money, much better than Lin Chen, who was worthless. If Lin Chen dared to hurt his sister again, he would fight Lin Chen to make Qin Lan divorce him. At that moment, Lin Chen returned to Zhang's house with Qin Lan, carrying many things. Seeing them, Zhang was surprised. She thought, did they strike it rich during the morning? Qin Lan placed 2 pounds of apples on the table in the courtyard and thanked Zhang, saying, "Zhang, these are for you. Keep them and thank you for lending us the tractor." Zhang looked at the apples and asked in a low voice, "Lan, where did you get the money to buy so many things? Did that worthless Lin Chen go gambling again?" "He didn't go gambling. This is the money we earned from selling fish. Lin Chen said you have always helped our family, so we should thank you." Qin Lan's kindness made Zhang glare at Lin Chen, who was outside arranging the plastic sheet. He still has a bit of conscience, selling fish. I think he can't change his ways. The freshness wears off in a couple of days, and he's back to his old self. Lan, you have to be careful and not be deceived by his sweet talk. Qin Lan smiled bitterly. If he can change for the better, that's good. If he remains the same, what can I do? I have to keep living. That's my fate. Zhang sighed, "You're too soft-hearted. Another woman would have left him long ago. Look at Sun Danian, now that's a man who knows how to make money." While they were talking, Zhu Zhu ran out of the room. "Mom, Zhu Zhu missed you." Qin Lan immediately hugged Zhu Zhu, feeling very happy, and kissed her on the cheek. "Zhang, we'll be leaving now." Watching them leave, Zhang picked up an apple and took a bite. "Wow, this apple is really sweet. I guess that worthless guy still has a bit of conscience." Lin Chen returned home with Zhu Zhu, and saw Qin Jinqing glaring at him coldly. He angrily said, "Where do you think you're showing off? You're idle all day, living off others. Are you even a man?" This elder brother-in-law never stopped scolding him. Lin Chen was used to it and just smiled without saying a word. Seeing her brother, Qin Lan was also happy and quickly opened the door. "Brother, why are you here? Is the field not busy?" Qin Jinqing glared at Lin Chen and then walked into the courtyard. Lin Chen, seeing that Qin Jinqing had been waiting for a long time, whispered to Qin Lan, "Give me 5 yuan, I'll go buy some cigarettes and alcohol, and some pork, so our brother can have a meal." Qin Lan was happy and quickly gave Lin Chen the money, and reminded him, "Don't buy from the cooperative, it's expensive. Go to old Sue's place. I'll give you an extra 5 yuan, buy some cold dishes too." Qin Jinqing saw her giving money and immediately got angry, and shouted, "What are you doing? Lin Chen, are you asking my sister for money to gamble again? Are you even a man? Sister, I dare you to give him a single penny today." He turned around, a big guy, with no sense of shame, always asking women for money to spend. "Why don't people like you just die? What's the point of living?" Scared, Qin Lan hurriedly stuffed the money into Lin Chen's hand, fearing that Lin Chen would get into a fight with Qin Jinqing. They had fought before. It was embarrassing for the family to behave like this in front of others. Instead of getting angry, Lin Chen suddenly whispered to Qin Lan, "Tell your brother to go find the widow at the village entrance and have a good chat about life. It will help him calm down." Qin Lan was both amused and exasperated, pushing him away and saying, "Go on, stop talking nonsense." After pushing Lin Chen away, Qin Lan took Qin Jinqing to a cool spot in the yard and placed the things she had bought on the table. Qin Jinxing looked through them and found clothes, shoes, and biscuits, which only made him more furious. Where did you get the money to buy all this? Are we living beyond our means? Did that brat Lin Chen do something shady again? Qinlan wiped the dirty face of her child, Jojo, and laughed. We earned this money from selling fish. These past few days, Lin Chen has been doing business, and I don't know why, but he always wakes up in a bad mood. However, Qin Jinxing looked at her with disdain. He's doing business? I don't believe a word of it. Look at the way he carries himself. Don't talk to me about this. I have a few things to tell you. I saw Sun Danian today, and he's still waiting for you. Remember what I told you last time about divorcing Lin Chen? Have you made up your mind? You have to give me an answer today. As your brother, I can't bear to see you suffer like this. I asked Danian, and he doesn't mind you. He's even willing to help raise Lin Chen's child. Just give me a clear answer. Xinlan didn't want to answer this question at all. Her mind was in turmoil. What Lin Chen had been doing these past few days had reignited a glimmer of hope in her. But she was afraid that Lin Chen was just putting on a show and would revert back. But no matter what, she couldn't be with Sun Danian. If Lin Chen was good, she would live. If Lin Chen didn't change, she would die. This thought had been with her for a long time. Just then, the doorbell rang. Sun Danian walked into the yard with a roasted chicken and 2 bottles of white wine, a big smile on his face. Qin Jinxing finally showed a hint of a smile on his usually serious face. Danian, come and sit down. Sun Danian stole a glance at Qinlan, feeling a wave of joy in his heart. However, Qinlan remained expressionless as always. She didn't dislike Sun Danian, but she didn't like him either. She had no feelings for this foolish man. It was only Qin Jinxing and Zhang Sao who thought Sun Danian was a good match for her. Qinlan brought him a stool. Sun Danian put the things on the table and said foolishly, I thought you guys hadn't eaten, so I bought a roasted chicken and 2 bottles of wine. It's only 10 yuan for the chicken. Qin Jinxing immediately complained, why did you spend money like this? Lan, go get some bowls and chopsticks. I'll have a drink with Danian. Qinlan looked at the door and said softly, Lin Chen went to buy groceries. Let's wait for him. This angered Qin Jinxing, who slammed the table and said angrily, who is he to make us wait for him? Go get the bowls and chopsticks. Let's eat first. Scared, Qinlan could only prepare the bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses. At this moment, Lin Chen had already bought the groceries and happened to pass by the tailor shop in town. He pushed open the curtain and walked in with a smile. Yu Meiling, who was operating the sewing machine, tossed her fashionable wavy hair and smiled when she saw Lin Chen, her eyes filled with charm. She casually said, what brings you here? You know I haven't eaten. Why did you buy so much delicious food for me? You have money now, why don't you pay me back first? In Lin Chen's previous life, his impression of Mei Ling was very deep. They were classmates, and Mei Ling had a crush on Lin Chen since junior high school. However, Lin Chen preferred the gentle Qinlan. Over the years, Mei Ling had been living alone, running a tailor shop to make a living. Lin Chen knew that she had always liked him, and in his previous life, he often took money from her to gamble. He owed her a lot of favors. Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. This is for my elder uncle. I came this time to ask you, how many sets of clothes can you make in a day if I want to make clothes? Mei Ling frowned. Is he drunk or stupid? Every time he comes, it's all about money. Why is he suddenly asking such a question this time? But Mei Ling still smiled and said, for a whole set, I can make 5 sets. Clothes take longer, pants are faster. What's up? Did you suddenly realize your conscience and want to make clothes for your Qinlan? She said, but Lin Chen didn't hear it at all. Because he was calculating in his mind that this might be a bit slow, it would be better if it were faster. Thinking of this, Lin Chen smiled and said, I'll go back first, you're busy. With that, Lin Chen turned and left. Mei Ling glared at him fiercely and complained, you come and go. Are you playing with me? Damn it! Lin Chen walked and pondered. Now that he has been reborn, his mind is filled with memories of making money in various technologies that are decades ahead of this time. But now he is still empty-handed, and can only earn the initial capital as quickly as possible in order to rapidly develop his business empire and provide the best life security for his family. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a child crying ahead. Looking carefully, Lin Chen instantly became furious. Several children were bullying Lin Ruyan, as if they were going to snatch her money. Lin Ruyan tightly held her pocket, her eyes red, staring fiercely at the children bullying her. At this moment, a chubby boy shouted, Lin Ruyan, your dad is a bad person, a gambler, a drunkard. Look, you're still wearing worn-out shoes, your whole family wears worn-out shoes, your money is all dirty. The other children joined in, chanting, wearing worn-out shoes, wearing worn-out shoes. Lin Ruyan's young heart had long been filled with anger and inferiority. She couldn't bear the teasing of those children, and raised her hand to slap the chubby boy. She screamed in anger, "My dad is not a gambler, not a drunkard. I won't allow you to say that about my dad." The chubby boy pushed Lin Ruyan to the ground and even grabbed a handful of mud to throw at her face. "I dare you!" Lin Chen shouted angrily. Seeing Lin Chen's fierce expression, the group of children ran away in fear. Lin Chen went over to help Lin Ruyan up, brushing off the dust on her clothes, and asked with concern, "Did you hurt yourself?" When Lin Ruyan saw the wine and vegetables in Lin Chen's hand, she thought he was going to drink again. When he drank too much, he would hit her and her mom. Angry, Lin Ruyan pushed Lin Chen away and ran to school, crying, "Wan Yu, I hate you." Lin Chen watched as Lin Ruyan, with tears in her eyes, ran away, feeling heartbroken. At that moment, the father of the chubby boy, Yang Tuxing, who sold pork in the town, with his over 200-pound body, came over to Lin Chen like a mountain, without saying a word, grabbed Lin Chen's collar. In his other hand, he held a shiny butcher knife. His fat, oily face was about to explode with anger. He said fiercely, "Lin Chen, you dare to hit my son, you don't want to live, do you? I want you to kneel down for my son, or I'll kill you today." Lin Chen was feeling uncomfortable and didn't want to deal with him at all. He just glanced at Yang Tuxing disdainfully and said coldly, "Let go." Yang Tuxing was furious. "I feel that Lin Chen is just a useless person who only has the ability to deal with his wife and children. How dare he act arrogantly?" He immediately held a butcher's knife to Lin Chen's neck and gritted his teeth, saying, "I won't let go. What can you do? Look at you. What are you pretending to be? If you don't kneel down to my son today, I'll slaughter you, believe it or not." More and more people gathered around. When they saw Lin Chen fighting with Yang Tuxing, the cheering erupted. "Lin Chen, dare you hit him? If you punch him, I'll give you a penny, and then you can go gamble with it. Why do you hold Lin Chen in such high regard? Besides beating his wife, who else has he beaten? I'm sick of seeing him. Lin Chen, you're disgusting. Tuxing, what are you waiting for? Hit him, hit him." Lin Chen couldn't bear it anymore. His inner anger and guilt towards Lin Ruyan all condensed into his fist. The words of his former bodyguard, who taught him to cripple someone with one punch, echoed in his ears. So he suddenly threw a punch, heavily hitting Yang Tuxing's large trigeminal nerve. Yang Tuxing never thought Lin Chen would dare to punch him. However, as the fist shadow passed, Yang Tuxing felt as if a big gong had been struck in his mind. His entire face instantly went numb, followed by a sharp pain that spread to every nerve, causing him to black out and fall to the ground. His obese body made the ground tremble. The scene fell into a deathly silence. The shocked onlookers were dumbfounded. Lin Chen actually knocked out Yang Tuxing with one punch? This useless person who only acts tough at home, who is usually ridiculed by others and doesn't even have the guts to do anything, actually had the courage to knock down Yang Tuxing. Some people rubbed their eyes vigorously. They wanted to know if that face really belonged to Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyes, filled with explosive anger, looked towards the crowd. He shouted angrily, "Anyone else?" His words frightened the crowd, causing them to retreat. If Lin Chen could knock down Yang Tuxing like that, who else would dare to step forward? When the little chubby boy saw his father being knocked down, he was so scared that he started crying. Lin Chen grabbed his chubby face and coldly said, "If I see you bullying Lin Ruyan again, I'll spank your butt until it blooms." The little chubby boy was so scared that he immediately stopped crying. Lin Chen picked up his things and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, gradually walked away. As soon as he reached the door of his house, he heard Qin Jinqing scolding Qinlan. "You are my sister, I am your brother, why don't I go and take care of others? Look at you, is this still a home? Look at the Darren family, they even bought a radio. What kind of life are you living with that useless person? You don't want to listen when I talk about it. Our mother was driven to death by you, and now you want to drive me to death, don't you? I'm telling you, tomorrow we will go to town and get a divorce from that useless person, and in the evening, you will move to the Darren family." Qinlan was so angry that she bit her lip tightly, full of grievances and anger, making it hard for her to breathe, and she couldn't say a word. This got son Darren so excited that he quickly filled Qin Jinqing's cup with wine. "Don't be in a hurry, I'll arrange a bed for Lan and the children first, and then a cabinet or something." Qin Jinqing gulped down the wine, still glaring angrily at Qinlan, and scolded, "If you weren't my sister, I wouldn't care if you died in front of me. If you had married Darren back then, would you be living this kind of poor life? You gave birth to 2 of his children, and now you have to let others raise them. You owed Lin Chen in your past life, and you owe him in this life." Qinlan couldn't bear it anymore. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Brother, can you please stop? When I married Lin Chen, I became his person for this life. Unless Lin Chen dies, I will never be able to be with anyone else in this life." This angered Qin Jinqing so much that he smashed the wine cup to pieces. The furious shout with bloodshot eyes, "You're rebelling, aren't you? I'm your brother, and what I say goes. Tomorrow, you will get a divorce, then sell this courtyard to me. Lin Chen can die wherever he wants, it has nothing to do with our Qin family. If you don't go, I'll tie you up and take you there. Sun Danian hurriedly lit a cigarette for Qin Jinxing. Seeing the siblings at loggerheads, he also felt anxious. He quickly advised, brother, calm down. Don't blame Lan. She's just afraid of gossip. Spit can drown a person. I'm not in a hurry. I've lived for so many years, a few more days won't make a difference. Let's let Lan consider it first. Lin Chen, outside the door, listened with a grimace. Even the time to buy groceries was being used to divide the family. He had already made arrangements for his wife and children's future, so he cleared his throat and entered. Seeing Lin Chen return, the expressions of the people were angry, resentful, and surprised. Sun Danian quickly got up and said timidly, Chuanzi is back, so I'll go first. You guys take your time with the meal. However, Qin Jinxing glared fiercely at Lin Chen and said to Sun Danian in a low voice, who is he to us? Don't disgust me. I can't even drink when I see him. You stay and drink with me. Sun Danian hesitated, then sat back down. Lin Chen was not angry, but instead smiled and handed the food to the tear-stained Qinlan. He gently said, why cry? Your husband knows you're wronged, but we're living this life. There's no need to care about those things. Quickly serve the food to your brother. Qinlan felt even more uncomfortable. Why was she wronged? Didn't Lin Chen know? After speaking, Lin Chen took a stool and was about to sit at the table. Qin Jinxing suddenly shouted, get out. We have guests at home. Do you deserve to sit at the table? You have no manners and don't even know your own behavior. Are you qualified to drink with us? Qinlan was really afraid that Lin Chen would lose his temper, so she couldn't help but argue with Qin Jinxing. When Qin Jinxing left, Lin Chen would take it out on her and her mother. So she forcefully pulled Lin Chen's shoulder and whispered, Lin Chen, let them eat first. I haven't eaten either. Can we eat together later with the children? I beg you, don't make me feel uncomfortable. Lin Chen didn't want Qinlan to be wronged. He smiled slightly, got up directly, and said, why aren't you eating? You only had a piece of bread in the morning. It's almost 2 o'clock, and you still haven't eaten. I'll go check on Zhuozhua. You eat with your brother first. Suddenly, a scene from the past flashed through Qinlan's mind. Lin Chen's friends came to the house for a meal, and Lin Chen shouted at her, take that thing and go to the other room. I'm annoyed just looking at you. How can we drink? Did you hide 2 eggs this morning? Make some egg sauce for me. Can't you see we have no food to go with the drinks? You're useless. However, at this moment, Lin Chen was so gentle and understanding. Like a gentle breeze blowing through her unbearable memories, blowing away her feelings of being wronged and uncomfortable. After speaking, Lin Chen picked up Zhuozhua and walked into the house. Qinlan took the pig's head meat, peanuts, and cold ear salad that she had bought, set some aside, and put them in the cupboard for Wanyu. The rest was placed on the table. Qin Jinxing picked up his chopsticks and coldly said, Danian, eat as much as you want. Don't leave anything for that useless person. After speaking, he picked up a piece of pig's head meat and chewed it as if it were poison, then swallowed it down. Qinlan couldn't hold back any longer. She slammed the wine on the table and angrily said, eat as much as you want. Let me tell you, all these dishes were bought with the money Lin Chen earned. Are you shameless enough to eat them all? Qin Jinxing was first stunned, with a mouthful of pig's head meat frozen at his lips. Then he swallowed a few more bites, and sneered coldly, money he earned? Are you kidding me? You said I believe the money he gambled. Ask Danian, ask him if he believes it? Sun Danian also looked helpless. If you say pigs can climb trees, he will believe it. If you say Lin Chen can make money, he won't believe it even if you beat him to death. Qinlan completely ignored what Sun Danian thought, and said coldly, we went to the market in the morning to sell fish and made a total of 442.5 mao. All the food, drink, clothes, and shoes were bought with the money we earned with our own hands. Qin Jinxing felt a little heavy in his heart. He understood his sister. From childhood to adulthood, she never tells lies. It seems that it really was earned by Lin Chen. Qinlan continued, brother, I can live a good life with Lin Chen. I don't need your kindness. You always talk about Danian, the money he earned in half a year. Lin Chen earned it back in 1 morning. I still say the same thing. I will follow the one I marry. I cannot leave Lin Chen, so all of you stop talking. When Sun Danian heard this, his face turned red instantly. That remaining sense of superiority was completely crushed by these words. Lin Chen earned in 1 morning what he earned in half a year. What face does he have to sit here and wait? Just as he was about to get up and leave, a group of people arrived outside the door. They were all relatives of Yang Tuxing and Yang Tuxing's shrewish wife, Zhou Man. She seemed to be desperate, gritting her teeth as she picked up a brick and fiercely smashed it against the door. Then she sat on the ground, clapped her hands on her thighs, and started wailing, "Oh my god, everyone come and judge, Lin Chen beat my man, who will stand up for me?" Yang Tuxing, with a swollen face, stood on the side, glaring at the courtyard gate with a righteous air. Hearing the cries, Xin Lan immediately opened the door. Yang Tuxing's relatives immediately started to rage. "Lin Chen, you fucking come out, you idiot hit my uncle. Today I will cripple you. You piece of trash, if you have the guts, come out. Dare to hit my relative, do you have the ability? Lin Chen, get out, if I don't ruin you today, I won't have the same surname as you." Seeing these people furious, Xin Lan's face turned pale with fear. She hurriedly tried to calm them down. "Stop shouting, what exactly happened?" Yang Tuxing said fiercely, "Your useless man hit my son. I just said a word to him, and he came up and hit me like this. After hitting someone, he didn't even say a word. I can't swallow this anger." Hearing this, Xin Lan felt a moment of confusion. The little hope she had built up for Lin Chen in her heart was instantly shattered. Qin Jinqing and Sun Danian also came to the door, and seeing the other side's large and powerful group, Qin Jinqing's anger surged, and he said coldly, "If someone hits someone, go find that person. What are you causing a scene here for?" Yang Tuxing glared fiercely at Qin Jinqing and said coldly, "I'm looking for Lin Chen. You tell him to come out, otherwise, nothing anyone says today will matter." Sun Danian, seeing the situation, was so scared that he quickly squeezed past Qin Jinqing and said as he walked away, "Brother, I'm waiting to deliver furniture to someone, so I'll go back first." With that, Sun Danian quickly disappeared. This made Qin Jinqing angry and disgusted, and he cursed, "He's really a useless waste." Just then, Zhou Man suddenly jumped up, grabbed Xin Lan's hair, and started hitting and cursing her. "Your man is dead, so I'll take it out on you. He hit my man, so I'll tear you apart." Xin Lan felt the pain in her scalp, as if her heart was being torn apart. However, she didn't even try to defend herself, because she had already given up hope in her heart. Let them hit her however they wanted, it would be best if they killed her, then she wouldn't have to endure these hardships. Qin Jinqing was also furious and rushed forward to pull Zhou Man away, but all of Yang Tuxing's relatives rushed at him. Just then, a voice filled with extreme anger suddenly rang out in the courtyard. "Stop all of you." This thunderous shout instantly quieted the scene. Everyone looked towards Lin Chen in the courtyard. At this moment, Lin Chen's face was full of murderous intent as he charged straight at Zhou Man. Startled, Zhou Man immediately let go and hid behind Yang Tuxing. When Lin Chen saw the handprint on Xin Lan's face, it felt like his heart was being cut open by a knife. He tightly suppressed his inner anger and lifted Xin Lan's face. However, Xin Lan suddenly laughed. Tears streamed down her face, filled with sorrow. "Lin Chen, why can't you just let it go? Why don't you want to live a good life? Why can't you ever change?" Her despairing tone was as cold as the winter. It pierced Lin Chen's heart like a knife. At that moment, Yang Tuxing gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Chen, if you don't give me 1,000 yuan for medical expenses, I won't let this go. I won't do anything else, I'll just sleep at your doorstep every day. If you have the guts, just kill me." Lin Chen's cold gaze, like a blade of ice, fiercely pierced Yang Tuxing's face. At that moment, his mind was filled with only one thought, to kill Yang Tuxing. But he couldn't do it. It wasn't Yang Tuxing who felt the pain, but Xin Lan's heart. However, he couldn't submit to Yang Tuxing either. Just then, Qin Jinqing pulled Xin Lan back into the courtyard and firmly closed the gate. "Lin Chen, even if you die outside today, don't expect us to care. Come, follow me inside." Lin Chen thought that Qin Jinqing did the right thing this time. Now that Xin Lan couldn't see, what did he care about? Lin Chen smirked coldly, his inner anger and suppression completely breaking through his rational bottom line. Such a person could only be beaten, completely subdued, beaten until he was worse than dead. His thoughts turned into strength, and through the sudden burst of his fist, he fiercely smashed it into Yang Tuxing's face. In the moment of being punched, Yang Tuxing's already bruised and swollen face contorted into a series of distorted shapes. Each distortion reflected several waves of pain, spreading throughout his entire brain. The pain made Yang Tuxing's groans sound like they were being torn apart, instantly erupting into a desperate high-pitched scream. Seeing Yang Tuxing collapse to the ground from the beating, his relatives instantly turned red-eyed and all reached out to strike Lin Chen. It wasn't anger, it was hatred. How dare this useless, poor, gambling Lin Chen lay a hand on Yang Tuxing? The more they hated him, the more they wanted to knock Lin Chen down. However, the current Lin Chen was no longer the same as before. The old Lin Chen would endure, would be treated like a dog, like trash. But now, he wouldn't endure. He would fight back when necessary. If his fists weren't strong, what was the point of protecting his wife and children? His tough fists directly blocked the attacks of the two. Lin Chen aimed for the painful spots, just like when he punched Yang Tuxing, knocking down one with each blow. After 3 punches, there were cries everywhere. When Yang Tuxing, who had just regained some clarity, tried to get up, Lin Chen kicked him in the face again. This kick made Yang Tuxing cry, and his fat body fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Just then, Zhou Man suddenly shouted. Seeing that so many people couldn't beat Lin Chen, what was the point of continuing? And Lin Chen was notorious for being a bad luck, so if he seriously injured Yang Tuxing, what would she do in the future? So she stepped forward and firmly held onto Lin Chen, shouting, "Lin Chen, stop it, we don't want you to compensate. I'm begging you." Lin Chen hadn't intended to continue fighting. If it weren't for this era, who would have the right to fight whom, he wouldn't bother. However, the fierce murderous intent in his eyes didn't diminish at all. He coldly said, "Get out of my way. If I don't kill him today, then I'm not Lin Chen. Anyway, I'm a bad luck, killing one is enough, killing two, I'll make a profit." He forcefully pushed Zhou Man away and moved to strike again. This was what Zhou Man feared the most. If Lin Chen, the bad luck, died, no one would care, but her head of the household couldn't die. At this point, who could care about that? Zhou Man firmly held onto Lin Chen's thigh, pleading desperately, "Lin Chen, we were wrong to come to your house and cause trouble. Please don't hit us. I'll kowtow to you." As she spoke, Zhou Man's forehead kept hitting the ground. Whether it was genuine or not, Lin Chen didn't care. Yang Tuxing, who was a little more sober, felt extremely suppressed seeing his wife begging Lin Chen like this. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't beat Lin Chen and could only seethe with anger, unable to do anything. Lin Chen didn't want to make a scene, so he coldly snorted and said, "Yang Tuxing, remember this, if I see your son bullying my daughter again, I'll beat you. Now get out of here." Zhou Man expressed her gratitude and helped Yang Tuxing, who weighed over 200 pounds, leave with their useless relatives. But Yang Tuxing couldn't swallow his pride. As he left, he glared back at Lin Chen fiercely. "Just you wait, I won't let you off the hook. I am not just Yang Tuxing." At this moment, Lin Chen wanted to enter the courtyard but found the gate locked. He wanted to give Qin Lan some time to calm down, so he sat calmly on the doorstep, planning to rest for a while. Inside the house, Qin Jinqing smoked one cigarette after another. No matter how thick the smoke was, it couldn't extinguish the anger in his heart. He said coldly, "Enough talk. Tomorrow, you two will get a divorce. Our Qin family can't bear the shame of following that useless person anymore." Qin Lan, with tears streaming down her face, felt suffocated. She had thought there was some hope with Lin Chen, but he had crushed it. Her life was over. Was it too much to hope for Lin Chen to change? Qin Lan felt she was too naive, but contradictory to her thoughts, she still had a hint of worry for Lin Chen in her heart. This prompted her to ignore Qin Jinqing's resistance and open the door. When she saw Lin Chen sitting quietly outside, the intense conflict in her heart caused her chest to ache severely. She couldn't suppress the pain in her heart anymore and struggled, as if on the brink of death. "Lin Chen, I can't go on like this. If you want to watch me die, then just do it. Stop torturing me, okay?" Lin Chen felt another pang in his heart. Guilt and heartache tangled on his deep face, burning in his eyes. Even with 1,000 words, he couldn't express his debt to Qin Lan. He could only say heavily, "Fine, I promise you. We'll get a divorce tomorrow." With that, Lin Chen turned abruptly and left quickly. The tears that fell from his eyes struck heavily at Qin Lan's heart. Normally, Lin Chen would have fought back, but today, he agreed so readily. Qin Lan was even shocked to see Lin Chen cry. As Lin Chen's figure disappeared, Qin Lan stared blankly at the gloomy and oppressive alley, her mind blank. At this moment, Lin Chen had already arrived at Yu Meiling's tailor shop. He wasn't there for comfort, but Yu Meiling thought otherwise and joked, "You're really something now, daring to hit Yang Tuxing. Do you know his brother, Yang Tufeng, has quite a reputation in the city? You've hit his brother like this, he won't let you off, you know?" Lin Chen certainly knew. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have hit him. If he hit him, there was no need to be afraid. When faced with his opponents from his past life, they were nothing. So, Lin Chen still disdainfully said, "It's nothing special. I'm here to ask you for a favor." Yu Meiling thought he was in need again and asked, "How much do you need to borrow this time?" Lin Chen laughed. "What are you talking about? Don't we have anything else between us? I want you to make 2 sets of clothes for me." "Make clothes?" Yu Meiling was surprised. Lin Chen never made clothes all year round. Why did he suddenly want to make clothes today after getting into a fight? "What kind of clothes do you want to make, for yourself or for someone else?" "I want to make a set for you and my wife. Use the best cotton fabric in your shop, not polyester, and you both must wear them by tomorrow noon." The smile on Yu Meiling's face gradually turned into suspicion. "Are you out of your mind? What clothes are you making for us? Who are we wearing them for? And cotton fabric is very expensive. It costs more than 10 yuan per meter. Can you tell me what you're up to?" Lin Chen just smiled calmly. There was no need to explain now. Whether he could win Qin Lan's heart depended on this opportunity. So he just said calmly, "Don't ask, you'll know when the time comes. Give me paper and pen, I'll draw for you now, and then I'll make the pattern myself." "What?" Yu Meiling was surprised, her mouth wide open. She had been a tailor for so many years and didn't know how to make a pattern. How could Lin Chen possibly know? He was a senior fashion designer, a skill only possessed by professionals. Was Lin Chen just teasing her? However, Lin Chen had already taken the paper and pen, his wrist was agile, the pen tip moved like the wind, and his gaze was extremely focused. How could Yu Meiling know that in his previous life, Lin Chen had been an apprentice in a clothing factory in the south? He not only learned how to dress, but also learned cutting and design. And what he was designing now was the most fashionable women's professional attire of the 50s. A few minutes later, a set of women's clothing design was presented in front of Yu Meiling. When she saw the fashionable and avant-garde design in the drawing, Yu Meiling was astonished. She, who had studied fashion design, felt that Lin Chen's design was more professional than hers, which filled her with doubt. She furrowed her brows and asked, "Lin Chen, tell me the truth, when did you learn all this?" Lin Chen already knew that Yu Meiling would ask this. He just casually said, "I learned from books, it's not important. Let me measure your size first, and then we'll see the effect of the finished clothes." After that, Lin Chen took a soft ruler and carefully measured Yu Meiling's body. The close contact with Lin Chen, especially the inadvertent touch in certain areas, made Yu Meiling's cheeks blush. But Lin Chen had no other thoughts. He quickly measured the size and then started cutting the fabric. Looking at the measurements, Yu Meiling said in surprise, "Lin Chen, these measurements are not right. The waist and hips are too thin, and the neckline is too low. And the pants legs are definitely too tight. How did you measure them?" Lin Chen didn't say a word. After all, the fashion style of this era was very different from that of the 50s. Loose-fitting clothes were popular in this era, such as bell-bottoms, which were the epitome of fashion. And women's clothing, influenced by traditional concepts, still retained a very conservative style. The clothing of the 50s showcased various functions, and purely from a fashion perspective, it first had to showcase the body, even identity, and so on. Of course, Lin Chen's design was not too avant-garde. After all, trends must have a process. Being too avant-garde would be unconventional. After cutting the fabric, Lin Chen asked Yu Meiling to start making the clothes immediately. He looked at the time, when you should be out of school, he had to go home and see her, and then take Qin Lan's measurements. At this moment, Lin Ruyan had already returned home from school. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Qin Lan, with swollen eyes, sitting in the yard, looking desolate. As she approached, she saw the 5 finger marks on Qin Lan's face. She immediately asked coldly, "Mom, did he hit you again?" Qin Lan's eyes filled with tears again. "No, it wasn't your dad who hit you. Are you hungry? Mom will make you some food. Oh, and there are new clothes and shoes for you in the room. Go try them on and see if they fit." However, Lin Ruyan stubbornly said, "If it's from him, I don't want it. It's all because of him. Today, I was bullied by Yang Tuxing's son and looked down upon by the teacher and classmates." Qin Lan was suddenly stunned. "Wan Yu, did Yang Tuxing's son bully you? How did he bully you?" Lin Ruyan blushed and angrily said, "He tried to take my money, spat on me, pushed me to the ground, and threw mud at me." Qin Lan frowned instantly and asked, "Wan Yu, did your dad see it?" He did see it, and he scolded Yang Xiaoqiang. Later, Yang Xiaoqiang's dad fought with him, and he beat Yang Xiaoqiang's dad. "Everyone says he's a gambler and a fighter. I hate him so much." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan immediately stopped her and said, "He's your dad. He fought to protect you. You're not allowed to say such things about him in the future, do you hear me?" Lin Ruyan felt wronged and almost cried, pushing away Qin Lan's hand and running into the house without looking back. At this moment, Qin Lan realized that she had wrongly accused Lin Chen. She felt anxious and stomped her foot. She should have known that Yang Tuxing was usually arrogant and Lin Chen wouldn't have fought with him for no reason. But not only did she not understand Lin Chen, she also said such heartless words. Just then, the courtyard door creaked, and Lin Chen returned. Seeing Lin Chen, Qin Lan was filled with mixed emotions. She walked up to him and complained, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you fought with Yang Tuxing for our daughter?" Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and said, "The situation was so chaotic at the time, how could I explain? And your brother was going crazy, how could I explain? Besides, there's nothing to explain. Wan Yu is my daughter, and it's my fatherly duty to protect her. Not only Wan Yu, but also you and Zhu Zhu. If anyone bullies you, I'll fight them." Qin Lan threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Touched and guilty, her strong hands tightly embraced Lin Chen. Lin Chen was initially stunned. 50 years of self-blame and longing, and now Qin Lan's warmth returned to his embrace. He was afraid this was a dream that would easily vanish, so he held onto Qin Lan tightly. Their hearts, like their tears, gently melted together. Lan, I really miss you. Although Qinlan found it strange, as they saw each other every day, she wondered why he still missed her. Did he mean that? Qinlan immediately pushed him away, blushing, and coquettishly said, no thinking aloud. You can only miss me when I allow it. Lin Chen looked puzzled. What? I said I missed you. Just then, Zhu Shu ran out of the house, shouting, Mom, I'm hungry. Qinlan gave Lin Chen a look and said, hurry up and wash your hands, let's eat. My brother has gone home, so we can have a peaceful meal. Lin Chen also smiled and said, okay, let's eat, and then I'll take you to Yu Meiling's tailor shop to make you some clothes. Make clothes? It's not a special occasion, why make clothes? It's quite expensive, and I have clothes to wear. These clothes are for making money. They must be made. Upon hearing about making money, Qinlan didn't refuse. She was tired of being poor. As long as Lin Chen was making money legitimately, she would support him. After dinner, the two returned to the tailor shop. Yu Meiling was very enthusiastic towards Lin Chen, but she was indifferent towards Qinlan. If it weren't for Qinlan, she and Lin Chen would have been together. So, after a few words, they each went about their business. Qinlan was no longer shocked to see Lin Chen taking measurements and cutting fabric. After so many years together, when did Lin Chen learn this skill? Seeing Lin Chen skillfully using the sewing machine with such concentration, Yu Meiling took a sip of water and whispered, Qinlan, don't you think Lin Chen seems a bit different from before? Qinlan didn't say anything. She would never talk about her own man to others. But Yu Meiling continued, he said he learned it from reading books, but I always feel like that's a bit unlikely. Could it be that he's possessed by a ghost? Stop talking nonsense and go do your work. Qinlan glared at Yu Meiling with disgust. She knew Yu Meiling's feelings for Lin Chen. Back then, Yu Meiling even fought with her at the school gate for Lin Chen. Yu Meiling didn't care, she didn't even respect Qinlan. Making clothes may be complicated, but once you learn it, it's not difficult. By midnight, they had finished making 2 sets of clothes. Lin Chen looked at the perfectly shaped clothes and smiled, put them on now, let me see. When the two put on the clothes and looked in the mirror, they were both surprised. These clothes were so beautiful. Although they were just plain black, they perfectly showcased the women's figures. Especially the waistline and the design of the suit collar, both fashionable and trendy. The slim leg design of the pants outlined the women's legs, making them charming and sexy. Yu Meiling exclaimed in amazement, oh my god, why do these clothes look so good? Lin Chen, how did you think of this? Look at these shoulders, this small waist, if we wear these clothes out, people will envy us. Unlike Yu Meiling, Qinlan was shy and said, can we wear these clothes out? There's not even a seam. However, Lin Chen's gaze was all on Qinlan. Her graceful figure and beautiful temperament, outlined by the clothes, were even more seductive. Even though Yu Meiling had a more voluptuous figure, she didn't have the same cold and charming temperament as Qinlan. Lin Chen then said with a smile, these clothes don't need seams, because you two are the most beautiful lines. It's not that Qinlan was rustic, but in those days, the fashion was to have seams. Those with electric irons used them to press the seams, and those without used large teacups filled with hot water. The straighter the seam, the more fashionable it was considered. However, the design without seams was even more beautiful. Of course, just having clothes wasn't enough, there had to be matching accessories to make the overall look even better. For example, high heels and a white shirt. Yu Meiling had all of these, but Qinlan didn't even have a decent pair of high heels and had to borrow from Yu Meiling. Although they didn't fit well, she could manage to wear them. At this point, Yu Meiling still asked in confusion, Lin Chen, can you tell me now what you're up to? You'll know tomorrow. I'll come with Lan to pick you up, and we'll go to the city together. Seeing Lin Chen being mysterious, Yu Meiling didn't ask further. The next morning, as usual, Qinlan dropped off Zhuozhuo at Zhang Sa's place. Zhang Sa complained and glared at Qinlan, saying, I heard that useless guy got into a fight with Yang Tuxing yesterday? What was he thinking? What kind of family is Yang Tuxing from? How dare he fight with others? Qinlan didn't like hearing this and retorted, Zhang Sa, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense. It was Yang Tuxing's son who bullied our Wanyu. Lin Chen saw it, and at that time, Yang Tuxing even had a knife and wanted to attack Lin Chen. Should he have just stood there and let himself be attacked? Alright, I'm in a hurry to go to the city now, so please take care of Zhuozhuo for me. With that, Qinlan hurriedly left. Zhang Sa shook her head helplessly and muttered, always showing off, she's not someone who knows how to live. Meanwhile, Lin Chen spent another 10 minutes making 2 scarves out of gauze fabric. After the two changed into their clothes, he taught them how to tie a flight attendant's scarf and helped them tidy their hair. When the 3 of them walked out of the tailor shop, the crowd's attention instantly focused on Meiling and Qinlan. Isn't that Qinlan? Lin Chen's wife, look at what she's wearing, it's so embarrassing. No, I think it looks pretty good. Where did they buy those clothes? And that scarf, how did they tie that flower? So fashionable. What's so great about it? Flaunting themselves, acting like that. Look at Yume Ling, dressing so provocatively, you'd think they were out to seduce wild men. Good and bad comments were exchanged. Yume Ling didn't care at all, instead feeling quite proud. They couldn't even wear such trendy clothes if they wanted to. It was just that Qinlan kept her head down, blushing. If it weren't for Lin Chen asking her to dress like this, she wouldn't have shown her face like this. The three of them hailed a taxi and headed straight to the city. The driver, while steering, stole glances at the two beautiful women behind him, feeling a bit itchy inside. He asked, "Where are you all headed?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "To the Times Hotel." The driver chuckled and said, "With your fashionable attire, you definitely won't be going to a cheap place." Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to banter with him. An hour later, the three of them stood in front of the Times Hotel. Yume Ling looked up at the towering building in front of her. Although the sign was already up, the interior was still under renovation. She asked in confusion, "Why did you bring us here?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "You'll find out soon enough, follow me." The hotel was indeed under renovation and would open in a little over 10 days. In his past life, when this hotel opened, it was widely covered in newspapers and on the radio, making a big scene. Amid the workers' curious and fiery gazes, the three of them arrived at the hotel's office door. Lin Chen whispered, "You two wait here, I'll call for you later." With that, Lin Chen knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman's voice immediately sounded, "Please come in." Lin Chen pushed the door open and saw a very elegant woman in her 30s, who was engrossed in reading documents. "Manager Shi, hello, I'm Lin Chen. Can I have a few minutes of your time?" Manager Xiaolei slowly raised her head, not recognizing this stranger. She asked in confusion, "Do you have something to discuss?" Lin Chen briefly and simply smiled, "Well, I know your hotel will open in half a month. As the city's largest international hotel, the image is very important. I have an idea and would like to discuss it with you." Manager Xiaolei was a bit surprised. She was indeed considering this issue, but how did this stranger know? Nevertheless, she asked with interest, "Please sit down and continue." Lin Chen sat down in front of Manager Xiaolei in a dignified manner, exuding the aura of a billionaire CEO from his past life. The company is people-oriented, with management as the core. Image is not just a business philosophy, but also a tangible impression. What you need to do is make everyone who visits your hotel remember its characteristics and deeply imprint them in their minds. Decoration is static, people are dynamic, and service is the core. This hotel has 200 service staff alone. If you can provide them with unified uniforms that match the company's level and grade, your corporate image will instantly be elevated. Manager Xiaolei felt that Lin Chen's words made a lot of sense. She was even more curious and asked, "Unified uniforms? Can you explain in more detail?" Lin Chen's mouth curved into a slight smile. "Before I explain, I want you to see something." With that, Lin Chen got up and opened the office door, allowing Qinlan and Yume Ling to enter the office. When Manager Xiaolei saw the two women, she was instantly surprised. Xiaolei herself is a person who loves beauty. But in that era, how beautiful could one be? When she saw the uniforms of the two people, the envy and love in her heart were clearly shown on her face. Qinlan also imitated Yume Ling's pose, displaying the delicate figure and beauty of a woman to the fullest. Xiaolei came to the two of them and carefully examined every detail. The more she looked, the more she liked it. She found that her figure was similar to Yume Ling's, and immediately expressed her desire to try it on. Lin Chen, however, smiled and left the office. The deal was basically done. Half an hour later, Xiaolei invited Lin Chen back to the office with great satisfaction. She warmly said, "I have 200 employees here, 150 female waitresses and 50 male workers. Including myself, that makes 151 people. Can you make 151 sets in half a month? We need to sign a contract." Yume Ling was shocked. It was impossible for her and Lin Chen to make 151 sets in half a month. Qinlan nervously looked at Lin Chen. Doing business was one thing, but they had to be realistic. If they couldn't deliver, it would be a breach of contract. However, Lin Chen's confident smile did not waver. He said firmly, "Of course, no problem. But the premise is that we need to discuss the price, and you have to pay me 50% of the deposit in advance." Xiaolei felt that Lin Chen was well prepared. He seemed to have seen through her strong liking for the uniforms and knew that she was racking her brains to improve the company's image. So she smiled and asked, "How much does this uniform cost?" Yu Tian had already calculated it. He used machine cotton fabric, which cost twice as much as ordinary coarse fabric. Yume Ling's purchase price was 13 yuan per meter. This outfit used 2 meters of fabric, so it cost 26 yuan. Of course, there were also accessories such as zippers, shoulder pads, pockets, and thread, which brought the total cost to 35 yuan. In addition, there was a scarf with a cost of 2 yuan. The total cost was 37 yuan. Lin Chen then said, the total cost, including design fees, is 85 yuan per set. For 151 sets, that's 12,835 yuan. When the price was mentioned, not only Xia Xiaolei, but even Qin Lan and Yu Meiling were shocked. Xia Xiaolei felt it was a bit expensive. She smiled and said, a waitress's monthly salary is only 50 yuan. A set of clothes is equivalent to 2 months' salary. This price is a bit hard to accept. But Lin Chen remained confident and said, you're right, but have you considered that this uniform is exclusively yours? How much value will it bring to the hotel? And I can assure you that you won't find the same uniform anywhere else in the country. It's not just clothing, it's a trend, a culture, a connotation. Just like you, Manager Xia, as a knowledgeable woman, you should express your beauty and your insights into work, life, and career through clothing. It will give people the most direct impression of you, making you more confident and beautiful. That is the value of my uniform. Xia Xiaolei was deeply moved by his words. She felt that Lin Chen's words were truly profound and inspiring. No one had ever said such infectious words to her before, to the point that she couldn't help but admire Lin Chen. After a moment of calm, Xia Xiaolei crossed her hands, and the tenderness in her eyes gently drifted onto Lin Chen's face. Okay, 85 is 85. I will give you all the expenses at once, but my requirement is that you have to finish making 151 sets of clothes for me within half a month. It absolutely cannot affect the opening of my hotel. You also need to give me the address and phone number of the clothing factory, as well as a stamped introduction letter from the management department. Is that okay? Quite a lot of demands. Lin Chen couldn't produce any of these things. However, he didn't think it was a big problem. He calmly said, no factory, no phone, I can try to give you the introduction letter, but whether I can get it or not depends on the person in charge of the introduction letter in our town, whether he's drunk or not. We are just a tailor shop in the town, trying to start a business and make some money. If you feel unable to accept it, then we don't have to cooperate. Lin Chen's frankness made both Qin Lan and Yu Meiling nervous. They were eager to make this deal, but Xia Xiaolei's demands were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Instead, Xia Xiaolei felt that Lin Chen was surprisingly calm. This suddenly made her feel that Lin Chen was a bit domineering. But isn't that also a person's charm? And she was standing on Lin Chen's side, seeing something very different. That is his business acumen. If she could get such a talent, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. So Xia Xiaolei smiled slightly and said, okay, I believe you won't deceive me. Come with me. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Xia Xiaolei had been with him in his past life. She was a woman who had shared hardships and joys with him. Even in this life, his fate with Xia Xiaolei was beginning again. When they arrived at the finance department, Xia Xiaolei immediately asked the accountant to give 12,835 yuan to Lin Chen. The middle-aged accountant, who was busy with the abacus, looked up at the two of them. His gaze was clearly reluctant and suspicious. Manager Xia, we have the money, but you need to tell me about the project, and with such a large expenditure, are you buying something or what? You need a receipt or invoice. That was how things were in those days. Everything had to be done properly. Especially for the accountant in charge of the money, their power was considerable. Xia Xiaolei didn't want to waste time talking to him, so she said directly, buying employee uniforms. The accountant looked a little disdainful and said, buying employee uniforms? What kind of uniforms do the employees need? You need approval from the director and Mr. Wang before I can release the funds. Without their approval, I can't release the money. Lin Chen could see it. Xia Xiaolei, as a manager, was feeling a bit frustrated. Even the accountant didn't take her seriously. Xia Xiaolei also felt a bit embarrassed. But she didn't want to waste time with this guy, so she turned and was about to leave with a cold face. Lin Chen didn't have time to walk around with her. As they walked out of the office, Lin Chen quietly stopped Xia Xiaolei and said with a smile, why didn't you tell him before leaving? Xia Xiaolei smiled, but she couldn't hide her helplessness. You wait here for a moment, I'll go get the approval. Lin Chen looked at the sun outside the window and said, don't bother. If you trust me, let me talk to the accountant. You go talk to him? Is that appropriate? Xia Xiaolei still had some concerns. After all, Lin Chen was not from the hotel. But her tone was not a complete rejection, and there was even a hint of expectation. Lin Chen confidently said, there's nothing inappropriate about it. I'll just say a few words. If you agree, I'll go talk to him. Xia Xiaolei nodded and said, okay, come with me. The two of them returned to the accountant's office. The accountant still had that arrogant look, as if everyone was trying to steal his money, as he looked at them. Why have you come back so soon? Have you got the approval already? Lin Chen immediately sat down in front of him with a smile and said calmly, I'll say a few words to you. First, although Shi Xiaolei is the deputy general manager of the hotel, she has the right to access financial data and also the right to suspect you of falsifying data. Once she discovers that you've been cooking the books, do you think you can keep your job? Even if you haven't been cooking the books, if you want to keep your job, it's not wise to provoke manager Shi. She's the manager, and you're just an accountant. If she wants to replace you, she can do it anytime, anywhere. You might think that manager Shi doesn't have the right to do this, or that someone will help you, but that would only prove that you've been cooking the books for someone. Now I'll give you two options, either I help manager Shi check the accounts, or you think about how to do your job as an accountant. Before he finished speaking, the accountant's proud face turned pale. He knew very well whether he had been cooking the books or not. Once Shi Xiaolei wanted to check the accounts, his manipulations would be exposed in no time. From the accountant's desperate expression, Lin Chen knew that this guy was definitely scared. Even Shi Xiaolei could see the accountant's embarrassed look. It turned out that there were so many tricks in finance, but Shi Xiaolei felt particularly relieved at the moment. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the accountant, as if his life depended on it, said, Manager Shi, is it 12,835 yuan? Please sign here, and I'll get the money for you right away. Even so, Lin Chen still disdainfully glared at him. This kind of person is the most despicable. It sounds nice to call him a finance person, but in harsh terms, he's just a thief. He still wants to play these tricks in front of him. If he wanted to deal with this accountant, he could do it in no time. But he also had to consider Shi Xiaolei's side, so it's better to be more restrained. Shi Xiaolei also disdained to deal with things that were not her responsibility. After signing the receipt, the accountant immediately opened the cabinet, counted out 12,835 yuan, and stamped his own seal on the receipt. Then he humbly said, Manager Shi, actually, it's not in accordance with the rules to spend this money. When you have time, you should also have the director and manager Wang sign the receipt. Seeing his humble attitude, Shi Xiaolei felt relieved. Alright, I'll have them sign the receipt later. After that, Shi Xiaolei handed the money to Lin Chen and said, Now I'll write a contract, and we both need to sign it. In fact, this was just a process to show the accountant. It would prevent this guy from making up stories later. After signing the contract and handing it to the accountant, the two of them left the finance room. Shi Xiaolei covered her mouth and smiled. How did you know he was cooking the books? Lin Chen also chuckled and said, I guessed, and it turned out I guessed right. Anyway, thank you for helping me save face. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Faced with Shi Xiaolei's sincere invitation, Lin Chen still refused. I have to go buy fabric now. Time is tight, but it's not too late to have dinner after I deliver the clothes. Shi Xiaolei felt a little disappointed, but still shook hands with Lin Chen and said, Alright, we'll have this meal another time. We had a pleasant cooperation. With this handshake, it was the beginning of a 50-year relationship. Qin Lan and Yu Meiling were waiting anxiously outside the hotel. Qin Lan was reserved and spoke slowly. But it was Yu Meiling who couldn't wait and asked, How did it go? Did you sign the contract? Did you get the money? Lin Chen immediately took out the money and said with a smile, There's no project that Lin Chen can't handle. 12,385 yuan, not a penny less. Qin Lan and Yu Meiling looked at the thick stack of bills, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had lived for over 20 years, but they had never seen so much money. Everyone wants to be a millionaire, but how many have seen 10,000 yuan? Especially for Qin Lan, at that moment, she felt like she was dreaming again. She even felt that the money was not real at all. Even more unbelievable, the money was actually earned by Lin Chen. The more she didn't believe it, the more real it became, and the more real it became, the more shocking it was. Lin Chen looked at Qin Lan's black eyes, gently held her hand, and placed the money in her palm. Wife, this is the money I earned today, 12,385 yuan, all entrusted to you for safekeeping. From now on, you are my financial manager, my accountant. Every penny I earn will be handed over to you for safekeeping. Qin Lan tightly held the thick stack of banknotes, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Lin Chen had changed, really changed. He had become better, able to earn money, care for his wife, and had also become ambitious. The two of them were affectionate with each other, but it made Yu Meiling, who was standing nearby, jealous and resentful of Qin Lan. If it weren't for her seducing Lin Chen back then, she should be the one holding the money now, not Qin Lan. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Yu Meiling immediately sneered, Why are you crying? Lin Chen can earn money now. He's not the useless person you all used to say, right? Now you can respect him, right? Qin Lan naturally sensed Yu Meiling's dissatisfaction. She also said somewhat angrily, Did I ever say Lin Chen was useless? Did I ever look down on him? Can you stop making cutting remarks? Yu Meiling became even angrier and said, cutting remarks? Fine, then I'll say something without cutting remarks. 151 sets of clothes, what are you planning to do with them? I can't do it alone. Just because you have money now, you think you've hit the jackpot. Think about how to make the clothes. Xin Lan was at a loss for words. She didn't understand how to do business. She could only look at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen just smiled faintly and said, alright, stop arguing. You fought when there was no money, and now you're fighting when there is money? Just follow me and count the money. You don't need to worry about anything else. Let's go, back home. We'll talk about it tomorrow. They left for town, while over on Xiaolei's side, she was being scolded by the head of the office. The head of the office was surnamed Sun, a middle-aged woman clearly suffering from menopausal disorder. Her already slightly crooked face was now full of anger. She forcefully tapped the note given to her by the accountant and angrily said, Xiaolei, I didn't say you don't have the right to spend this money, but this contract of yours, it has no address, no phone number, not even a letter of introduction. How could you let the accountant give him the money? What if he's a scammer? That's over 10,000 yuan. Who can bear that responsibility? And this uniform of yours, this is just a hotel, not some company. Why do we need uniforms? Even if you want to improve the corporate image or whatever, this is too expensive. One set of clothes costs 85 yuan, and a waiter's monthly salary is only 50 yuan. When you made this decision, you should have discussed it with us first. How could you decide on such a large expenditure by yourself? Xiaolei suppressed her anger and said coldly, I did this for the development of the hotel. I am the deputy general manager in charge of hotel operations. I believe I have the right to choose to spend this money to enhance the hotel's image. When Mr. Wang hired me, he gave me this authority. As for whether Lin Chen is a scammer, you don't need to worry about that. If he really is a scammer, I will cover the loss myself. Head of the office, seeing Xiaolei bring up Mr. Wang, still had some reservations. Everyone knew that Mr. Wang was interested in Xiaolei, otherwise he wouldn't have poached her from another hotel to be the deputy general manager. With Mr. Wang as her backer, she could be so arrogant. The head of the office still hinted, Mr. Wang did say that, but Mr. Wang also didn't say that you can decide on the hotel's management by yourself. And there's also over 10,000 yuan in financial expenditure here. I must tell Mr. Wang about this. If the hotel is run like this, can it still operate? Xiaolei disdainfully curled her lips and stood up. Do as you please. When you see Mr. Wang, remember to have him sign too. With that, Xiaolei got up and left. Director Sun squinted his eyes and muttered fiercely, let's see how long you can be arrogant. At this moment, Lin Chen had already returned to the town and took Qin Lan to the tailor shop to retrieve his clothes. However, Yu Meiling was still troubled by the issue. Lin Chen, why don't you say something? How do we deal with these 151 sets of clothes? Lin Chen chuckled and said calmly, there are many women in the town who can operate sewing machines, so let them bring their machines to your yard, give them some guidance, and it will be fine. Tomorrow, you can advertise and offer 5 yuan per person per day, and an additional 5 yuan for night shifts. This was indeed a good idea. Yu Meiling added, that's a good idea. I know many women who can operate sewing machines. They would be eager to work for 5 yuan a day. They can't earn that much in a day doing anything else. But what about the fabric? And the sizes? People come in different heights and sizes. Lin Chen then said, I will buy the fabric tomorrow and deliver it in the evening. As for the sizes, we will set 5 sizes, from XL, XL, M, to S, with each size decreasing in measurements. Tomorrow, I will ask Xiaolei for the specific measurements of the service staff, and then we will have everything sorted out. Yu Meiling thought this was also a good idea. Many clothes from the south were sized in this way. Although they may not fit perfectly, they would be close enough. Looking at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock, and Wan Yu was about to finish school. Xin Lan tugged at Lin Chen and whispered, we need to go back and cook for the child. Zhou has been with Sister Zhang all day. Let's hurry home. We can discuss the rest tomorrow. It's getting late today. Yu Meiling didn't like hearing this. If you want to go back, go ahead. Can't you find your way home without someone leading you? We are discussing how to make money here, and you just want to cook and eat. Isn't Lin Chen your man? Xin Lan was annoyed by this and retorted, I'm talking to my man. What's it to you? Yu Meiling wanted to say something, but Lin Chen stopped her. Alright, let's stop talking. Meiling, you've had a tiring day. Rest early. You'll be busy tomorrow. Let's go home and cook for the child. Yu Meiling angrily threw her scarf onto the sewing machine. While others were going home to cook with their partners, she had to eat cold steamed buns alone. Just thinking about it made her angry. But for Lin Chen's sake, she could only be angry and then go contact those women who could operate sewing machines. Soon, they arrived at Sister Zhang's house, where Sister Zhang was playing with Jojo in the yard. When she saw Qin Lan, her face darkened. "Lan, you're never home. What are you busy with following that useless man? I heard you and Yu Meiling from the tailor shop went to the city all dressed up. Yu Meiling is over 20 and still not married. She's always dressing up. She's not a good person. What are you doing with them?" Qin Lan picked up Jojo and happily kissed the child's cheek. "Sister Zhang, it's nothing. We were discussing business." "What business can you discuss? I think you've been led astray by that useless man." Qin Lan knew there was no need to explain so much. Lin Chen was right. She lived her own life, and whoever wanted to say anything could say it. But she still took out the 50 yuan she had prepared in advance and handed it to Sister Zhang. "I used to borrow money from you all the time, but now Lin Chen and I can earn money too. I'll return this 50 yuan to you first." "Oh, no rush, no rush." Sister Zhang said it was no rush, but she still put the money in her purse. She thought to herself that Qin Lan and Lin Chen had really started making money. Qin Lan added, "By the way, Sister Zhang, don't you also know how to operate a sewing machine? Lin Chen has taken on a job that requires sewing machines. It pays 5 yuan a day. If you want to do it, you can report to the tailor shop the day after tomorrow. I need to hurry back to cook for the child." Zhang Sa was shocked and speechless. 5 yuan a day? The head of the household earns only 2 yuan a day as a mason. Are they trying to become bosses? When Qin Lan returned home, Lin Chen had just come back from buying groceries and had also bought a lot of snacks for the 2 children. "Why did you buy these? You always spend money recklessly." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I also bought roast chicken and your favorite trotters. Let's have something nice today. We're all going to enjoy it." Although Qin Lan was reluctant, she was secretly happy. After putting the children down, she wrapped the money in red cloth and tucked it into the bedside cabinet. Having money at home made her feel more at ease. While the two of them were busy cooking, the money from the fish pond, Qianman Song, shouted from outside the door, "Lin Chen, come out and talk." Seeing it was Qianman Song, Qin Lan's face immediately darkened. Whenever he came looking for Lin Chen, it was either for gambling or drinking, nothing else. Before Lin Chen could speak, Qin Lan stood at the door and said coldly, "He's not home. Don't come looking for Lin Chen in our house again." Lin Chen had finally turned over a new leaf, and she would not let him return to his old ways. However, Lin Chen still came to the courtyard and casually said, "What brings you here? What do you want me to do?" This angered Qin Lan, who stomped her foot in frustration. All the good mood she had vanished. Qianman Song's pockmarked face twisted into a sly smile. "There's a game tonight, want to join in?" Sure enough, he was asking him to gamble. Qin Lan was anxious but couldn't intervene. She was afraid of Lin Chen and reluctantly agreed to go with him. However, Lin Chen straightforwardly refused. "I'm not going. Gambling doesn't bring me that much joy. Don't ask me to join these games in the future." Upon hearing this, Qin Lan was instantly moved. If it were before, whenever someone asked him to gamble, he would first ask himself if he had money, and if not, he would resort to violence. Qianman Song, however, didn't believe that Lin Chen didn't want to play. He sneered, "I'll believe it when pigs fly. Are you really going to change?" Lin Chen remained calm and said, "I won't go. I'm also afraid of making my wife angry." "Ha ha." Qianman Song let out a disgusting laugh. "You, Lin Chen, are afraid of your wife? If your wife wasn't killed by you, she's lucky. Besides, you've made hundreds of yuan from selling fish. Everyone in town knows. Why keep the money? Want some excitement? Let's go, it's already started over there." Lin Chen's smile gradually disappeared. This guy seemed to be full and still lingering here. Lin Chen coldly said, "I'll tell you one last time, don't come looking for me to gamble in the future. Don't blame me for being rude if you do. Get out of here." Qianman Song was stunned. He carefully observed Lin Chen's angry face and confirmed that he was truly angry. Qianman Song was extremely shocked. Had Lin Chen changed? He didn't even gamble now. Was this still Lin Chen? Without saying a word, Lin Chen pushed Qianman Song out of the courtyard and slammed the door shut. Qianman Song's face turned cold and sinister. He thought to himself, "You want to change, it's not that easy. Just wait and see." Back in the house, Qin Lan wiped away the tears of emotion from the corner of her eyes. When Lin Chen wasn't paying attention, she kissed him on the cheek. Even Lin Chen was surprised by the kiss. This was the moment she had been waiting for over 50 years. The sweetness and longing flooded into Lin Chen's mind, making his nose tingle with joy. Countless emotions gathered in his heart, making Lin Chen excitedly say, "Wife, give me another one." Qin Lan shyly scolded him, "Go see if Wan Yu has come back. We'll talk later tonight." The phrase "we'll talk later tonight" filled Lin Chen with endless fantasies. He immediately ran to greet Wan Yu. Watching his back, Qinlan felt that this was the life she had always wanted. Meanwhile, Xian Mansong, who had returned to the gambling den, immediately approached Yang Tuxing. Yang Tuxing threw the rotten cards in his hand heavily on the table and cursed fiercely, "Damn it, I lost again." After that, Yang Tuxing turned and walked to the courtyard, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Qian Mansong. Qian Mansong sneered and mocked, "Is your luck so bad because you didn't wash your hands after wiping your butt? It really stinks." Angered, Yang Tuxing gave him a cold glare. "Didn't I tell you to find Lin Chen? Why did you come by yourself? Where is Lin Chen?" "He's not coming. He quit gambling and said he won't play anymore." Yang Tuxing sneered disdainfully and said, "The leopard can't change its spots. If Lin Chen can quit gambling, I'll be damned. He beat me up so badly that he can't even eat solid food now. If I don't set up a trap to swindle him, I won't be satisfied." Qian Mansong couldn't stand Yang Tuxing's vengeful temper. If anyone provoked him even a little, it would be a disaster. He also said with a hint of disdain, "Maybe Lin Chen thinks we've swindled him too much and has become more cunning. Over the years, we've swindled a lot of his money. Your pork stall is all funded by Lin Chen." Yang Tuxing glared coldly at Qian Mansong. "Swindling him? He's willing to play. No one forced him at knife point. Why are you feeling sorry for him?" Qian Mansong took a deep drag on his cigarette, his eyes shifting slyly, and said with a smirk, "Feeling sorry? What are you talking about? I wish he would lose Qinlan to me. It's just that he's getting smarter now and doesn't come to play with us. We have to figure out a way." Yang Tuxing stubbed out his cigarette but fiercely and said grimly, "If he doesn't play, then let Qin Jinxing play. That guy is also restless. You go and stir him up tomorrow." With that, the two of them chuckled and got up. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, but Qinlan still hadn't come to Lin Chen's house. Lin Chen was anxious and had to go to the courtyard to cool off. Qinlan heard the sound of Lin Chen taking a shower in the house and smiled to herself. She did it on purpose. She wanted to see if Lin Chen could really control his temper now, unlike the past. And Lin Chen didn't disappoint her. After taking a shower, he went back to his room to sleep. The next morning, Lin Chen took 5,000 yuan and went to the market early to buy fabric. There was no wholesale market for this kind of fabric in the town, and if he bought it at the mall, the price would be much higher. But this didn't bother Lin Chen at all. He drove Zhang Sa's tractor directly to a fabric factory. After some bargaining, he bought 350 meters of fine-spun cotton fabric at a price of 7 yuan per meter, as well as matching accessories such as zippers and thread spools. These items filled the tractor to the brim. Back at the town's tailor shop, Yu Meiling and Qinlan were also busy. Yu Meiling had good organizational skills and had recruited more than 20 old women, including Zhang Sa, for a total of 27 women. To earn 5 yuan in wages, they brought their sewing machines from home. The courtyard was filled with sewing machines, and half of the courtyard was filled with fabric. At first, these women were chattering and making a mess, but soon Lin Chen's management skills came in handy. He stood in the middle of the courtyard and said loudly, "All right, stop making a fuss. Listen to me. You are responsible for operating the sewing machines. You don't need to worry about cutting the fabric. Yu Meiling will tell you how to sew. You will earn 5 yuan for a day's work, and if you work overtime at night, you will earn an extra 5 yuan. Lunch will be provided for the day's shift, with meat and vegetables. If you work overtime at night, you will also be provided with a meal. But let me make it clear, no one can cheat me. I will inspect the finished clothes, and if they are not up to standard, you won't get paid." At this moment, Zhang Sa spoke up. She gave Lin Chen a sidelong glance and thought it was ridiculous that this waste could be a boss. She then said sarcastically, "We have food, drinks, and money here. What about the men at home? No one is cooking, those damn dogs might as well starve to death. We can work here, but we need to bring food for the men and children at home." It seemed like everyone was speaking their minds. Everyone started to clamor. "Zhang's right, I have a husband and 3 kids at home. If no one cooks, we'll all starve. I have my in-laws at home, and I have to cook for the whole family. Lin Chen, you're making a lot of money now, so this shouldn't be a problem for you." Qinlan couldn't take it anymore. She immediately said, "That's not the point. We're paid 5 yuan a day, more than the workers in the city. Providing meals is to meet the deadline. It's fine for you to eat here, but bringing your family to eat, what's that? Besides, you all have several mouths to feed, we can't afford that." At this point, a disheveled old woman couldn't take it anymore. "Then we won't work. It's not worth making the whole family unhappy just to earn a little money. That's right, why don't you give us an extra 2 yuan each? We'll work for 7 yuan a day. 2 yuan is enough to buy a meal for the family." Yu Meiling thought these old women were going too far. she said with a hint of anger. Sisters, we all agreed on 5 yuan a day before we came. Now you want more money, isn't that unreasonable? Lin Chen is paying us well because we all live in the same town, and he's providing meals. Even the factories in the city don't treat their workers this well. Zhang didn't care about that and continued, You Meiling, if you think that way, why don't you go find work in the city? Why beg us to work? We don't want to work either. If it were someone else, we might consider it, but with Lin Chen, I don't trust him. After working all day, we might not even get paid, then we'll have to come to you for the money, right? Lin Chen thought it was normal for them to make such demands. They were all uneducated and inexperienced old women, only thinking about those little things. But he couldn't let these old women take advantage of him. Otherwise, who knows what other demands they might come up with later. Lin Chen smiled and said calmly, Listen to me, the rules cannot be changed. If you want to work, then work. If you don't want to work, you can leave now. Don't think I'm just putting on airs. Let's be clear, I hired you because of you Meiling's face, and secondly, because you can operate a sewing machine. If you think I can't do this without you, then you're underestimating me, Lin Chen. It's not hard to find someone else to do the job. With 5 yuan in wages and meals provided, everyone will be fighting to come. I won't dawdle, this is the deal. If you want to work, then work. If not, then find somewhere else, I'll hire someone else. With that, Lin Chen took out 200 yuan and gave it to Qin Lan in front of everyone. Wife, this is your wages, whoever works for us, give it to them. At first, everyone was a little uncertain because of what Lin Chen had said, but when they saw the money, they were completely swayed. 200 yuan was not enough for a meal in Lin Chen's previous life. But in this era, 200 yuan was a tempting fortune. Who wouldn't want to put the money in their own pocket? At this point, an old woman said, 5 yuan is better than nothing at home. I'll work. With her leading the way, the other old women also compromised and agreed to work. Qi Lan and Yu Meiling looked at Lin Chen with special admiration. It had to be Lin Chen. With just a few words, he had managed to settle this group of old women. Who else could do that? Now that the price had been settled, they quickly got to work. Lin Chen first cut out a set of samples for each size, and then let Qin Lan and Yu Meiling handle the bulk cutting. Qin Lan is very talented. After a few cuts, she became proficient in her movements. The sewing machine started to pedal continuously. To Lin Chen, the sound of the gears rubbing against each other was the sound of wealth rolling in. She made more than 10 sets in a day. Yu Meiling was a little anxious and pulled Lin Chen aside, whispering, It's a bit slow to do it this way. Should I find a few more people to help tomorrow? Lin Chen looked at the materials in front of him, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he calmly said, No need. The speed will pick up soon. Give them some confidence. It's already good for the first day. Seeing Lin Chen and Yu Meiling whispering, Qin Lan felt uneasy. So she also came over and said, Lin Chen, you should be out of school. Go pick her up and buy some groceries on your way home. Lin Chen immediately went to the school. By now, Yu had already been let out of school, but she was standing at the store's entrance, peering into the store's television with curiosity and delight. At that moment, a group of classmates came to tease Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan, you're peeking at the TV. Shame on you. However, Lin Ruyan glared fiercely at her classmates who were teasing her. Your family doesn't have a TV either. What right do you have to make fun of me? Her classmate proudly said, But my family has a tape recorder. My dad said that we'll buy a TV and a color TV for the new year. Your family can't afford anything. That's right, Lin Ruyan, your dad is a gambler and always beats your mom and you. You can't afford a TV. These words were like needles poking at the most painful nerve in Lin Ruyan's heart, filling her eyes with anger and humiliation. She didn't want to talk to her classmates anymore and turned to leave, but she happened to see Lin Chen. Lin Ruyan didn't even want to talk to him and was about to leave with her head down. But Lin Chen grabbed her. Lin Ruyan felt embarrassed and struggled hard, growling, Let go of me. Lin Chen then smiled and said, My dear, Dad is going to take you to buy a color TV and a tape recorder. You can pick the one you like. If you don't go with Dad, how can Dad buy it? Lin Ruyan was stunned. But she thought that Lin Chen's money must have been won from gambling, so she didn't want it. She struggled and tried to leave. Lin Chen had long seen the heavy burden in the child's heart. He simply picked up Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan pounded Lin Chen with all her might. Let go of me. Don't hold me. Let go of me. But Lin Chen still smiled and said, Baby, Dad knows you hate me, but Dad swears that every penny I have now is earned by me and Mom. If you don't believe Dad, do you still not believe Mom? It was my fault for treating you like that before, but you have to give Dad a chance to prove that Dad loves you, right? Lin Ruyan pouted in grievance and suddenly hugged Lin Chen tightly. A child's heart is pure, and her hatred is due to Lin Chen's past guilt. Her sense of touch is also because Lin Chen is her father. Lin Chen had never spoken so kindly and gently to her before. Since she was sensible, Lin Chen had never hugged her. Lin Ruyan always remembered the time when Qin Lan went back to the countryside to borrow grain and was not at home. She asked Lin Chen for 2 cents to buy a pencil, but Lin Chen tore her school bag and books. He even scolded her fiercely, "You little brat, what's the use of studying? In the future, you'll just marry and have children, serve men, and roll over for me. Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death." But now, Lin Chen was so gentle. Lin Ruyan even felt her father's warm embrace for the first time. This made her deeply wounded heart finally warm up a lot. Lin Chen then carried Lin Ruyan into the store, and those classmates were curious, peering through the store's glass window. Upon entering the state-owned store, Lin Chen immediately set his eyes on the 21-inch color TV. "How much is this TV?" The waitress sitting behind the counter, cracking sunflower seeds, said listlessly, "This is a display model, not for sale. Even if you want to buy, we don't have any in stock." That was the attitude of the waitstaff in those days. They had no sense of competition or business awareness. With a monthly salary of 20 or 30 yuan, it didn't matter if they worked or not. As for the television, it was normal not to sell it. In those days, a television set was an absolute luxury item, especially a color TV. Only extremely well-off families could afford it at the time. Even households with an annual income of 10,000 yuan didn't consider it. In the entire town, the number of households with black and white TVs was few, and there were no households with color TVs. Even if there were, no one could afford to buy them. Fortunately, the town was relatively close to the city, so you could still see a display model. In other towns, you couldn't even see that. So, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. Things are static, but people are dynamic. In any era, money can buy everything. So Lin Chen immediately asked Lin Ruyan, "Darling, tell Daddy, do you like this?" Of course, Lin Ruyan liked it, because it was something she had never even thought about. Lin Chen then smiled at the waitress and said, "Miss, the child likes this TV. Can we figure something out? We can spend a little more money." The 30-something waitress blushed when she was called Miss. This kind of address from 50 years later was indeed very avant-garde, and even a bit roguish, but she was definitely flattered. The waitress gave Lin Chen a coquettish look and then said with a smile, "I'm not refusing to sell it to you. This is a display model placed here for advertising by the city store. You can go to the city tomorrow to buy it, they have it in stock there." Lin Ruyan's classmates who were just there to watch the excitement would look down on her again if she didn't buy the TV now. They definitely had to buy the TV today. And the waitress wasn't difficult to talk to. Lin Chen then took out 20 yuan and said with a smile, "The child is eager to watch. Miss, think of a way. This is a token of appreciation. Buy some sunflower seeds for the miss to eat." The waitress was overjoyed at this unexpected windfall. Her monthly salary was only 20 yuan. Lin Chen's gesture was equivalent to her entire month's salary. Not to mention buying a TV, she wouldn't hesitate to sleep with Lin Chen. Afraid of being seen by others, she immediately pocketed the money and warmly said, "If the child wants to watch, we have to figure something out. Wait a moment, I'll go make a call to ask the store manager. I'll talk to him." With that, the waitress picked up the phone on the table and skillfully dialed a number. Because at that time, the phone wasn't a keypad, it was a rotary dial. "Manager, a relative of mine has taken a liking to the 21-inch color TV and wants to buy it for the child. They're really close relatives. Can you sell it to them first, and then you can bring another one over later?" "Yes, they're really close relatives. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you." Okay, thank you, manager." After hanging up the phone, the waitress turned to Lin Chen and said with a smile, "Alright, 1,580 yuan, pay and you can take it away." 1,580 yuan was several years' worth of wages for an ordinary worker. But for Lin Chen, it was just a small amount of money. He immediately handed over 1,580 yuan to the waitress. With Lin Chen's generosity, the waitress's attitude changed. She even turned on the TV, taught Lin Chen how to use it, and helped pack it up. Lin Chen then pointed to a dual cassette recorder on the counter and said with a smile, "How much is this selling for?" The waitress replied with a smile, "This is a pure original imported dual cassette recorder, 570 yuan each. If you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you together. They are all display models, and the quality is absolutely good. I'll also give you 2 boxes of popular music cassette tapes." "Alright, pack it up." Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all. The waitress was quite shocked. Today, she had truly encountered a big spender. The dual cassette recorder was something countless people came to see, but few could afford to buy. Not to mention the color TV, even in the city, there were not many people who could afford it. This time, he bought 2 items. He was really wealthy. Lin Chen's most concern now is Lin Ruyan. To make up for the past, he is willing to spend as much money as necessary. After buying a TV and a recorder, Lin Ruyan was very happy. She even looked at her classmates outside the store with a proud sneer. The classmates no longer spoke ill of Lin Ruyan and followed Lin Chen back home. Even the neighbors were shocked and envious to see Lin Chen carrying the TV and recorder. Lin Chen put the TV on the table and said, "No matter how much it costs, if Ruyan likes it, we'll buy it." Isn't earning money for spending? Although there were only 3 channels at that time, Qianlan also liked the TV. In that era, TV and recorders were the only entertainment. Lin Chen bought the TV not only for Ruyan's pleasure, but also to watch the news and trigger more memories from his past life. He suddenly thought of a rare money-making opportunity in Hui City. He had to seize this opportunity to accumulate capital for future development. As he turned to call Ruyan, he was shocked to see the crowded scene behind him. The yard was full of people, and even the walls were covered with people. Lin Ruyan, however, was quietly doing her homework in the room, undisturbed by the commotion outside. Lin Chen liked this about her. He walked into the room and asked her what she wanted to eat, but she declined, saying she had plenty of snacks and needed to finish her homework. Lin Chen was relieved that the probability of her being disturbed had decreased. At this time, Qianlan had already prepared dinner. "Lin Chen, you really shouldn't have bought a TV. Look at those people. Letting them watch not only wastes electricity, but also disturbs the children studying. If you don't let them watch, they'll gossip." However, Lin Chen smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We'll be moving to the city soon anyway. How many people in this town will we really get to know?" Qianlan was taken aback. "Moving to the city? What's wrong with here? The food and drinks are cheap. Where will we live in the city?" Lin Chen explained softly, "Of course, we'll live in an apartment. In the future, my business will be developed in the city, and there will be more opportunities there. There's not much development here. We'll just come here to change our mood." Qianlan suddenly felt that Lin Chen's mindset had become broader. As long as he was truly doing business, she would definitely support him. Lin Chen then asked, "By the tailor shop, are there any overtime hours?" Qianlan shook her head and said helplessly, "There are no overtime hours. It's not time yet. They've all gone home to cook and even took the leftover food from lunch home to eat." These women were just like this. Moreover, they were just doing guerrilla warfare now. They didn't have enough funds to start a factory. Without a factory, there were no rules, no management. They could only deal with it like this for now. When they accumulated enough funds, they could really go all out. The people in the yard didn't seem tired at all. It wasn't until 10 o'clock, when there were no more TV programs, that they all went back to their own homes. They didn't even say thank you, as if it was expected. Qianlan didn't want to let them watch like this anymore. It really disturbed their lives. So she and Lin Chen moved the TV into the house and decided not to bring it out to watch anymore. Lin Chen just smiled. Qianlan's current mindset hadn't fully opened up yet. When she became a world-renowned person in the future, she would think how ridiculous she was now. Meanwhile, in a remote house in the town, Qianman Song, Yang Tuxing, and a large group of gamblers were conspiring to cheat Xian Jinxing out of his money. Xian Jinxing wasn't really a gambler. At most, he occasionally played mahjong with others for entertainment. But today, he was brought to the gambling den to play big. Qianman Song dealt the cards, letting Xian Jinxing win a few rounds first to give him a taste of victory. Xian Jinxing really thought he was lucky. Excitedly, he said, "It's nothing. I won over 20 in just a few rounds. I wonder how Lin Chen lost his money. Isn't that foolish?" Qianman Song sneered, "Who knows? Lin Chen plays the same as us, but he never wins. You can't underestimate this game. You win money when you play, but he can't." While speaking, Yang Tuxing signaled to Qianman Song. Qianman Song immediately started dealing the cards. After that, Xian Jinxing started losing interest. He lost 9 out of 10 rounds. Not only did he lose all the money he won, but he also lost the $10 or so he brought with him. Xian Jinxing could afford to lose, and he chuckled, "I'm done. Losing $12 is not worth it." Qianman Song immediately stopped him. "We're having fun playing. What's the big deal about money? I have it here. You can keep playing. Your luck might turn around and you'll win it all back." Xian Jinxing thought about it and felt that losing $10 or $8 wasn't a big deal, so he stayed to continue playing. The next morning, Lin Chen went to the tailor shop, and they were already busy. 5 yuan a day was still motivating. Lin Chen looked at their handiwork and was very satisfied. He continued to work with everyone. Meanwhile, Xian Jinxing, with his eyes half closed, walked dazedly to Sun Danian's house when he found his own door locked. Yang Tuxing's harsh words were still echoing in his ears. "Listen to me, if you don't bring the money tonight, after losing $750, I'll make sure you regret it." Qianman Song also said coldly, if you don't have money, you can use your sister to accompany our brothers for 2 nights. You don't need to give the money. It's written in black and white now. Go find your sister and get the money. Shin Jinxing knocked on Sun Danian's door. Sun Danian, who was planing wood, immediately put down the planer and opened the door to invite Shin Jinxing in. Brother, why are you here so early? You look listless. Didn't sleep well last night? Shin Jinxing took the cigarette from Sun Danian and took 2 deep puffs. Danian, give me 1,000 yuan, I need it urgently. Oh, 1,000? Sun Danian's face immediately turned bitter. Brother, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but I really don't have it. The money I have is all invested in wood. I can only take out 100 yuan at most now. What do you need 1,000 yuan for? Shin Jinxing's gloomy and lonely eyes sank and he said coldly, do you want to marry my sister? Sun Danian had always dreamed of marrying Qinlan, so there was no need to ask. Shin Jinxing was also forced and couldn't let Sun Danian off cheaply, not to mention Shenman Song and Yang Tushing. So he continued, Danian, you prepare a dowry of 1,000 yuan for me now, and I will let my sister marry you tomorrow. Sun Danian was in a dilemma. Brother, it's not that I don't want to marry Lan, but I really can't come up with 1,000 yuan. It's not a small amount. I can come up with 100, but 1,000 is a large sum. Can you give me a few days to think of a solution? Shin Jinxing didn't have time for him, and Shenman Song and Yang Tushing wouldn't give him a few days either. He said discontentedly, why are you so indecisive? If you want to marry my sister, you must prepare the money before sunset today, otherwise we won't mention it again in the future. Sun Danian anxiously smoked. This was an opportunity that he had to seize. After thinking it over, Sun Danian slapped his thigh and said, okay, I'll go to my relative's house to gather the money. You wait for me at home. Shin Jinxing didn't say anything and went straight into the house to sleep. At noon, Shin Jinxing went to Lin Chen's house again and found the door still locked. He angrily kicked the door, which startled the neighbor, Uncle Lauchi. Isn't this Jinxing? Are you here to watch TV too? There's no program during the day. Watch TV? Where's the TV? Shin Jinxing looked at Uncle Lauchi in confusion. Lin Chen and his wife bought a TV. They just bought a big color TV yesterday. We all saw it. A big color TV? Shin Jinxing was instantly shocked. Where did they get the money to buy a color TV? A color TV costs over 1,000 yuan. Did they strike it rich? He asked, Uncle Lauchi, do you know where my sister went? Uncle Lauchi took a puff of his dry tobacco pouch and smiled. The couple are at the tailor's shop. Go there and find them. Without saying a word, Shin Jinxing immediately went to the tailor's shop. When he saw the bustling scene, he was even more surprised. Brother, when did you come? Shin Lan smiled and came to the door. She was eager to share her joy about Lin Chen with Shin Jinxing. But Shin Jinxing frowned and said unhappily, what are you doing here? Lin Chen got a tailoring job in the city, making uniforms for a hotel. We are making clothes here. Lin Chen can work now. Shin Jinxing glanced at Lin Chen, who was cutting fabric, with the same disdainful attitude. His tone was full of contempt. He got a job? Who knows what bad ideas he's thinking of again. A leopard can't change its spots. Do you still expect him to strike it rich? I heard you bought a color TV. Where did the money come from? Shin Lan's good mood was also suppressed by Shin Jinxing's attitude. Brother, you can't look at Lin Chen with the same old eyes. He has changed a lot now. But Shin Jinxing, as if hearing a fairy tale, coldly snorted, he can change? You just don't believe anything I say. The money for the TV must have been taken from someone else. You say he can make money, even the dog I raise can make money. Don't say anything to me. I'm here today to tell you that you two will get divorced this afternoon, and tomorrow you will marry Sun Danian. I've already arranged the dowry from Sun Danian's side. I am your brother, I have to pull you out of the fire. I can't bear to see you suffer. Fortunately, the sound of the sewing machine was quite loud, and Lin Chen did not hear this, otherwise he would have been furious. Shin Lan was afraid that Lin Chen would hear, so she quickly pushed Shin Jinxing out of the door. Brother, don't force me. It's impossible for me to marry Sun Danian, and I won't leave Lin Chen. Now that Lin Chen has learned well, we will live our own lives. Please don't interfere with me, okay? No. Shin Jinxing's face was full of stubborn anger, frowning and saying, you are my sister, so I have to take care of you. If I ask you to marry Sun Danian, you have to marry him. Otherwise, you won't be my sister, and I won't be your brother. We won't know each other in the future. Shin Lan stomped her foot in anger. No matter what Shin Jinxing said, he did not agree, and he did not even give Lin Chen a chance. Also in anger, Shin Lan coldly said, if not, then not. Don't come to my house in the future. I don't need you as my brother. With that, Shin Lan pushed Shin Jinxing hard and ran back to the tailor shop. Angry, Shin Jinxing's eyes were askew, gritting his teeth. At this moment, Lin Chen saw Qin Lan pouting and running into the tailor shop, and he was especially angry, venting his anger on the fabric. He immediately put down the work in his hand and hurried over to ask what had happened. After listening to Qin Lan's account, Lin Chen laughed on the spot. "I'm in this state, and you're still laughing? I'm laughing at your brother. This guy is trying his best to match you with Sun Danian, as if he won't be able to rest in peace if you don't marry Sun Danian. He's too persistent." Qin Lan was so annoyed by Lin Chen that most of her anger dissipated. At this moment, Qin Jinxing pushed open the door of the tailor shop again, pointed at Lin Chen, and said coldly, "You, come out, I have something to say to you." Qin Lan wanted to stop him, but Lin Chen said with a smile, "You go and take care of your wife. It's nothing, I promise we won't fight." Of course, if they were to fight, Qin Jinxing wouldn't stand a chance. In the alley, the midday sun cast the shadows of the two people. Qin Jinxing wanted to smoke, but his pockets were empty, which made him even more agitated. Even his tone was filled with intense anger. "Lin Chen, I don't care what you want to do now, I just want you to leave my sister alone. Since she's been with you, she hasn't had a good day. If you're a man, leave her. If you stay by her side, you'll only drag her down. What else can you give her?" Lin Chen remained calm and smiled lightly. This was the character he had developed after experiencing countless hardships in life. He wouldn't easily get angry. He said softly, "You're out of cigarettes, right? Calm down first, I'll go buy you a pack of cigarettes." Qin Jinxing angrily said, "I don't need you to be nice to me. Just leave my sister alone. People have faces, trees have bark, don't show me that face of yours." Lin Chen chuckled and said disdainfully, "No matter what I've done in the past, I've always treated you as my own brother. Swear on your conscience, do you really think Lan will be happy marrying Sun Danian? Do you think Lan would willingly marry Sun Danian? If that's the case, I think I don't need to say anything, Lan will marry him on her own. Today, I'll tell you this, if Lan agrees, I won't say anything, but if anyone forces her, don't blame me for being rude. No one should try to break up my family, otherwise I'll fight them to the end. You won't be able to do anything, I respect you as my brother, so don't push it. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Jinxing's angry face twisted. He said angrily, "Are you going to kill me? Are you so capable now? Dare to talk to me like this? Today I also leave my words here. If you don't divorce my sister today, I will kill you. If you don't kill me, I will kill you." Lin Chen was not angry. Instead, he said very casually, "There's no need to say such heavy words. We'll see when the time comes. Anyway, it's up to Lan. If she agrees, I have no objection. I'm still busy making money, so I won't waste time talking to you." Continuing to talk to Qin Jinxing was just a waste of time. Ignorant and uneducated. Qin Jinxing was full of anger, like the heavy door slamming shut, making him tremble and see stars. He could only sit on the stone at the door, calming the anger in his heart. If Lin Chen didn't agree, Qin Lan would not agree to divorce either. What about the 1,000 yuan that Qin Lan couldn't marry Sun Danian? So Qin Jinxing thought of an idea. Just then, the restaurant in town came to deliver food. Qin Jinxing looked at the large pot of rice, the large pot of stewed chicken with potatoes, and the large pot of braised pork, making his stomach growl with hunger. Lin Chen came out to carry the food and saw Qin Jinxing salivating. He laughed and said, "Why don't we eat this working meal together?" Qin Jinxing didn't say anything, picked up a bowl, filled it with rice and meat, and ate it ravenously. Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing. A person's dignity cannot beat their hunger. Qin Lan saw Qin Jinxing choking and patted his chest, then brought him a bowl of water. Qin Jinxing snatched the bowl and drank it all in one gulp, wiped the oil stains from his mouth, and said heavily, "Sister, don't blame me for being so heartless to you. Since you plan to stay with Lin Chen, it's fine. Give me 1,000 yuan to see if he really cares about you, and to see if he has the ability to give you a good life. If you can't come up with this 1,000 yuan, you will have to divorce him today." When Lin Chen heard this, he felt that Qin Jinxing seemed a bit off. 1,000 yuan? In those days, it was enough to marry a decent wife. And Qin Jinxing was a farmer who probably had never seen so much money in his life. What did he want this money for? Without thinking, Qin Lan directly refused. "Don't even think about it. We don't have that money. 1,000 yuan, you have the nerve to ask for it. Eat and drink your fill and leave, don't come bother me in the future." With that, Qin Lan snatched the bowl, pulled Lin Chen into the house, and closed the door. Lin Chen didn't say anything either, but he always felt that something was off about Qin Jinxing. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and Qin Jinxing came to Sun Danian's house again. However, Sun Danian only took out 200 yuan. "Brother, I've asked all my relatives, and I've only managed to scrape together 200 yuan. I still have 150 in my hand. If you need it urgently, you can take it first, and I'll think of a way to get the rest for you." 350 yuan was placed heavily in front of Qin Jinxing. What else could Qin Jinxing say? Sun Danian was known to be stingy, so giving him 350 yuan was already quite considerate. Although it wasn't enough to repay the money in full, he could use it to gamble again and maybe win back what he had lost. Alright, 350 it is. I'll take this money first, and you hurry up and gather the rest. Sun Danian looked at the 350 yuan in distress as Qin Jinxing pocketed it, as if he couldn't bear to part with it, and asked, "Brother, what did Lan say?" "Once you've gathered the money, I'll naturally talk to my sister. You go ahead and be busy, we'll talk later." Qin Jinxing was in a hurry to make a profit, so he hung up the phone and ran out of the courtyard, leaving Sun Danian behind, thinking that he could live with Qin Lan now, and he was so happy that he jumped up. At this moment, Lin Chen came to pick up Lin Ruyan. Lin Ruyan was particularly happy today. As they walked, a classmate begged, "Wanyu, my mom asked me to take the back door with you tonight to watch TV at your house and save us a good spot." Another classmate also shouted, "Wanyu, this is the candy I bought for you to eat, and save us a good spot too." However, Wanyu did not take the candy, just smiled and said, "You guys go ahead, my dad is coming to pick me up." The phrase "my dad is coming to pick me up" stunned Lin Chen on the spot. A warm current instantly passed through his heart, stirring his eyes and causing a sharp, tingling pain. In his 2 lifetimes of memories, he had never heard Lin Ruyan call him dad. Pulling out her oxygen tube was particularly skillful. Excited, Lin Chen picked up Lin Ruyan and planted a kiss on her chubby little face, making her squirm from the tickling sensation. Don't, Lin Ruyan kept saying. Lin Chen, with tears in his eyes, said, "Call me dad again." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ruyan blushed and called out, "Dad." Lin Chen's tears instantly welled up. They were so scalding, so hot. He owed this child a lifetime of happiness. In this lifetime, he would make her happy and content every day. He would never let her think about pulling out her oxygen tube again. For this promise, Lin Chen directly carried Lin Ruyan into the supply and marketing cooperative, buying whatever she wanted. Lin Chen was happy, buying pig's head meat and braised pork elbow. He even made an exception to buy 2 bottles of beer and 5 bottles of soda. But when Lin Ruyan saw Lin Chen buying alcohol, the smile on her face immediately disappeared. "Why did you buy alcohol again?" Lin Chen was first stunned, then lightly pinched her nose and said, "Don't worry, Dad won't drink alone. Mom and Dad will drink together. Let's celebrate, and then we can all have a toast. You and your little brother can have soda, and we'll all raise our glasses together, okay?" Lin Ruyan was half believing. After all, the trauma in her young heart was not so easily healed. When they returned home, there were already people waiting to watch TV at the door. Lin Chen smiled and said, "You don't have to be here so early. The TV program doesn't start until 7. Let's eat first." These people were so enthusiastic that Lin Chen couldn't refuse. Xin Lan had just finished cooking the rice and, seeing that Lin Chen had bought so much food and beer, her expression was similar to Lin Ruyan's. She even said guardedly, "Why did you buy alcohol again? Didn't you say you wouldn't drink anymore?" Lin Chen knew she was afraid of him drinking, afraid of him reverting to his old self. So he chuckled and said, "It's beer, and I won't drink it alone. We'll drink it together, 1 bottle each. I'm especially happy today." Lin Chen then leaned in close to Lin Ruyan's ear and whispered, "One, you called me dad, and my heart." Speaking of this, Lin Chen's eyes became moist again. Seeing Lin Chen's excited appearance, Qin Lan also felt uneasy. Wan Yu had never called him dad since she was sensible. This was indeed a moment worth celebrating. So she immediately wiped the corner of Lin Chen's eye and said, "Look at you, that's enough. Go wash your hands and eat. I'll have a drink with you." As this family happily ate, Qin Jinxing had already lost 350, but he still wanted to continue playing. However, Xian Man Sang sneered and said, "What do you have to play with?" Xian Man Song signaled to Yang Tuxing. Yang Tuxing coldly snorted and said, "Man Song, don't be like that. Jinxing and I have been playing together since we were kids. Give him some money." Xian Man Song blinked his sly eyes and said discontentedly, "He already owes me 1,500. Can he afford to pay it back? That's the price of a color TV." But Qin Jinxing just kept smoking in frustration. He felt like he was playing for his life. He had only wanted to play a little, but now he had lost so much, almost 2,000. Where could he get so much money? But Yang Tuxing disdainfully said, 1,500, so what? If you gamble, you won't lose. Maybe Jinxing's luck will turn around. Give him another 1,000 and let him make a comeback. Qin Jinxing seemed to be possessed. He felt that Yang Tuxing's words were right. After all, he had already lost so much, and another 1,000 wouldn't make much of a difference. He gritted his teeth, stomped out the cigarette butt, and loudly said, "Bring the money, I want to keep playing." Xian Man Sung chuckled and said, "Alright, I'll give face to Yang Gu and give you another 1,000. Come on, let's continue playing. At the same time, Lin Chen and his family raised their glasses together. Lin Chen joyfully said, "My dear wife, my dear two treasures, I have let you down in the past, but from now on, I will give you the best life and make you the happiest and most fortunate people in the world. Cheers." Xinlan also raised her glass and said happily, "Good, come on, babies, cheers with daddy." Such an atmosphere had never been experienced in this family before. At this moment, they could finally experience what happiness and fortune truly meant. Good food, good drink, and a harmonious family, that was happiness, that was a good life. Just as the family was happily eating, someone outside the door shouted, "Lin Chen, can you open the door and let us watch TV? Ji Gong is about to start." Xinlan said unhappily, "Ignore them, they come to watch TV every day and disturb our lives." Despite her words, they still moved the TV to the courtyard. As soon as the door opened, dozens of people rushed into the courtyard, as if they were fighting for seats in a movie theater, all wanting to occupy a favorable position. Lin Chen was afraid they would fall and kept shouting, "Don't push, be careful." But they couldn't be stopped, and in the blink of an eye, the courtyard was packed with people. They watched their show, while Lin Chen's side continued to eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, those people whispered to each other, "Look at what they're eating, pork head meat, elbow, they must have struck it rich." That's right, Lin Chen now makes work uniforms for the hotels in the city and makes a lot of money. I heard that too. Now he earns 5 yuan a day, hiring more than 20 old ladies to operate sewing machines. Who would have thought that the former gambling addict could now make so much money? When the theme song of the TV drama started, everyone immediately quieted down and stared at the TV. At this moment, Xinlan's face was flushed from drinking, but she looked even more beautiful and delicate. Lin Chen's blood was boiling, and if it weren't for the people outside, he would have wanted to kiss her. Just as everything was peaceful, the door was suddenly kicked heavily. Yang Tuxing and Xianman Song followed, pushing Qin Jinxing, who was tied up, into the courtyard. Yang Tuxing loudly and arrogantly shouted, "Lin Chen, Xinlan, come out." This shout drew everyone's attention. Seeing the bruised and swollen Qin Jinxing, they all quickly moved aside. Xinlan immediately ran out of the room, nervously shouting, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Yang Tuxing, what do you want to do?" she shouted as she went to untie him. Xianman Song smirked and said, "Sister, we didn't want this either, but your brother Qin Jinxing lost 5,000 yuan to me, and now we've come to collect the money." "What?" Xinlan was shocked and took several steps back. If it weren't for Lin Chen's timely support, she would have fallen. 5,000 yuan. Not to mention Xinlan and Lin Chen, even the surrounding neighbors were shocked. 5,000 yuan could buy a wife, build a small house, and still have some left over. Qin Jinxing's audacity was too great. He was just a farmer, how could he dare to gamble so much? At this moment, Qin Jinxing just hung his head, as if resigned to his fate. He had lost, and he accepted it. But Xinlan couldn't accept it. Angered, she shouted hoarsely, "Brother, you're being reckless, how could you gamble with them? Are you out of your mind? How am I supposed to take care of you?" Lin Chen also stared coldly at Xianman Song and Yang Tuxing. It was clear they had set up Qin Jinxing. So, he remained silent, waiting to see what they would say. Yang Tuxing seemed eager to see the Lin family in ruins, and smugly said, "Lin Chen, he's your elder uncle. You're quite wealthy now, aren't you? You've bought a color TV and a tape recorder, and you're making and selling clothes. This 5,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem for you. Moreover, Qin Jinxing has clearly stated that if you can't produce this money, his sister, your wife Xinlan, will have to pay at a rate of 50 yuan per day until the 5,000 yuan is paid off, and only then can she return." Before Lin Chen could speak, Xinlan slapped Qin Jinxing hard across the face. "You beast, I'm your own sister, how could you do this?" This slap not only didn't wake up Qin Jinxing, but it also made him hate Lin Chen even more. He angrily said, "If you had married Sun Danian in the first place, would you still be unable to come up with 5,000 yuan? Blame Lin Chen for your incompetence." This statement even earned Qin Jinxing disapproving glances from the neighbors. Lin Chen was naturally very angry, but being angry wouldn't solve the problem. It would be best to shut them up completely and make them leave with their tails between their legs. Thinking this, Lin Chen gently patted Xinlan's back, telling her not to be too angry, but his gaze was like a sharp blade, cutting into the faces of Yang Tuxing and the others. He coldly said, "I know exactly what kind of people you are. You know why Qin Jinxing lost so much money. Since we've come to this, don't play these tricks with me. Just say it directly. What do you want?" Yang Tuxing wished he could crush Lin Chen to vent his anger. He viciously said, "You know, we don't want anything. We'll accept the outcome of the bet. Either give us 5,000 yuan, or let Xinlan accompany us, or crawl under my father's pants and kowtow 100 times. If I'm pleased, I'll give you a few days." Lin Chen just sneered disdainfully. I won't choose any of those options. This is gambling. Since that's the case, I'll make a public bet with you. Since Qin Jinxing lost money at the gambling table, I'll win it back for him. Let's play mahjong. One game will decide the outcome. If I lose, I'll give you 5,000 yuan. If you lose, release her immediately, and the 5,000 yuan will cancel out. Dare to play? Yang Tuxing thought it over. Is Lin Chen crazy? It's 3 against 1, how could he possibly lose? Unless a miracle happens, he's bound to lose. So Yang Tuxing boldly said, fine, today I'll make you accept defeat. Bring out the mahjong. Lin Chen was waiting for him to say that. Why did he choose mahjong? To make Yang Tuxing think that it's 3 against 1 and that they're guaranteed to win. That's why he didn't hesitate to agree. Once they start playing mahjong, they'll see how foolish their decision was. Lin Chen's confidence came from his past life. He often played mahjong with high-ranking officials and had even hired a mahjong expert to learn the skills. He could beat Yang Tuxing and the others. Qin Lan worriedly tried to stop Lin Chen. Don't play with them, okay? Let's just forget about it, okay? But Lin Chen confidently smiled and said, he's my brother, no matter what, I have to deal with it. Don't worry, wife, I won't lose. Later, you'll sit by my side and watch how I teach them a lesson. Since that was the case, Qin Lan couldn't say anything else, and could only glare angrily at Qin Jinxing. Lin Chen turned and said, Uncle Seven, lend me your mahjong set. Uncle Seven immediately said, I'll go get it for you. This scene was much more exciting than watching TV. Everyone wanted to know if Lin Chen could win back his dignity. If he lost, what would he do? The mahjong was quickly brought over. Lin Chen, Xian Monson, Yang Tuxing, and a gambling enthusiast were sitting around the table. While shuffling the cards, the three of them were exchanging meaningful glances. Lin Chen just smiled and remained calm as he arranged the tiles. Despite the dozens of eyes fixed on the table, Lin Chen skillfully arranged the tiles he wanted without anyone noticing. When it was time to roll the dice, Yang Tuxing picked them up to roll. Lin Chen immediately said, What, do you want to be the dealer? Did you ask for my consent? I'm sitting in the east position, so I should be the dealer. Let's discuss this, am I right? Lao Qi was the first to speak up. Lin Chen is right. According to the rules of mahjong, the dealer should be the one sitting in the east position, and the dice should be rolled by Lin Chen. Yang Tuxing didn't mind and even laughed recklessly. If you're willing to be the dealer, then go ahead. I want to see how you can win against the three of us. With that, Yang Tuxing handed the dice to Lin Chen. Lin Chen just chuckled and skillfully rolled the dice, which landed on the table with a stable 5 points. Seeing this result, Lin Chen said, 5 points, I can win without drawing any tiles. It looks like being the dealer is not bad. With that, the four of them began to draw tiles in turn. At this point, some people in the background started whispering, this is clearly a 3 against 1 game. Lin Chen has no chance of winning. I think so too. With 3 people, even if any one of them wins, Lin Chen will lose. I don't even want to watch. What's the point of playing this game? Just then, Lin Chen skillfully arranged the tiles in his hand. When the people behind Lin Chen saw the tiles in his hand, they were all shocked. Not only were they all of the same suit, but it was also a heavenly hand, a hand that can be won without drawing any additional tiles. The probability of getting a heavenly hand is 1 in a million. However, Lin Chen's hand was exactly that 1 in a million heavenly hand. Qin Lan, who didn't understand mahjong, also thought that the tiles in Lin Chen's hand looked particularly good, all of them being 10,000 tiles. At this time, Yang Tuxing and the others also arranged the tiles in their hands. Xian Monson smiled and said, Chuanzi, we can't go easy on you today. After all, that's 5,000 yuan. Lin Chen just smiled calmly and said, it's just 5,000 yuan. What's the big deal? By the way, I'll win without drawing any tiles. With that, Lin Chen covered his tiles. Sorry, everyone. A heavenly hand. This move left Xian Monson and Yang Tuxing stunned. They even felt a buzzing in their heads. What was going on? How could a heavenly hand be drawn without even drawing a single tile at the beginning of the game? Are you kidding? How could such a good hand be possible? Xian Monsong's smile froze on his face. He had been playing mahjong for so many years and had never encountered a heavenly hand. It would take extraordinary luck to get such a hand. Yang Tuxing couldn't contain his anger and said fiercely, Are you playing tricks on me? A heavenly hand? Why don't you just get a heavenly win? Lin Chen just chuckled and said, Hey, don't say that. Maybe my luck is really good today, and I can really get a heavenly win. This angered Yang Tuxing, who gritted his teeth and said disdainfully, If you can get a heavenly win, I'll crawl under your pants. Xian Monson also said, The possibility of a heavenly win is 1 in a million. I don't believe your luck is that good. You're the dealer, so draw a tile first. If you really get a heavenly win, I won't just give up the 5,000 yuan, I'll give you my fish pond. I won't go back on my word in front of the neighbors. The crowd also eagerly discussed, if he got a heavenly hand, maybe he can really get a heavenly win. It's impossible. A heavenly win requires such a rare combination of tiles. I'm not looking down on Lin Chen, but I don't think his luck is that good. I also think it's unlikely. I've never even seen a heavenly hand before. Lin Chen didn't have much confidence in his heart. After arranging the tiles, he had to draw a tile from the tiles in front of Qian Man-song, his neighbor. He wanted to win with the 369 characters, and although the probability of winning by self-drawing was relatively high, the probability of a heavenly hand was truly 1 in a million. It all depended on whether the heavens would favor him. Thinking of this, Lin Chen casually drew a tile. This tile made everyone present's heart race and held their breath. Before revealing the tile, Lin Chen blind drew the tile's face. This was a skill that every mahjong player had. It didn't require looking, you could tell just by feeling. As Lin Chen's fingers lightly brushed the tile's face, everyone's gaze focused on his hand. However, Lin Chen just smiled helplessly and said, "You're right, it's really difficult to get a heavenly hand." Hearing Lin Chen say this, Yang Tuxing felt smug. He glared at Lin Chen with disdain and said, "I told you it's impossible for you to get a heavenly hand. Do you really think you're a gambling god?" Everyone felt a bit disappointed. If Lin Chen had really gotten a heavenly hand, it would have been amazing. But how could a heavenly hand be so easily obtained? It would take extraordinary luck to get one. Just then, Lin Chen turned and looked gently at the anxious Qinlan, and said with a smile, "Wife, do you want me to win?" There was no need to ask. Qinlan wished for nothing more than for Lin Chen to win against those people and kick them out of the yard. So, Qinlan nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, of course." Lin Chen then said, "Then I'll listen to my wife and win this round." With that, Lin Chen slammed the tiles in his hand onto the table. Everyone anxiously looked at the tile. It was the 6 of characters. Lin Chen then turned over the other tiles and calmly said, "Sorry, everyone. All the same suit, 369 characters, ready hand, heavenly hand." Yang Tuxing and Qian Man-song were shocked and dumbfounded. At that moment, it was as if a grenade had exploded in their minds, causing a sharp pain throughout their bodies. They couldn't understand how this was possible. A ready hand and a heavenly hand. They didn't even have a chance to draw a tile, and Lin Chen had already won. In the past, Lin Chen had never won against them in gambling. Was he possessed by a gambling god today? The crowd was ecstatic. Wow, it's really a heavenly hand, so amazing. I've been playing mahjong for over 10 years, and I've seen a ready hand, but this is the first time I've seen a heavenly hand. It's so thrilling. If you don't believe in fate, you won't see it. Look, even the heavens are on Lin Chen's side. It serves Yang Tuxing and Qian Man-song right for losing. They must have done something wrong. Lin Chen then placed the tiles in the middle of the table. Instead of being excited and thrilled about getting a heavenly hand, he still had a playful smile on his face. Although it's difficult to get a heavenly hand, I still managed to get one. It's a bit embarrassing. Qian Man-song still couldn't believe it. They say that 9 out of 10 gamblers cheat, and Lin Chen must have used some trick. Otherwise, how could he have gotten a ready hand, a heavenly hand? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't accept it. Qian Man-song gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Chen, you must have cheated or tampered with the tiles. I don't believe your luck could be this good." Yang Tuxing, taking advantage of the situation, also pointed at Lin Chen and cursed, "So you cheated, this game doesn't count." Lin Chen thought these two were shameless. They had the nerve to accuse him of cheating? Lin Chen then coldly said, "You can eat a meal messily, but you can't speak carelessly. So many people are watching us play. Who saw me cheat? If you can't handle losing, then don't play. You're only allowed to win money from others, but others aren't allowed to win from you? The money my uncle lost wasn't won by you through cheating? Willing to gamble and lose, is this just a fart from your mouth, and now you don't want to admit it?" A few words left them speechless. Uncle Seven followed, saying, "Lin Chen is right. We all heard you say that the outcome of the game was decided, and we didn't see Lin Chen play any tricks. Do you dare not admit it?" Everyone started to clamor. Not only because they were helping Lin Chen, but also because they were already dissatisfied with Yang Tuxing and Qian Man-song. These two had swindled money from them many times, and now it was time to vent their anger. Seeing the momentum shifting towards Lin Chen, Yang Tuxing and Qian Man-song couldn't help but accept it. If they continued to be stubborn, they wouldn't be able to stay in town. Qian Man-song gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Fine, we are willing to gamble and lose. Xin Jinxing's 5,000 yuan, consider it settled, we're leaving." Letting them leave like this? Dream on. Lin Chen coldly said, "Wait, you said it's settled, then it's settled. Who said they lost and had to crawl through their pants and give money to the fish pond?" Everyone joined in the uproar. Yes, crawl through the pants, give to the fish pond, that's what you said. Willing to gamble and lose, you have to follow through. Hurry up and crawl through the pants. Yang Tuxing and Qian Monsong were furious, their blood vessels bulging on their foreheads. They regretted deeply. If they had known that Lin Chen's luck was so good, why did they bet on crawling through the pants and giving money to the fish pond? Wasn't that shooting themselves in the foot? Now they were in a difficult position. But Lin Chen didn't care about these bets at all. He didn't want to crawl through the pants, nor did he want their fish pond. He just wanted his eldest uncle to get back the money he had lost to them. Qin Jinxing, who had been feeling guilty and regretful, finally found the courage to speak up. I lost a total of 400 yuan to them. Compared to the humiliation and the fish pond worth thousands, 400 yuan seemed insignificant. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. So, Qian Monsong quickly put 400 yuan on the table and, amidst the laughter of the crowd, left in embarrassment with Yang Tuxing. Everyone admired Lin Chen. Their previous impression of him had completely changed. Qin Jinxing was now even more ashamed. To give him a way out, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Brother, take the money and buy some melon seeds and soda for everyone, and buy some cake for Uncle Seven. We shouldn't use other people's things for free." "Alright, I'll go now." Qin Jinxing felt much relieved. As long as he didn't lose face in front of others, he was fine. Everyone was happy to have a TV to watch and soda to drink, especially Uncle Seven, who said, "Neighbors don't need this." But speaking of which, Xiaochuan, you played the cards well today. It was satisfying to watch. Those two scoundrels deserved to be taught a lesson, so they wouldn't swindle people everywhere. But Lin Chen didn't think so. Yang Tuxing and Qian Monsong would definitely not swallow this humiliation. They would surely come up with other ways to retaliate. But there was nothing to fear. Qin Jinxing, being a straightforward person, bought melon seeds, peanuts, sugar cubes, and soda. He also bought a bottle of baijiu, wanting to thank Lin Chen properly. Even Qin Lan wanted Lin Chen to have a drink with Qin Jinxing, but Lin Chen refused, saying, "I won't drink, and there's no need to say anything. Brother, you've been taking care of Lan for these years. After Lan's parents passed away, you've been supporting us. So, what I'm doing today is just what I should do. We are family." Qin Jinxing was moved to tears and felt even more guilty towards Lin Chen. He had always thought that Lin Chen was useless, but it turned out that this person he had always looked down upon had saved him at a critical moment. He downed the whole cup of baijiu in one gulp. The burning sensation in his throat made his face turn red. "Chuanko, I'm sorry for what I did to you guys. I shouldn't have been trying to break you up all this time. Today, I understand in my heart that with Lan by your side, you can have a good life. I won't try to break you up anymore." Even Qin Lan cried. Lin Chen finally gained Qin Jinxing's approval, and it wasn't easy. Only she knew in her heart. "Brother, don't drink anymore, have some food, then go to sleep. Lin Chen and I will have better days ahead. When we earn more money, we will definitely find a wife for you." Qin Jinxing wiped his tears and smiled. "Okay, I believe in you." Lin Chen was also happy in her heart. Isn't life better this way? At the same time, in a small restaurant in town, Yang Tuxing angrily drank a glass of wine and cursed, "Today is so damn frustrating. I wanted to teach Lin Chen a lesson, but he ended up teaching me a lesson." Qian Monsong's face was dark, and he said coldly, "I can't swallow this anger either. Who does Lin Chen think he is, daring to teach me a lesson? If I don't get back at him, I'm not Qian Monsong." Yang Tuxing knew that Qian Monsong had many tricks up his sleeve. He asked in a low voice, "What do you have in mind?" Qian Monsong, full of hatred in his eyes, said coldly, "You'll see when the time comes." The next day at noon, Lin Chen counted the completed clothes, exactly 37 sets. At this rate, completing the order was not a problem. Lin Chen then picked out a set of clothes that would fit Shi Xiaolei's figure and went to the city. Shi Xiaolei had helped him, so he had to repay her. He couldn't just take the money and disappear. At this moment, Shi Xiaolei was having lunch with the hotel general manager, Wang Kaixia, in a restaurant. Wang Kaixia had a few glasses of white wine, and his square face was slightly flushed. His cold and arrogant eyes now held a hint of tenderness towards Shi Xiaolei. "Xiaolei, I've been busy with the project lately and haven't asked how your work at the hotel is going. Are you enjoying it?" Shi Xiaolei gently put down her chopsticks and elegantly took a sip of tea. She didn't have much emotion towards this middle-aged man who was more than 10 years older than her, so her tone was more like reporting on her work. "It's okay. It's just that everyone thinks I became the deputy general manager because of you. I'm just doing my own job now, and I don't want to and can't manage anything else." Wang Kaixia laughed. He liked Shi Xiaolei's aloofness. Compared to the shrew at home, she was much better. He comforted her, "They are jealous of your ability at work. Besides, there's still a lot for you to learn in business management. I will continue to use you in the future. But my son said that you spent over 10,000 yuan on some work clothes for a man, and that man didn't even have a letter of introduction. If he's a scammer, then you've been fooled, right? Lin Xiaolei couldn't help but think of Lin Chen's face. No matter how she thought about it, she didn't think he was a scammer. So, from the bottom of her heart, she retorted, if he really is a scammer, I will compensate you for the loss. Isn't that enough? Wang Kaizha shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not talking about the money. Besides, 18,000 yuan is nothing to me. I just want to remind you to be careful in the future, especially in distinguishing people. I'm willing to spend as much money as you need, and I want you to fully grasp the management of the hotel. But if others don't respect you, even if I support you, it won't be enough. You know, making you the deputy general manager also puts a lot of pressure on me. As he spoke, Wang Kaizha gently held Shi Xiaolei's hand. Shi Xiaolei felt like she had been electrocuted and quickly pulled her hand back under the table. The disgust and tension in her eyes made her face even colder. Mr. Wang, I'm just here to work for you, let's not talk about anything else. I need to go back to work. She didn't want to continue facing this lecherous middle-aged man, so she picked up her backpack and quickly walked out of the restaurant. Wang Kaizha was not angry, he had absolute patience to cultivate this flower. When the flower blooms, he will naturally be able to smell its fragrance. At the company's entrance, Lin Chen greeted Shi Xiaolei with a smile, Manager Shi, I've brought you a sample. Seeing Lin Chen, Shi Xiaolei, who had been in a state of turmoil, finally felt some calmness. For some reason, Shi Xiaolei always felt a different charm from Lin Chen. It even made her unconsciously say, when did you come? Have you eaten? Lin Chen was very fond of her warmth and enthusiasm. This also made him smile and say, I've already eaten, you try this sample first. Lin Chen gave the clothes to Shi Xiaolei. Shi Xiaolei genuinely liked the clothes and even said a little anxiously, okay, come to my office, I'll try them on for you. However, Lin Chen politely refused with a smile, I won't go up, I have some other things to do. When I deliver the goods in a few days, I'll take you out for a meal. For some reason, Shi Xiaolei felt a little disappointed, but she also generously said, okay, you go ahead and get busy. Lin Chen bid farewell to Shi Xiaolei and went to the open-air clothing wholesale market in Huisher. The market was large and quiet enough. It was supposed to be a clothing wholesale market, but there were hardly any wholesale clothing stores. It looked just like a flea market. Surprisingly, some stalls even sold vegetables. And the few wholesale clothing stores there were all selling retail, selling some old men's shirts and vests. After looking around for a while, Lin Chen felt that this wholesale market was not bad. Despite the current quiet business, the market's location was excellent. The future investment value was extremely high. However, the city's development had not reached that stage yet, so this provided him with a good opportunity to make money. He would start small and gradually expand. Everything in this wholesale market and its surroundings would belong to him, Lin Chen. Not far from the market entrance, there were a few stalls available for rent. Lin Chen approached and struck up a conversation with the owner. The hot weather made the owner's face look a bit dull. You want to rent a stall? It's cheap. I have a total of 6 stalls, and I built this shed myself. I'll rent them all to you for 500 yuan. Lin Chen just nodded and said, the price is good, I'll think about it. With that, Lin Chen was about to leave, but the owner called out to him. The owner seemed to see a savior and couldn't easily give up on someone interested in renting a stall, mainly because there were too many stalls available for rent outside the market. So, the owner whispered, brother, if you really want to rent, I can give you a discount. 6 stalls, can you give me 400? The key is that my location is good, and there's more foot traffic. There are hardly any people inside. Lin Chen didn't think much of it. Although this era was open in all aspects, the concept of a market economy was non-existent. Everything was just following the crowd. Just like this wholesale market, it was originally built to boost the city's development and enliven the market. But due to the scarcity of resources, the design, production, and even transportation were all imperfect. This led to a good start, but soon, the drawbacks appeared. However, the price of 400 yuan was acceptable. Lin Chen was happy and immediately took out 400 yuan, signing the transfer agreement with the owner. The owner finally managed to rent out the stall. The excitement of counting the money made his hands tremble. How could he have imagined that, because of Lin Chen, this wholesale market would soon develop into the largest fashion wholesale distribution center in the country? The development of the market had long been taking shape in Lin Chen's mind. His first step plan was to take the entire wholesale market into his own hands. However, this required an enormous amount of capital and social resources, among other things. Lin Chen was constantly thinking about this issue on his way home. The small workshop of the tailor shop was simply not enough for his development. In order to integrate production and sales, he first needed his own factory for large-scale production. But considering that he had less than 10,000 yuan in hand, the idea of starting a factory was really far-fetched. Lin Chen also thought about stocks. However, trading stocks was not profitable at the moment, as many people still didn't know what stocks were. Investing funds in the stock market was simply not feasible. At least another year would be needed before the southern stock market could be utilized. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly asked the driver what time it was. The driver smiled and said, "It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon." Fortunately, there was enough time. If he could seize the opportunity to make money this time, the money to start the factory would be secured. When he returned to town, someone urgently told him, "Chuanzi, you should go to the tailor shop and take a look." "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked in surprise. "You'll know when you go and see." The person seemed reluctant to say more. Lin Chen thought it would be better to see for himself. When he returned to the tailor shop, he saw many people gathered there. At the entrance, a middle-aged man with a loud and angry voice was shouting, "No matter what you say, I won't let my wife work here. You guys are sitting here sewing all day, eating and drinking, while us men at home are starving. What kind of situation is this?" Another old man also chimed in, "Whoever wants to work can work. I won't let my daughter-in-law work. My son is not at home, and both my wife and I are not in good health. We can't even have a hot meal or hot water all day, and the money she earns doesn't even get spent on us. I won't let her work here." Another man angrily said, "They say they're making clothes here, but who knows what they're really doing? They're never at home. They say they're making money, but as a man, I'm supposed to support my family with the money she earns?" So it was all about this. Lin Chen felt that these people were a bit short-sighted. They didn't even want to make money. At that moment, Xinlan stood up angrily and said, "Is it their duty to stay at home and serve you all day? If you're so capable, why don't you give your wives 5 yuan a day? Besides, if you let them go back, what will happen to our business? Can't you be less selfish?" The man named Suihua was not happy to hear this and sneered, "What does your business have to do with us? It's not our business. When your family makes money, do we get to eat the pork and big pieces of meat you buy? If you want my wife Suihua to help you, you'll have to pay her 5 yuan more a day, and you'll have to let us come and eat at your place. We'll have to have lunch and dinner with our whole family here." Yu Meiling glared fiercely at the man and said angrily, "Suihua, can't you have some dignity? And you, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just think that we can't do without them, so you're raising the price. Let me tell you, no way, not a single penny more." When the man named Suihua found that reasoning with them was futile, his stubbornness came out, and he immediately said, "If you don't pay more, then we won't work. Suihua, get out of here, and push our sewing machine out too." The women in the yard were all trembling with fear. Especially Suihua, her man was so angry that he was hitting her hard. She immediately took the clothes that hadn't been finished off the sewing machine and tried to leave with the sewing machine. The others also started to pack up the sewing machines. They wanted to make money, but their families didn't understand and didn't accept it. What could they do? Xinlan was worried that if they all left, who would make the clothes? She immediately blocked the door with her body and said, "You can't leave. What are we going to do?" The man named Suihua sneered and angrily said, "Get lost, I want my wife to come home. What right do you have to stop her? Don't think I won't be rude to you." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen's deep and magnetic voice rang out, "You're quite something. I dare you to touch my wife and see what happens." Everyone immediately turned to look at Lin Chen. When the man named Suihua saw Lin Chen's cold gaze, he remembered the day he had beaten young Tuxing and felt a bit nervous. He didn't dare say another word and quickly stepped aside to let Lin Chen pass. Xinlan and Yu Meiling were relieved to see Lin Chen return. As he approached them, his gaze was calm, like still water. He didn't even consider those men. He had no intention of agreeing to their unreasonable demands. He coldly said, "Wife, there's no need to stop them. Tomorrow we will officially recruit contract workers, and I don't want them to earn my money." Seeing Lin Chen's firm attitude, Xinlan also said softly, "All right, they can leave. There's no point in keeping them." The men had originally come to cause trouble and gain some advantage, but they ended up with nothing. Lin Chen's clear and uncompromising attitude left no room for negotiation. If they wanted to leave, they could leave. If they wanted to stay, they could stay. The women gradually left the tailor shop. Some men muttered under their breath, "You come out and then go back in. How foolish. Go back and keep working." Lin Chen knew very well that these uneducated people were only interested in taking advantage. If he agreed to their demands this time, they would soon make even more unreasonable requests. With the capital in his hands, could he let these people take control? Although Lin Chen detested capitalists, their methods were sometimes effective. Most of the women pushed their sewing machines back inside. Suihua also wanted to leave, but Lin Chen stopped her. "Suihua, you should go back. I have enough help here, and there's no need to spend more money hiring people." This put Suehua in a difficult position. She couldn't bear to lose those 5 yuan. She anxiously looked at her husband. He was even more anxious. He had wanted to gain some advantage, but instead of gaining anything, he had given Lin Chen the opportunity to set an example. It was just 5 yuan for a day's work, enough to buy anything. How could he bear to lose that money? He didn't care about saving face anymore and quickly approached Lin Chen, smiling obsequiously. Chuanzi, what are you doing? I was just angry. Let my wife continue working. I absolutely support her. Lin Chen just smiled coldly and said disdainfully, no need. Wife, give Suehua her day's wages, and that's all. Qinlan immediately took out 5 yuan and handed it to Suehua. Suehua was heartbroken and cried, but it was no use. She was not needed. Angry, she scolded her husband, it's all your fault. I said it wouldn't work, but you had to show off. Now you can continue showing off. Her husband felt even more uncomfortable. It's all your fault. I gave you face, but if you don't want it, then forget it. I don't care about letting you work for him. Come home with me. Watching the desolate figure of the couple, the other women's husbands shrunk back and went about their business. At least their wives could continue to earn those 5 yuan. That was already good enough. Lin Chen's move was just right, solving the crisis simply and effectively. Yu Meiling looked at Lin Chen, who was checking the fabric, with great admiration. But when she saw Qin Lan wiping Lin Chen's sweat, the intimate exchange between them made her feel uncomfortable. At that moment, Lin Chen saw that it was time to pick up Wanya from school, so he asked Qin Lan to distribute the wages and they went home. Yu Meiling was in a bad mood and immediately sent the women away. She locked the door of the tailor shop and planned to go home to see her parents and relax. At 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, the road was quiet. Several shadowy figures sneaked up to the tailor shop, cut the lock, and entered one by one. None of them spoke. They took out pre-prepared white wine and poured it all over the storeroom and the sewing machines, then lit matches and threw them. At that moment, Lin Chen was watching TV and chatting with Uncle Lauchi about TV programs. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Oh my god, is that a fire?" Lin Chen turned to see that the tailor shop was on fire. The flames had already turned the sky red. Without hesitation, Lin Chen rushed towards the tailor shop in his slippers. Everyone followed him, running towards the tailor shop. Qinlan held Zhou and pulled Lin Ruyan, locked the door, and ran towards the tailor shop. When Lin Chen arrived at the tailor shop, the fire was burning fiercely, like a demon covered in flames, making crackling sounds. Lin Chen was not thinking about the clothes, but about Yu Meiling. He didn't care. He kicked open the burning door and was about to rush into the fire. Qinlan held him tightly, crying, "Lin Chen, what are you doing? Don't you want to live? Yu Meiling is inside, I have to save her." But with such a big fire, even if someone was inside, they would have burned to death. Lin Chen immediately turned to everyone and shouted, "Hurry, help me put out the fire." Everyone then started looking for buckets. Fortunately, someone went to call the town's fire brigade. It took half an hour of spraying with water hoses to turn the fire into thick smoke, drifting in the dim sky. Lin Chen kept asking the fire brigade to search for Yu Meiling inside. The fire brigade carefully searched the entire site but found no one. Then someone said, "Chuanzi, I saw Yu Meiling tonight. She went home to see her parents. She wasn't at the tailor shop." Lin Chen finally relaxed. As long as no one was hurt, everything else was insignificant. But Qin Lan was heartbroken looking at the ruins. All the finished clothes and fabric worth thousands of dollars were all gone. Not to mention the 20-plus sewing machines in the tailor shop, all destroyed. Even the neighboring houses were also damaged by the fire. Thinking of this, Qin Lan couldn't stop crying. "Lin Chen, nearly 40 sets of clothes, all burned. What are we going to give to the customers?" Lin Chen looked at her with a pained and desperate look, feeling as if needles were piercing his heart. He gently hugged Qin Lan and comforted her, "Don't cry, don't be afraid, it's nothing, I'm here." But to Qin Lan, these words sounded weak and powerless. He was not a god, how could he solve all this? At that moment, Yu Meiling pushed through the crowd and rushed to the ruins. My tailor shop, where are the clothes?" She seemed to have gone mad, rushing into the ruins, but was pulled back by Lin Chen. "Don't think about that, it's gone, we'll make more, I'll help you rebuild the tailor shop." Although he said so, Yu Meiling still cried in pain in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen didn't stop her, knowing that she was the most distressed person at that moment and needed comfort. Even Qin Lan didn't think too much, because she knew how much effort Yu Meiling had put into this business. At that moment, the fire brigade had a basic idea of how the fire started. This was deliberately set on fire, using alcohol as fuel. "We'll leave the rest to you, go talk to the town's security team." After hearing this, Yu Meiling cursed angrily, "Whoever set the fire, if you can't live, just go die, you despicable animal, may lightning strike you dead." However, Lin Chen already knew who had set the fire. It could only be Yang Tushing or Qianman Song. I thought they would retaliate in a different way, but they used such vicious means. Enough is enough. If I tolerate it again this time, it won't be Lin Chen's character. You two animals, just you wait for me. At this time, the neighbors on both sides of the tailor shop couldn't stand it anymore. They all came over with their families. The male neighbor said angrily, "You Myling, your house caught fire and burned down my house. What do you say about that?" The female neighbor followed, "You have to compensate us, otherwise it's not over with you." Yu Myling was angrier than anyone else. It was her tailor shop after all. She said angrily, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the firefighters say that someone deliberately set the fire? If you want compensation, go find the arsonist to compensate you, don't come to me." But the male neighbor didn't listen at all and said in a sinister tone, "If not you, then who? Someone set the fire, and it's you who got burned. Why burn our house? If you didn't provoke others, how could they have set fire to you? In the end, it's all because of you, so you have to compensate." Lin Chen didn't want to listen to their useless arguments. He had to take charge of the situation now. So Lin Chen said calmly, "Compensation should be made. Myling, don't argue with them. I'll take charge. Each family will compensate 200 yuan. Yu Myling objected, "Why should we give them 200 yuan? Each family should give 100 yuan. It's just a few pots of flowers that got burned, why give 200? But Lin Chen still gave 400 yuan to the neighbors. They were all money-minded people. 200 yuan was already a big advantage for them, and their losses could be settled with just 10 or 20 yuan. The two families took the money as a matter of course and then kept quiet. But at this moment, Zhang's wife also stepped out of the crowd and said with a worried look, "Lin Chen, what about our sewing machine? We worked for you, and now all the sewing machines have been burned. You have to compensate us with new ones." Lin Chen didn't refuse to compensate. All the women followed suit and shouted, "Yes, compensate us for our sewing machines, it's a must. You set fire to our house, we don't care, but you can't burn our things. Tomorrow you have to buy the sewing machine back for us." Among the crowd, Suewa's husband finally found something to laugh about and said in a sinister tone, "Today I brought the sewing machine back home, it's like making a profit. I always said that there are some things you can't make money from. This time it's good, all the sewing machines were burned, only ours was saved. That's fate." Lin Chen disdainfully glared at him, not in the mood to deal with him now. He only said to Zhang's wife and the others, "You don't have to worry, I'll buy the sewing machine for you tomorrow." But Zhang's wife sneered and said suspiciously, "You buy it, but with what? Don't just talk, and then not buy it. Who will we go to then?" Lin Chen thought Zhang's wife was so despicable. He asked calmly, "Then what do you suggest? Where can I buy a sewing machine for you now?" Zhang's wife snorted and said with a sneer, "You don't need to buy it, just give us the money and we'll buy it ourselves. The best sewing machines are 125 yuan each. Just give us 125 yuan each, and if you don't give us the money today, we'll follow you home. You have a color TV and a tape recorder, right? We'll take whatever we see, anyway, we can't suffer this loss. When the chips are down, this is human nature. When you have money, they treat you like a god." Now they think Lin Chen is not doing well, and they all put their own interests in the most important position. Qin Lan was so angry that tears filled her eyes. She thought these people were so heartless, but Lin Chen thought it was normal. He had experienced so much in his past life that he was immune to all poisons. He just smiled calmly and said coldly, "Okay, let's do as you say. Come with me to get the money." Lin Chen didn't want to let the crowd watch the show anymore, so he picked up Jojo, took Qin Lan's hand, and walked towards home. Zhang's wife and the others followed closely behind, afraid that Lin Chen would fly away. Qin Lan washed her face with tears, tightly holding Lin Chen's hand, and cried, "Lin Chen, why is our fate so bitter? Just when there was a little hope, it was all burned down by a fire." But Lin Chen said firmly, "I never believe in fate, I only believe in myself. As long as I am willing to work hard, I can definitely create my own destiny. Without experiencing storms, how can we see a rainbow? There is no smooth sailing to success. It's just a preparation for future achievements. There's nothing great about losing a wife and money. I can quickly earn it back." Qin Lan believed in Lin Chen, but she couldn't stop feeling heartbroken. Now it's not just about the money lost. At the same time, at Yang Tushing's house, Yang Tushing, who was drinking with Qian Man-song, was feeling very happy. "Man-song, I have to give you a thumbs up this time. Your move is really ruthless. The fire burns so well. Let's see how arrogant Lin Chen can be now." Qian Man-song shook his head and proudly threw a peanut into his mouth. "Is that all? There are other moves behind. I won't let Lin Chen dominate me. I, Qian Man-song, will turn the tables." Yang Tushing was getting happier as he listened. No matter what Qian Man-song did, as long as it made Lin Chen submit, Late at night, Xin Lan, holding the remaining 3,000 yuan, looked worried, with tears on her dark eyelashes. This little money is not enough to buy fabric, and with this fire, no one will work for us. How can we fulfill the hotel orders? Yu Meiling blamed herself deeply. She sighed, if only I hadn't gone home tonight. It's all my fault. However, Lin Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He opened a bottle of soda and took a sip. Then he burped contentedly and said, "It's good that you came home. Now that the old is burned, I'll build you a new one. Isn't that great?" Yu Meiling glared at him fiercely and complained, "At this time, can you still joke around? Can you be a little more serious?" Lin Chen sneered, "Can frowning solve the problem? We still have 12 days for delivery, which is enough time." But Qinlan said, "How do we solve the fabric issue? And our money is simply not enough. You don't need to worry about the money. I'll handle it. Tomorrow, you two go and contact the workers. Those willing to work will be paid 10 yuan a day, but they must work from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Qinlan was worried that Lin Chen would go gambling again to make money. But Lin Chen didn't say anything, so she had to give in. The next morning, Lin Chen took the 3,000 yuan and went to the city. He went straight to the largest Tongfu gold shop in Huishur. At that time, the scale of the gold shop was not large because there were very few people buying gold. The price of 1 gram of gold was 32 yuan, and countless people hesitated. Especially for well-crafted gold necklaces and rings, it required a very well-off family to allocate a budget for them during weddings. Lin Chen walked into the gold shop, and the boss smiled and said, "Sir, do you want to buy gold jewelry?" Lin Chen then asked with a smile, "What is the current price of gold?" The boss, a very honest middle-aged man with a particularly round face and big ears, squinted and smiled when he spoke. "Now it's based on the international gold price, 32 yuan per gram, sometimes with slight fluctuations, but not significant. The gold price has been very stable this year." Lin Chen nodded slightly and said generously, "How much gold do you have here?" Seeing Lin Chen's generous tone, the boss was happy. It seemed that he had encountered a big buyer today. So the boss smiled somewhat smugly and said, "I currently have about 10 caddies, 5,000 grams. How much do you plan to buy?" Lin Chen blurted out directly, "I'll take it all." "What?" The boss was so shocked that he couldn't even smile. He thought that this extraordinary young man could at most buy 10 or 8 grams, which would already be reaching the ceiling. Even if you are a millionaire, a big boss, you can only buy a dozen grams. In this day and age, not everyone can afford gold. But this young man, he wants to buy it all. Is he trying to make fun of him? The boss licked his nervous lips and said, "Young man, let's not joke around. You can't just come in and buy out my entire gold shop. Be reasonable, don't joke around. How much do you want to buy, and I can give you a cheaper price?" Lin Chen, however, put away his smile and said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. I want to buy 5,000 grams, and you give me the lowest price." The boss's heart was about to jump out of his mouth with nervousness, but he still doubted and said, "Young man, are you in the same business? Otherwise, why would you buy so much gold?" It was a normal thought for him to have. After all, buying 5,000 grams of gold at once, anyone would ask. Lin Chen, however, calmly said, "I'm buying it for someone else. They are going to start a factory and need gold as raw material. Don't ask so much, just give me a fair price." The boss thought about it, and indeed gold could be used as electrical material. It seemed that this big customer today was really bringing him a big business. So he picked up the abacus, carefully adjusted it, and then said, "How about this? I'll sell it to you for 28 yuan per gram, 5,000 grams, that's 140,000. As he said this, the boss was starting to break out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that the person in front of him would find the price unacceptable and lose the business. But Lin Chen remained calm, as if he were a calm lake without any ripples. With this calm and composed demeanor, the boss, who had seen countless people, thought that Lin Chen was someone remarkable. Lin Chen then took out 3,000 yuan and placed it on the table. Then he said calmly, "I don't have that much money with me right now, I have to go to the bank first. Consider this 3,000 as a deposit, let's write a contract, and then I'll take 50 grams of samples first. 2 hours later, we'll make the transaction." The boss had no problem at all. With the deposit paid, this deal was as good as done. The contract was quickly written, the main content being the sale of 5,000 grams of gold to Lin Chen at a price of 28 yuan per gram, and the collection of a 3,000 deposit and 50 grams of samples. Violation of the contract terms would result in a penalty of 50,000 yuan. Then the two signed and stamped the contract, and it became effective. Lin Chen took one copy of the contract and 50 grams of gold, then left the gold shop. He then went straight to the only Western restaurant in Huishur. Because he didn't even have a watch, Lin Chen had to walk faster. He would rather be early than late. There was only that one moment of opportunity, and he had to seize it. When he arrived at the Western restaurant, he first looked at the time on the wall, and fortunately he was 10 minutes early. The waiter at the Western restaurant politely said, "Good afternoon, sir. Do you have a reservation? I'm waiting for someone, just find me a seat, and give me a glass of free water." The waiter immediately led Lin Chen to a window seat. 10 minutes passed quickly, and at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, two people walked in from outside. One was a foreign man, and the other was a female translator. In this day and age, foreigners were not common, and wherever they went, they attracted attention. Fortunately, this was a Western restaurant, and there were usually quite a few foreigners coming to eat. The waiter treated them as he would any other customer. In Lin Chen's past life, this foreigner's name was Brooke, the overseas representative of an American overseas investment company. Today, he was going to make some money from this foreigner by taking advantage of the time difference. After Brooke sat down and had a sip of coffee, Lin Chen seized the opportunity and went straight to him. The sudden appearance of this stranger made Brooke a little wary, but he also smiled and nodded at Lin Chen. He thought that Lin Chen had never seen a foreigner before and had come to visit. The female translator wanted to speak, but Lin Chen directly smiled and said in a very fluent foreign language, "Hello, Mr. Brooke, my name is Lin Chen. Can I borrow 2 minutes of your time to discuss business with you?" As soon as the words fell, the heavily made-up face of the female translator was instantly overwhelmed by shock. Lin Chen's spoken language was better than her as a professional translator, and Brooke thought that someone who spoke a foreign language so well must also have a high status. In that era, there were not many people who could speak a foreign language so well, so this sentence gave Brooke a very good first impression of Lin Chen. Brooke smiled and nodded. "I don't know what business can be discussed in 2 minutes, but I am very interested to hear. Please, have a seat." Lin Chen then sat down gracefully and politely, trying to compress what he wanted to say to the simplest and clearest. So he directly said, "An hour ago, you should have received a message that the international gold price has experienced a significant increase due to certain reasons. The price of gold has soared from 32 to 56 per gram. Your company has instructed you to fully acquire the gold in this city before this news becomes known to us. I currently have 5,000 grams of gold in my hands, and I am willing to sell it to you at 50 per gram. After that, you can continue to purchase the gold here at 32 per gram. This business is beneficial to you." Brooke was shocked, and even the hand holding the coffee trembled. The freckled face was filled with disbelief. Indeed, an hour ago, he had received a transoceanic call from his company instructing him to purchase gold. He furrowed his brow and asked softly, "Mr. Lin Chen, how did you know that I received this order? And how did you know that I was going to purchase gold? And why do you think I will definitely purchase your gold at this price?" Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, "Because you have no choice. If you don't purchase, I will use my influence to instantly raise the price of gold in the entire city to over 56. You can choose not to purchase, but I believe you are not willing to give up this opportunity. You just need to meet my requirements, and I will also help you make money. This is a trade of interests." Lin Chen then continued with a calm smile, "As for how I know all this, it's simple. It's because my profession is trading in international futures. I always keep track of the trends in international gold futures. An hour ago, I also received a call from my international counterpart, but I have gold in no channel. Mr. Brooke, in the past 2 years, you have ridden the wave of our country's opening up and made quite a bit of capital. I have long heard of your name, as one of the few who can make money in our country. So, you should understand what I mean now." Brooke felt that everything Lin Chen said was very reasonable. The only thing he couldn't accept was the price of 50 per gram for his gold. But Brooke was also a well-traveled person, and although he was inwardly shaken, his face quickly calmed down. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lin Chen, I have to say, you are indeed a business talent, but I am unlikely to accept your gold price. If you can consider 35 per gram, I might think about it. What's the point of 35? Brooke hadn't learned anything else, but he had learned the art of bargaining with the Chinese. However, he underestimated Lin Chen's intelligence, and the next thing Lin Chen said completely overwhelmed him. "Mr. Brooke, you still don't understand my meaning, or maybe you haven't calculated your interests. If you insist on purchasing my gold at 35 per gram, then I can only make the price of gold in the entire city be linked to the international gold price, and I believe that you will completely lose the opportunity to gain this benefit. You should know that the speed of news transmission by phone is faster than the news." Of course, Brooke would calculate this benefit. Even if he gives up this city, he won't be able to reach the next city in a short time. After the news is broadcast at 7 o'clock in the evening, he will completely lose the opportunity to make money using the time difference. Compared to the overall interests, Lin Chen's conditions are acceptable. Thinking of this, Brooke smiled. "Mr. Lin Chen, you are the most difficult opponent I have ever met. You even make it impossible for me to refuse. So, shall we make a deal now? Lin Chen also smiled and said calmly, a good opponent means good benefits. I just want to use your channel and make some capital. Since you have no other questions, we can make the deal now. In those days, there was no phone transfer of money or phone payment. The most convenient method was checks. Even bank cards were rare. And for large transactions like tens of thousands, the first thing was to inspect the goods. Lin Chen took Brooke directly to Tongfu Jewelry Store. The boss, seeing Lin Chen bringing a foreigner, looked at him with admiration. A person who could do business with a foreigner must be quite remarkable, right? Lin Chen directly spoke in a foreign language, Mr. Brooke, there are a total of 5,000 grams of gold here. According to the price we agreed on, 50 yuan per gram, the total is 250,000. Seeing that the jewelry store was so formal, Brooke immediately appraised all the gold. Finally, he smiled satisfactorily and said, okay, I will write you a check now. Please pack all the gold. The boss didn't understand a word they said, just stood there with a silly smile on his face. After receiving the check and confirming the amount and authenticity, Lin Chen smiled at the boss and said, pack up all the gold here. No problem. What about the money? Lin Chen shook the check in his hand and said, the money is here. We can go to the bank together later to withdraw it. Then what else is there to say? This business is done quickly. The boss smiled as he packed the gold and awkwardly said to Brooke, foreigner, 3 grams of gold. Brooke frowned helplessly. What is he saying? Lin Chen also couldn't help but laugh and said helplessly, he said you are very good. Brooke did indeed seem very good. After receiving the gold, he warmly shook hands with Lin Chen. I am very glad to have met you, Mr. Lin Chen. I hope we will have more opportunities to meet in the future. I am also very glad to have met you. I believe we will cooperate in the future. In his heart, Lin Chen cursed Brooke as a fool. He extremely hated these overseas capitalists. In his previous life, they had harvested a lot of his profits. In this life, it was his turn to harvest these foreign devils. After seeing off Brooke, Lin Chen immediately took the boss to the bank. He didn't hide anything from the boss and directly said, the boss and I are good friends. To thank me, he also gave me a commission. I have to tell you this. As for your 140,000, I will withdraw it for you now. The boss was also an open-minded person and said with a smile, that's for sure. You have helped me with a big deal. By the way, take this 3,000 yuan back as well. Consider it as a commission from me. In the future, if there are more good deals like this, I will have to ask you to take care of them. Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing, then withdrew the check at the counter. After giving the boss his 140,000, he deposited the remaining 110,000 into his bank book. The boss didn't know how much commission Lin Chen had taken. He was already satisfied with his 140,000. He even wanted to invite Lin Chen for a drink after leaving the bank, but was refused by Lin Chen. With the bank book containing 110,000, Lin Chen went straight home. At this moment, although Qin Lan and Yu Meiling had contacted another group of women who could operate sewing machines, Qin Lan still couldn't be happy. She returned home first, cooked for Zhou, and then sat in the courtyard, sighing. She sighed, why was life always so difficult? Just when there was a glimmer of hope, it was extinguished. Think about how Lin Chen has changed for the better, and life has started to take shape, but it feels like going back to the past. Thinking of this, Qin Lan's eyes became moist again. Just then, the courtyard door creaked, and Sun Danian stuck his head in. Seeing Qin Lan alone, he smiled and said, Lan, I heard the tailor's shop caught fire, so I came to see you. Qin Lan didn't want to bother with him when Lin Chen wasn't home, but Sun Danian entered without being invited. He gently placed the 2 cans he was carrying on the table. I'm worried that you'll get angry, and I'm worried that Lin Chen will come and scold you, so I came to see you. Qin Lan had no intention of talking to him. She simply ignored him. Sun Danian smiled foolishly and sat down on a stool. Seeing Qin Lan's swollen eyes, he felt sorry for her. Jin Shang didn't come? Qin Lan still kept her head down, her beautiful face showing nothing but cold indifference. Seeing that she wouldn't speak, Sun Danian fumbled in his pocket and took out 500 yuan, placing it under the cans. Lan, I know you need money. Take this 500 yuan and spend it. I don't have more, and you know my intentions. If you really don't want to be with Lin Chen now, I can marry you anytime. I'm much better than Lin Chen. Qin Lan looked coldly at Sun Danian and said directly, I don't want to see you. Get out. Sun Danian felt helpless. He couldn't understand why Qin Lan was so devoted to Lin Chen, who was so unremarkable. He didn't have the courage to provoke Qin Lan, so he slowly got up to leave. But Qin Lan coldly said, take your things back. I don't want them. Sun Danian, who was originally weak, now gathered some courage. Lon, I know you're in a difficult situation. Keep this money for yourself. Buy something for the child. You can pay me back when you have the means. This made Lon so angry that she threw the money at Sun Danian. It hit him like a hard brick, making him tremble. This also brought out the anger that Sun Danian had been suppressing for years. He angrily said, Lon, don't you understand my feelings? What's so good about Lin Chen? He hits and scolds you all the time. Do you really like being hit and scolded by him? Lon glared angrily and said without hesitation, yes, I like being hit and scolded by him. He's my man, and I like it. Don't even think about it. Even if all the men in the world were dead, I wouldn't choose you. Give up on me. Sun Danian felt that his dignity had been torn to shreds by Lan's coldness. He was also a man, and he couldn't understand why Lan despised him so much. This contradiction and confusion entangled his rationality, making his eyes burn with anger. He said in the most malicious tone, yes, when your Lin Chen dies, you can die with him. Your whole family can die with him. Lan was completely irrational with anger and picked up a small stool to hit Sun Danian. Sun Danian, seeing that Lan was really angry, was scared and ran away. As he ran, he cursed, go ahead and hit me. When Lin Chen dies, let's see who will want you. You can be a widow then. Lan chased after him, shouting angrily, I'll beat you to death first, you beast. Just then, Lin Chen, who had just arrived at the door, heard Lan shout and hurriedly pushed the door. Sun Danian happened to run into the door, not expecting Lin Chen to open it. He bent over, and his head hit the door without hesitation. Bang! This collision made the door frame tremble. Sun Danian felt dizzy and fell to the ground, saying in a daze, why didn't you knock on the door? With that, he lay on the ground in a daze. Lin Chen saw Lan holding a stool, with a face full of grievance and anger. He quickly stepped over Sun Danian and snatched the stool from Lan's hand. Wife, calm down. Did Sun Danian bully you? Take a break and let me handle it. Lan was afraid that Lin Chen would hurt Sun Danian again, so she said, look at that coward, would he dare to bully me? If you don't come back, I'll beat him to death myself. Lin Chen laughed. Wife, you're amazing, you can even beat up Sun Danian by yourself. At this time, Sun Danian struggled to get up and said in panic, your wife is fierce, hitting me with a stool. I have to go back to make furniture. With that, he left, holding a big red bump on his forehead, looking mournful. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Lan couldn't help but laugh. But the thought of the many difficulties made her smile disappear without a trace. Worries crept onto her brow. Didn't you say you were going to make money? Why did you come back so soon? Did you make any money? Lin Chen didn't give her the bank book at first, and pretended to say with a serious face, I did make some money, but not much. Lan was truly impressed by his acting. She felt even more heartache for Lin Chen, knowing that he was also anxious. She forced a smile and comforted him, don't worry, as long as you're okay, we can slowly make money. Whatever difficulties we face, I'll support you. Have you eaten? I'll make you some food. Lin Chen was deeply moved, and tears welled up in his eyes. Just as Lan turned around, Lin Chen suddenly pulled her back and kissed her. Startled by the sudden passionate kiss, Lan was a little flustered. But for some reason, this kiss gradually made her feel the same as when she was in love with Lin Chen years ago. It was sweet and filled with fantasies of a bright future. After experiencing years of bitterness and despair, Lin Chen finally returned to his former self. Thinking about the hardships they had endured, tears rolled down like glistening pearls. For Lan, it was only a few years, but for Lin Chen, this kiss had been anticipated for a whole 50 years, spanning 2 lifetimes. He had found back the most precious love and affection from the past. Their tears mixed with burning longing and the belief in enduring hardships together, gently soothing their passionate hearts until they were breathless, and then they reluctantly and sweetly pulled apart. At this moment, Lan, like the young girl she once was, blushed shyly. Especially with the hint of annoyance and joy in her eyes, Lin Chen couldn't help but love her even more. So he imprinted another warm kiss on Lan's forehead. Just then, Lin Ruyan, who had returned from school, pushed open the door and saw the two of them embracing. She covered her mouth and laughed. Don't be shy. Lin Chen pushed Lan away and laughed. What's there to be shy about? I'm your dad, she's your mom, it's all very normal. Come here, my precious daughter, let dad hug you too. With that, Lin Chen went to hug Lin Ruyan. No, no. Lin Ruyan laughed and ran around. Lin Chen chased after her, and the laughter of the father and daughter made Lan both cry and laugh. But she was very happy in her heart. In the past, if Lin Chen had experienced these things, he would definitely have taken it out on them, either by hitting or scolding. However, the present Lin Chen was so magnanimous and patient, even after enduring such great difficulties, he could still be so optimistic. He had truly changed a lot. At that moment, Lin Chen successfully hugged Lin Ruyan. He kissed her on the cheek and said with a smile, "Today is Sunday, no classes in the afternoon, right?" Lin Ruyan nodded with a smile. "Good, let's go. Dad will take you to the city, we'll eat out and go shopping. Whatever you like, we'll buy it. Dad made money today." The smile on Qin Lan's face instantly disappeared. "We don't have the money to eat out or go shopping. With that 3,000 yuan, we don't even have enough to buy materials." But Lin Chen just smiled and said, "Come on, back to the room. I'll show you something." With that, Lin Chen took Qin Lan's hand and led her back to the room. When Qin Lan was full of doubts, Lin Chen took out a bank book and gave it to her. "This is the money I earned today." Qin Lan was surprised to take the red bank book that she had seen but never owned before. When she saw the long string of numbers in the bank book, she was instantly shocked. For Qin Lan, who had struggled in poverty for years, the feeling that the string of numbers gave her was not just shock, but even fear. A whole 110,000. That number was like a comet hitting the earth, causing an extremely intense shock in her heart. For an ordinary worker in an era where the monthly salary was 30 yuan, 110,000 was an astronomical figure. It even completely surpassed the concept of being a millionaire. But Qin Lan was still extremely frightened and asked, "Lin Chen, where did this money come from?" Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, "It's definitely not obtained through illegal means. I earned it with my abilities." However, Qin Lan did not believe him. The clothing order she received from the hotel had already exceeded her imagination, but she could still accept it. But to earn 110,000 in just one morning, how could it be possible to make money so quickly in this world? "I don't believe it, tell me the truth. Where did this money come from?" Lin Chen didn't want to hide it from her, but he also couldn't tell her the whole truth, that he earned it based on memories from his previous life. So he slowly said, "I earned this money by acting as a middleman. I met a foreigner by chance today, and he wanted to buy gold. So I helped him find a gold seller, and then I earned the price difference by buying low and selling high. This is the contract I signed with Tongfu Jewelry Store." After speaking, Lin Chen handed the contract to Qin Lan. Qin Lan took it and carefully examined it, finding no mistakes. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Qin Lan suddenly hugged him tightly. She couldn't contain her excitement, joy, and surprise. Even while hugging Lin Chen, she was so happy that she was jumping and shouting like a child. "Great, great, we have money now, we are truly millionaires now." Overwhelmed with joy, Qin Lan kissed Lin Chen's face all over. Afraid that it was a dream, she looked at the bank book again and again, crying and laughing each time. Lin Chen was afraid that she would get too excited and faint again. He hurriedly said, "Wife, calm down. We will earn more money in the future. Hurry up and change your clothes. Let's take the children to the city and have a good time this afternoon." Qin Lan nodded vigorously. She immediately changed into the dress she had never been willing to wear, and the family of four happily went to the city. It was an incredibly happy afternoon. They not only took the children to the amusement park they had always wanted to go to, but also went to the mall to buy many clothes and shoes for Qin Lan and the children. After that, Lin Chen took Qin Lan to buy 2 watches worth over 4,000 each. He had originally planned to buy a gold necklace and a gold ring for Qin Lan, but after visiting several gold shops, he couldn't find any. Brooke had almost bought up half the city's gold. Lin Chen just smiled knowingly. Brooke thought he was making money, but in reality, the more he bought, the more he would lose in the end. After that, they found a restaurant and had a delicious meal before returning to the town in high spirits. Yu Meiling, who hadn't eaten all day, was pacing anxiously in front of her house. When she saw the family of 4 coming back with laughter and carrying bags, she was so angry that she stomped her feet. "You still have the leisure and money to go shopping. How can you be so carefree?" Lin Chen, however, said nonchalantly, "What's the rush? Let's talk inside." When Qin Lan opened the door with the key, Yu Meiling saw the watch she was wearing. In those days, being able to afford a watch was even rarer than having a television at home. If a family had 2 good watches for a wedding, it was a great honor. It was basically a super luxury item that only high-ranking officials and dignitaries could afford. However, Qin Lan and Lin Chen each had one. This made Yu Meiling so angry that when she entered the courtyard, she asked coldly, "Lin Chen, did you spend a lot of money on the watches?" Lin Chen casually replied as he put the things on the table, "Just over 4,000. "Over 4,000, and just?" Yu Meiling was so angry that her face was about to cry. "Lin Chen, if you have money, why don't you go buy fabric? Don't you want to fulfill the hotel orders? And what about my tailoring shop? You just let it sit there like that? What do you want to do?" Qin Lan felt that Yu Meiling was too anxious, so she opened a bottle of soda for her and said with a smile, "Meiling, don't worry, sit down and rest for a while." But Yu Meiling was not in the mood to rest. Inadvertently, she saw the new stylish high heels that Qin Lan was wearing, which made her even angrier. She took the soda and threw it heavily on the ground, shattering it. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She cried, "Why am I in such a hurry with you? For whom? I haven't even eaten all day, and I've been contacting workers everywhere for you. But you're eating and spending money on this and that? What do you take me for?" On the other hand, Lin Chen still didn't care and turned on the TV, just in time for the news. Yu Meiling wanted to shout, but Lin Chen turned to her and gestured for her to be quiet, saying softly, "Don't worry for now, wife, go prepare something for her to eat, I'll watch this news first." At that moment, the news anchor said, affected by the world gold futures, the world gold price continues to rise, and has now broken through the major level of 56 yuan per gram. However, at the close of the trading day, the price continued to fall, and by the time this news was broadcast, the gold price had fallen to 35 yuan per gram. When Lin Chen saw this, a knowing smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, the owner of Tongfu Jewelry Store, who saw this news, wiped his sweat. Suddenly, he understood why Lin Chen had helped that foreigner buy gold. Understanding this, the owner also laughed heartily and said to himself, well done, Lin Chen, you are a talent." Meanwhile, at a certain hotel, Brooke received a call from a US company and sighed helplessly. The damn gold price had cost him hundreds of thousands. Just the time difference in buying from Lin Chen had cost him 110,000. But now, this opportunity was just a game played by those capitalists. Blame it on those capitalists, no one else. Blame their own greed. Now the most important thing was to figure out how to sell that gold. At this moment, Lin Chen smiled and said to Yu Meiling, "I'm planning to take over a clothing factory in the city. I'll go study the prices tomorrow." Yu Meiling felt like Lin Chen had thrown her into a whirlpool of ice and fire, leaving her somewhat dumbfounded. What surprised her even more was, "Where did you get the money to take over a clothing factory?" Lin Chen and Qin Lan exchanged a smile. "You don't need to worry about the money, just wait for my good news tomorrow." Seeing the two of them being secretive, Yu Meiling didn't want to ask any more, lest she get angry watching them being affectionate. The next morning, Lin Chen arrived at the front of a clothing factory in the city called Guyu Clothing Manufacturing. It was called a factory, but it was just a few rows of bungalows, a courtyard of 1,000 square meters, and a two-story building. Lin Chen chose this clothing factory because the owner, Guyu, had turned into a gambler as soon as he had some money. According to his memories from his past life, Guyu would jump off the building the next night because he lost the factory. So this clothing factory, which had not been open for 3 months, was basically in a state of abandonment. Lin Chen smoothly met the boss of the clothing factory. The middle-aged Guyu, who was black-eyed, dispirited, and indulged in gambling, smoking, and drinking day and night, did not recognize Lin Chen at all. He was slightly impatient when Lin Chen disturbed his sleep and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Chen was too lazy to waste words on him. "I'm here to talk business. Can we go inside?" Upon hearing about business, Guyu reluctantly perked up and invited Lin Chen in. However, the sight of the office filled with bottles and cigarette butts, along with the decadent smell, made Lin Chen want to leave immediately. Guyu finally found a half box of cigarettes and lit one. But Lin Chen refused his offer and said, "Boss Gu, let's cut to the chase. I'll give you 30,000 yuan to buy your factory. Are you in or not?" Guyu was initially stunned, then sneered, 30,000? Buy my factory? Are you drunk or am I? I have no intention of selling my factory. The business is doing exceptionally well, and I have plenty of orders. Why should I sell it to you? Lin Chen coldly snorted and said, "I came with sincerity. I don't have time for idle talk. You may fool others, but not me. You're on the verge of losing everything. They offered you 20,000, but I'm offering 30,000. If you don't sell to me, do you want to lose it all?" Guyu furrowed his brows. He was shocked that Lin Chen knew about his gambling problem. Although he had never met this person, it seemed like he knew him well. Despite this, Guyu firmly said, "You're right, but I won't sell for 30,000. I invested 200,000 here, and all the equipment is new. Even though the workers are on vacation, I can call them back immediately. I might consider selling for 100,000. Lin Chen snorted and stood up. "Then there's no need to talk. You can wait for someone else to offer 20,000. Despite the factory's good condition, without orders, design and development, sales channels, it was useless. Even 30,000 was generous. If Lin Chen didn't see potential in the location, he wouldn't even take it for free. As Lin Chen was about to leave, Guyu became anxious. He would regret missing this opportunity. Just as Lin Chen reached the door, Guyu stopped him. 50,000, let's sign the agreement now. 35,000, not a penny more. Lin Chen's attitude was resolute. He had already figured out Guyu's mindset, a skill he had honed through countless experiences in the business world. Everyone has weaknesses, it's about whether you can exploit them. What are human weaknesses? Greed, self-interest, and so on. Guyu's weakness was his gambling. He wanted to recoup his losses and gamble again. He was eager to get the money, and Lin Chen was the one who could give it to him. It was like selling something. The more desperate you are to sell, the less likely you are to get a good price. Guyu was firmly in Lin Chen's grasp. Eventually, they signed the transfer contract for 35,000. When Lin Chen handed over the money to Guyu, everything in the clothing factory belonged to Lin Chen. When Lin Chen returned to the factory, a series of plans and arrangements unfolded. The few remaining employees already knew that Guyu had sold the factory to this young man. As Lin Chen returned to the factory, the workers gathered around him. From their expressions, Lin Chen knew what they wanted to know. So Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't overthink it, everyone. Although I have bought this factory, it is still a clothing factory. We are just changing the name. Please help me inform the other workers to come to work tomorrow." Finally, everyone's worries were put to rest. This is a private enterprise, and the boss's word is law. But this new boss had no airs and spoke very down to earth. Working under such a boss was a pleasure. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at a middle-aged man with an honest face and asked, "What is your surname?" The man quickly and sincerely replied, "My surname is Zhao, and my name is Zhao Sudian. I am the maintenance worker in the factory. Zhao, please show me around the factory first. The others can go and inform the other workers to report to work tomorrow." Under Zhao Suetian's guidance, Lin Chen toured the entire factory. There were 60 sewing machines in the factory, with 20 in each workshop. There were 50 skilled workers, 2 equipment maintenance technicians, and 2 clothing designers. There was also a 500 square meter warehouse. The 2-story building had a total of 12 rooms, with 6 rooms on the first floor for design and sample display, and the second floor was the office. There was also a telephone and other equipment. When Zhao Sudian led Lin Chen to the sample display room, he complained, "Manager Lin, this factory has been open for more than 2 months, but we have only produced some seat cushions. The boss is a gambler and a spendthrift. He only paid us 1 month's salary and then let us take a break. We all have families to support. How can this work?" Lin Chen understood what Zhao Sudian was trying to express and said with a smile, "Don't worry, with me, you will definitely have enough to eat." Although Zhao Sudian smiled and agreed on the surface, he didn't have much confidence in this young boss. In the afternoon, Lin Chen went back to town and brought Qin Lan and Yu Meiling to the factory. When Qin Lan and Yu Meiling found out that Lin Chen had bought the clothing factory for only 35,000, they were astonished. They suddenly felt that Lin Chen was incredibly lucky. Qin Lan was very excited. As she touched the brand new sewing machines, her face lit up like a blooming flower. She had never dreamed that they would own such a large factory, and Lin Chen had become the boss of this clothing factory. It all felt miraculous. Diligent Qin Lan didn't wander around like Yu Meiling, but quietly cleaned Lin Chen's office. Everything here was now their own. Even a chair, she wanted to clean it thoroughly. But Lin Chen pulled her into another room and said with a smile, "Cleaning is not your job. From now on, you will be the financial accountant here, and later you will become my financial director. Every penny I earn will be managed by you." Qin Lan nervously shook her head. "No, I can't. I only have a high school education and don't understand finance at all." But Lin Chen firmly said, "I can teach you. Do you want to hand our money over to someone else?" That was definitely not an option. So, Qin Lan agreed to Lin Chen's arrangement. Yu Meiling also came to the office at this time, unable to contain her excitement, and said, "With the production capacity here, we can make 151 sets of clothes in less than 2 days. Lin Chen, you are now a big boss. Can you arrange a position for me?" Lin Chen had already thought about this. He calmly said, "You will be the sales department manager from now on." "Really? I'm a big manager now." Lin Chen knew that Yu Meiling would be happy because in those days, sales was a particularly coveted profession. Knowing many people and having a wide social circle, as well as holding scarce goods and materials, wherever she goes, there are people treating her and giving gifts. The key is that Yu Meiling is young and beautiful, and has an outgoing personality. It is most suitable for her to do this. Of course, Lin Chen's considerations are particularly long-term. While he is happy, he can also think of some difficulties and problems behind it. The factory is in Huishur, and it takes 2 hours to travel back and forth from the town. Wanyu is still attending school in the town. It takes a lot of time and energy to travel back and forth every day. So Lin Chen decided to find a place to live near the factory first. It's best to be close to the school. He doesn't need to personally look for it. Tomorrow when the workers report, he can ask them and find out. So Qin Lan looked at the time and hurriedly said, "I have to hurry back to cook for the children. Since the factory is not attractive, let's go back to the town first." At the same time, Chen Montson also arrived in Huishur. He went directly to the hotel and was seen by Director Sun. Seeing this guy sneaky, like a thief, Director Sun asked, What are you doing here? What are you looking at? Xian Montsong saw Director Sun's momentum and knew he was not an ordinary person. So he approached and said with a smile, "Hello, comrade, I just want to report a situation. Did you ask someone named Lin Chen to make work clothes for you?" Director Sun certainly remembered this and asked, "What's the situation?" Xian Montsong frowned and said, "You've been deceived. That Lin Chen is a gambler. He can't make any clothes at all. He just found a few old women to make some clothes. The night before last, he lost money gambling, drank too much, and set fire to the tailor shop making clothes. Then he took his wife and went around drinking. Everyone in our town couldn't bear to see it. Isn't this deceiving people? We can't let him ruin the reputation of our town." Director Sun was more and more pleased as he listened. Finally, he found an opportunity to control Shi Xiaolei. How will she respond now? Thinking of this, Director Sun said coldly, "Words alone are not enough. Can you write all this down? That way I can tell the boss." Xian Montsong was a little reluctant, but thinking about being able to strike at Lin Chen, he agreed to write it down. "Okay, Director Sun, I can write it down for you now." "Good, come with me." At this moment, Lin Chen and a few others had already returned to the town. Xin Xinxing, who was taking care of Zhou Zhou, was still worried, and a few people hurriedly returned. Lin Chen looked at the time, picked up Wanyu, bought groceries, and spent more than 2 hours. Time absolutely cannot be wasted like this. And Xin Lan came back without even resting, and went straight into the kitchen to cook. Lin Chen felt sorry for Xin Lan, and said while helping with the cooking, "The day after tomorrow, let's move to the city to live. Don't waste time traveling back and forth like this." After all, Xin Lan still cares about money, and said somewhat reluctantly, "Everything in the city is expensive, and everywhere needs money. What about Wanyu's schooling?" Lin Chen said softly, "These are not problems. I will take care of it." Of course, Xin Lan had to listen to Lin Chen. She couldn't arrange it even if she wanted to. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, and the factory gate opened, and the workers returned one after another to report for work. Because there is no concept of a human resources department yet, there is only a labor and capital department, and all the workers' needs are managed by this department. Lin Chen had to take charge himself. Before officially starting work, Lin Chen had to hold a meeting for everyone. After all, he is the new boss, and there are some rules he needs to explain. Except for Zhao Sudian and another male maintenance worker, the rest are all female. Lin Chen stood on the stairs and said loudly, "My name is Lin Chen. From now on, I am everyone's boss. Today is the first day of work after I took over the factory. I want to emphasize that everyone should work seriously. Your salary has been increased from 20 yuan per month to 30 yuan per month. If you work excellently, there will be a bonus of 10 yuan, including a welfare subsidy of 10 yuan. In other words, if you do well, you can earn 50 yuan per month." All the women in the courtyard were excited. A sturdy woman shouted, "Boss, you are so good, and so handsome. I really like you." This caused everyone to burst into laughter. Lin Chen could only smile and say, "You can joke with me, but you must follow the factory rules and regulations. Otherwise, there will be fines. The most important thing is that the quality of work must meet the requirements. We rely on quality to make a living, and there is no room for negotiation. Next, everyone should start by cleaning up, and we will officially start work in the afternoon." With such a good boss, everyone naturally had the motivation to work. Lin Chen's immediate task was to go and purchase fabrics and other materials. At the same time, in the hotel and office, Director Sun slammed the letter full of money in front of Shi Xiaolei. Shi Xiaolei looked at Director Sun inexplicably, with a slightly distorted face. She asked in confusion, "What is this?" Director Sun raised his voice a bit, as if he could finally suppress Shi Xiaolei, and said, "What do you think this is? Look at what you've done." Despite Shi Xiaolei's good manners, a hint of disgust appeared in her eyes. She then opened the letter and carefully read it from beginning to end. The letter was detailed, causing Shi Xiaolei to furrow her brow slightly. Director Sun stared coldly at Shi Xiaolei, as if she had made a huge mistake. He continued to speak in a commanding tone, "Shi Xiaolei, I opposed your decision to order work uniforms from the beginning. Now, how are you going to explain this to us? My nephew appointed you as the deputy general manager of the hotel to create profits for the hotel. But you not only failed to do so, but also colluded with outsiders to cheat my nephew. Let me tell you the truth, I have shown this letter to the other managers of the hotel and to General Manager Wang. We demand that you either compensate for the losses or leave the hotel. We will not allow troublemakers like you to continue to cheat the hotel's money." Shi Xiaolei was furious at being scolded, and she also began to doubt whether Lin Chen was as described in the letter. But she couldn't compromise now. Otherwise, it would be like admitting Director Sun's words. So she coldly furrowed her brow and said, "If your reaction is so extreme based on just one letter, what else can I say? However, before confirming the authenticity of this letter, I need you to understand that there are still 10 days until the delivery date. During this time, I will not leave the hotel, nor will I compensate for the hotel's losses. Unless it is the delivery date, if Lin Chen cannot provide the work uniforms, then I will make up for the hotel's losses and leave the hotel. Now please leave my office. I don't want to talk to you anymore." A cold smile crossed Director Sun's plump face. "Fine, I'll have General Manager Wang come and talk to you later." With that, Director Sun, with her heavy body, left the office. As soon as the door closed, Shi Xiaolei's determination gradually weakened. She carefully read the letter again and decided to go to the town in the evening. At that moment, the door was knocked, and Wang Kaixia smiled as he entered the room. It seemed that no matter how big Shi Xiaolei's mistake was, it was nothing in his eyes. After sitting down, Wang Kaixia smiled calmly and said, "I came to the hotel specifically for you. I was really afraid that you couldn't handle Sun Meili and the others. It's no big deal if you were deceived. You live and learn. Just be more careful next time. I've brought the over 10,000 yuan for you. Don't worry, just focus on your work. I'm here, you don't need to be afraid." His words sounded beautiful, but Xiaolei felt no gratitude in her heart. Instead, she felt a bit disgusted. From Wang Kaixia's eyes, which seemed to control everything, she could see what he was thinking. So Xiaolei just smiled calmly and said, "No need. If I really get deceived, I'll face it myself. But it's too early to talk about this now. As for Sun Meili and the others, I'm used to it. They've always wanted me to leave the hotel, but I don't have that idea yet. You're so busy, don't worry about these things. I have to go train the waiters now, so I won't say more." With that, Xiaolei left the office without looking back. There was no ripple on Wang Kaixia's face, but there was more excitement in his eyes. For him, the more untamed the wild horse, the more fun it was. Meanwhile, Lin Chen ordered 13,500 pieces of fabric at once in the textile factory. But Lin Chen found that it was really not feasible without transportation tools. With so much fabric, he could only hire laborers to pull them with tricycles, which was time-consuming, laborious, and costly in transportation. Lin Chen decided to buy a light truck, so that it would be more convenient for both transportation and other tasks in the future. Thinking about it, Lin Chen sent the fabric back to the factory and immediately had Zhu Meiling and the two people from the design department start cutting the fabric, and the workers immediately started production. At the same time, he mentioned the idea of buying a light truck to Qin Lan. Qin Lan thought that having a light truck for transportation would be good. She asked, "How much money will it cost? We still have 60,000 yuan in our bank book. Is it enough?" Lin Chen smiled and said, "It won't cost much. A tractor costs only over 3,000, and a light truck, the best one, costs just over 20,000. Let's go. We can go take a look now. If it's good, we can drive it back home tonight." Without a second thought, Qin Lan just wanted to support Lin Chen now. In the evening, the two of them drove the brand new light truck back to the factory. Of course, Qin Lan was still very curious why Lin Chen drove so well. Lin Chen explained that as long as one could drive a tractor, they could drive this thing. These were not important. Lin Chen just didn't want to say that in his previous life, the cheapest of his cars was over 8 million. Driving a Mercedes or something made him feel cheap, but now practicality came first. He would get a light truck first and buy other things later. What Lin Chen wanted to know most now was the skills of those workers, so he didn't even drink a sip of water and went straight to the factory. He carefully observed each worker. The result was very satisfying to him. These women were outspoken, but they did a great job. And they were very good at dividing the work. Those who made tops, and those who made pants made pants. They made over 20 sets of finished products in one afternoon, and each set met the standards very well. But what Lin Chen was thinking about now was the next design. The foundation of making money in the clothing factory was the design. No matter how good the workers' skills were, it was useless without good design. As the sun set, Lin Chen drove the brand new light truck with Qin Lan and Zhu Meiling back to the town. The most common vehicles in the town were tractors, and occasionally there were large trucks for delivery. But many people had never seen this kind of light truck. Especially when they saw Lin Chen driving it, the whole town exploded. "Damn, am I seeing things? It's actually Lin Chen, that bastard? He can actually drive a light truck now? How did he suddenly become so rich? Did he steal it or rob it? This gambling addict is really getting up now?" At this moment, there were more people gathered at Lin Chen's door than usual when watching TV. They all came to see Lin Chen's light truck. In the crowd, Sister Zhang felt jealous and twisted her mouth. "What's so great about them? They used to borrow our tractor all the time. It's disgusting how they show off. A nearby old woman sewing shoe soles scratched her forehead with a needle and disdainfully said, "You're just sour grapes. If you have the ability, you should also buy one to run your household." Meanwhile, Shi Xiaolei stood in front of the ruins of a tailor shop, her expression becoming increasingly grim. It seemed that the contents of the letter were somewhat accurate. Shi Xiaolei gritted her teeth and, upon seeing a nearby small restaurant, immediately decided to go in and inquire about Lin Chen, to see if he was really as described in the letter. At this moment, Lin Chen was not in the mood to show off. Regardless of the commotion outside, he was thinking about what the next clothing design should be. However, this was not his main concern. The clothing factory was just a prop to elevate his status. Relying solely on the factory to make money was too slow. Since he had memories from his past life, in this life, he intended to pursue all the money-making projects. Just then, Jojo ran into the room, complaining, "Daddy, I want to eat a popsicle." Lin Chen pinched his little cheek and smiled, "Alright, Daddy will go buy it now." With that, Lin Chen greeted Qin Lan and went to the store to buy a popsicle. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Shi Xiaolei ordered a bowl of noodles and, taking advantage of the sparse crowd, struck up a conversation with the proprietress. "You know Lin Chen, I know him very well." The proprietress fanned herself and sat down next to Shi Xiaolei, spouting off, "He's a lousy gambler, drinking all day. When he loses money, he beats his wife and children. Everyone in town knows him. He used to come to my place to drink, didn't even have money, and was a real nuisance." Shi Xiaolei's heart sank. Could she have really misjudged Lin Chen this time? With this in mind, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Is he making clothes recently?" The proprietress sneered and said, "Making clothes? He's always surrounded by a group of old women at the tailor shop, especially that seductive Yu Meiling. He buys fish and meat from me at noon. I don't know where he gets the money from. The tailor shop was set on fire a few days ago, and he's been nowhere to be seen these days." Shi Xiaolei was now completely certain that the contents of the letter were true. She had indeed misjudged Lin Chen. Just then, Chen Nansong and a few friends also walked into the restaurant. As soon as they entered, Chen Nansong's eyes fell on Shi Xiaolei. He thought to himself that this woman was really something. She had a petite figure, a small face, fair skin, and was so demure. After sitting down, Chen Nansong called out to the proprietress, "Proprietress, haven't seen any customers? Come over and take our order." Although the proprietress spoke in a dismissive tone, she still swayed her hips over to attend to Chen Nansong. Chen Nansong, while lewdly eyeing Shi Xiaolei, quietly asked, "Proprietress, that girl is not bad, is she a relative of yours?" Seeing his lecherous look, the proprietress knew he had ulterior motives and scolded, "She's from the city. Don't even think about it. Take a look at your own behavior, like a hooligan. Hurry up and order." Unperturbed, Chen Nansong casually ordered a few appetizers and a couple of bottles of beer. He poured 2 glasses of beer, sat across from Shi Xiaolei with a smug smile, and said, "Girl, I'm the owner of the fish pond here, a wealthy man. It's boring to eat alone. Come, have a drink with me and let's get to know each other." When I saw that Chen Nansong was not a good person, Shi Xiaolei didn't even bother with him, and directly called the boss lady to come and pay the bill. Chen Nansong smirked and said, "Boss lady, I'll pay for this girl's noodles, and get her a couple of side dishes to accompany me for a drink." Shi Xiaolei immediately put a coin on the table and got up to leave. But Chen Nansong grabbed her arm and, with a lecherous look in his eyes, said, "Girl, don't be in such a hurry. I have money. You drink a glass, and I'll give you 10 yuan. You accompany me for a sleep, and I'll give you 50 yuan. Hooligan." Shi Xiaolei cursed, and tried to leave. But Chen Nansong and his friends blocked the door, looking at Shi Xiaolei with lecherous eyes. "What do you want to do? Boss lady, don't you care?" Shi Xiaolei was terrified and hoped the boss lady would help. But the boss lady sneered and said, "You girl, just have a beer with them. If they give me 10 yuan, I'll drink with them." This made Shi Xiaolei completely desperate. She was unfamiliar with the town. What should she do now? Just as Shi Xiaolei was in despair, Chen Nansong reached out to touch her face. Shi Xiaolei fiercely pushed his hand away and angrily scolded, "You hooligans, let me go." Chen Nansong smirked and said, "You can leave, but show me your pants, and then I'll let you go." Shameless, despicable. Shi Xiaolei angrily cursed and tried to break free. Chen Nansong grabbed her arm and tried to molest her. As she struggled and shouted for help, Lin Chen, carrying a bag of ice cream, happened to pass by the restaurant. Hearing the cries for help, he turned and saw Shi Xiaolei. How did she come to the town? Without thinking too much, Lin Chen rushed into the restaurant and shouted, "Let go of that girl, let me." "No, you let go." In his haste, Lin Chen blurted out phrases from his past life. Shi Xiaolei saw Lin Chen and felt a mix of emotions, but also a glimmer of hope. She quickly called out, "Lin Chen, save me." Seeing Lin Chen with Shi Xiaolei, Chen Nansong became even more jealous. Why did all the beautiful women in the world seem to know Lin Chen? The more this was the case, the more he refused to let go. He angrily shouted, "You mind your own business, get out of here." Lin Chen had endured this guy for a long time. Without a word, he rushed forward and slapped Qian Monsong in the face. Qian Monsong was suddenly seeing double and his head was buzzing. His hand went limp, giving Shi Xiaolei a chance to break free and hide behind Lin Chen. Qian Monsong shook his head to clear it and finally calmed down. He glared at Lin Chen and shouted, "Damn you, Lin Chen, you dare to hit me, today I'll fight you. Brothers, get him." A group of people immediately surrounded Lin Chen, and Shi Xiaolei held onto Lin Chen tightly. Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Now was not the time to feel this way. Qian Monsong's face was swelling like a steamed bun. But Lin Chen remained calm and said, "Listen to me, you're acting like a hooligan. If I call the security team now, think about what will happen to you. I'm taking her away from here now, and I dare you to stop me." Qian Monsong was no fool. He knew that Lin Chen was capable of anything. Once it escalated to the security team, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Even though he had been slapped by Lin Chen and his face was now swollen, he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Still in front of so many friends, just let Lin Chen walk out of the restaurant like this. Does he still have the face to stay in town? Qian Monsong squinted coldly, then angrily shouted, "You hit me, and you think you can just walk away like that? It's not that easy. Guys, what are you waiting for? Hit him for me." Lin Chen could see that Qian Monsong was really up to no good. He didn't have the guts to save face himself, but he let others do it for him, and those idiots really wanted to fight. Lin Chen didn't go easy on them, and he punched the guy closest to him in the face. When you hit someone, hit hard. With one punch, that guy was knocked flat on the ground, and he even forgot his own name. The others were scared on the spot, and no one dared to charge at him again. Lin Chen just snorted and then grabbed Shi Xiaolei's hand, swaggering out of the restaurant. Qian Monsong was furious, stomping his feet and cursing, "You idiots, useless fools, can't even handle one person. How do I even know you bunch of losers?" Everyone glared at Qian Monsong, feeling indignant. If he's not a loser, why doesn't he do it himself? Shi Xiaolei, who had left the restaurant, forcefully shook off Lin Chen's hand. She now directed all her anger and grievances towards Lin Chen. She said angrily, "Lin Chen, I thought you were a decent person. I trusted you so much, even under pressure. I gave you the money for the work clothes first. But you lied to me." Lin Chen was puzzled. He said, "Wait, how did I lie to you?" Shi Xiaolei then took out the letter from her pocket and threw it at Lin Chen. Lin Chen caught the letter and opened it, and he burst out laughing. This left Shi Xiaolei stunned. She said disgustedly, "How can you still laugh?" Lin Chen not only laughed, but also took out an ice cream stick and said, "What's written here is more detailed than my own experiences, and it's not wrong. I used to be a gambler, a drinker, and even hit my wife, children, and even my elder brother. But what does that have to do with our cooperation? And you never asked about my past, and now you say I lied to you? And by the way, whose letter is this?" Qian Monsong. Do you even believe the words of someone like Qian Monsong, who just acted like a thug towards you? Shi Xiaolei was speechless. It turned out that the thug was the one who wrote the letter, and she actually believed him. And what Lin Chen said was not wrong. Why should his past matter to her? But Shi Xiaolei bit her lip and said, "I said you lied to me, not about these things, but about the work clothes I wanted. Where are they?" "They're in my factory. They'll be ready for delivery in a few days." "Your factory? Your factory?" Shi Xiaolei was even more surprised. Lin Chen chuckled and said, "The tailor shop burned down, so I had to start a factory. And it's in the city. Do you want to come and see?" Shi Xiaolei kept staring at Lin Chen's clear eyes, without a hint of hesitation, only calmness, and even a hint of tenderness. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" Shi Xiaolei complained. "Why should I tell you these things?" Lin Chen laughed. This made Shi Xiaolei's face blush. She felt that she had been too overbearing. Although she wanted to understand Lin Chen, it was obviously an embarrassing thought. Lin Chen looked at the time and said, "It's almost 8 o'clock. Are you planning to stay in town or go back?" Shi Xiaolei was now disgusted with the town and said without hesitation, "I want to go back to the city." Lin Chen also didn't hesitate and said, "Okay, I'll take you, but I have to take the ice cream stick back to my son first. Would you like to come to my house for a while?" As he spoke, Lin Chen also handed her an ice cream stick. Zixialei looked at Lin Chen, then at the popsicle, and decided to hold on to the popsicle. On the way home, Zixialei curiously asked, "Why do the people here dislike you so much?" Lin Chen calmly replied, "Because I used to be very unlikable, and also because they envy my wealth. You know, human jealousy can be quite frightening at times. It can easily distort one's character. So, the people in this town are all thinking, why is it me who is making money, and not them? In fact, we are very similar. I think when you were at that hotel, you would also make many people jealous, even if you were younger and more beautiful. Those are all reasons for them to envy you. Zixiale felt that Lin Chen's words made a lot of sense and were very cultured. What she liked most was a man with culture, depth, and substance. However, Zixiale still asked, "Why were you such a person before?" Lin Chen candidly replied, "Actually, I don't know how to answer that question. Maybe during that time, my mind wasn't right. Now that my mind is better and I've become smarter, I'm no longer like before." Zixiale couldn't help but chuckle at his slightly silly appearance. This laughter brought the two of them closer. Back at home, Zixiale saw Qin Lan and Yu Meiling, and then learned that one of the two models at the time was Lin Chen's wife. Although Zixiale greeted everyone with a smile, she felt uneasy inside. At this point, Lin Chen said to Qin Lan, "Wife, you should go to bed with the children first. I'll take Xiaolei back to the city." Qin Lan immediately frowned, showing obvious reluctance. Yu Meiling had already noticed that Zixiale's gaze towards Lin Chen was not right, and then said, "It's late, and it's not convenient for you too. Lan, you should go with them. I'll take care of the children. I'm not leaving tonight anyway." Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing, knowing very well what Qin Lan and Yu Meiling were worried about. However, at this moment, Zixiale refused. "There's no need for so many people to see me off." Her words instantly darkened the faces of Qin Lan and Yu Meiling. However, Zixiale continued, "I want to stay here tonight and go back tomorrow, so you don't have to waste time seeing me off." That was her intention. Qin Lan immediately said with a smile, "That's fine. Although my house is not big, several people can sleep here." Lin Chen also had no objections. After all, the few women could stay in one room, and he and his daughter and son could stay in another room. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Shen Man-song was still feeling upset and couldn't swallow his anger. His face was still burning, which made him hate Lin Chen even more. When his friends saw him silent and upset, they began to curse. "That idiot Lin Chen is still showing off. We should have taught him a lesson back then. Damn, that gambling fool. He's always surrounded by so many women. Just thinking about it makes me angry. What should we do to deal with this idiot?" This last comment reminded Chen Man-song. He immediately said, "I heard that Lin Chen bought a light truck, and it's parked in front of his house. Whoever goes and burns it for me, after it's done, I'll give you $100. Although he said that, when it came to actually doing it, everyone was scared and remained silent. This angered Chen Man-song, who glared at them and angrily scolded, "You're all a bunch of useless cowards. You've been eating and drinking on my dime, and now when I need you, you're all playing silent, huh?" Chen Man-song finally understood what it meant to have false friends. "Get out, I'm sick of all of you." The group quickly got up and ran out of the restaurant. Chen Man-song gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I'll go by myself. I won't be able to let go of this anger today." At midnight, Shi Xiaolei suddenly felt the need to use the bathroom. She didn't want to wake up Yu Meiling and Qin Lan, so she quietly made her way to the outhouse in the backyard. When she returned, a strong, pungent smell of alcohol hit her as the evening breeze blew, seemingly coming from outside the main gate. She was curious as to how there could be such a strong smell of alcohol at this late hour. So she went to the door, peeking through the crack to see outside. She saw a figure pouring alcohol onto a light truck. Startled, Shi Xiaolei covered her mouth and hurried back to the house, knocking on Lin Chen's door. Lin Chen was abruptly awakened and opened the door to find Shi Xiaolei looking terrified. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Someone outside is trying to set fire." Lin Chen was shocked, and without even putting on his shoes, he rushed outside. Shen Man-song had just taken out matches and hadn't lit them yet when the door was suddenly yanked open by Lin Chen. Startled, Chen Man-song dropped the matches and turned to run. But Lin Chen had already circled around to face him and threw a punch. Shen Man-song let out a cry and stumbled to the ground. Lin Chen, seeing it was Chen Man-song, was filled with both new and old grudges, and his fists clenched with excitement. Without a word, he launched into a flurry of punches and kicks. Shen Man-song's screams were like that of a slaughtered pig, causing the neighbors to come out with flashlights. At this moment, Qin Lan and others rushed to the courtyard, shining their flashlights directly on Shen Man-song's face. Beaten and bruised, Shen Man-song, afraid of others seeing his face, immediately covered his head. Qin Lan, fearing Lin Chen might accidentally kill him, hurriedly pulled Lin Chen away. Lin Chen wished he could give this guy a few more punches. As more people gathered, the flashlights shone on Shen Man-song's face like stage lights, making his face clearly visible to everyone. Uncle Lao Chi frowned and asked, "Chuanzi, what's going on?" Lin Chen coldly snorted and said, "This scum wanted to set my light truck on fire, but I caught him." What? Everyone was shocked. Was Chen Man-song really so audacious? Just then, someone from the crowd behind shouted, "Why are you all still awake in the middle of the night? What are you doing here?" Everyone turned to see that it was the town's night patrol security team. Lin Chen immediately said, "You've come at the right time. Qianman Song was about to set fire to my light truck." What? He was going to set fire? Several security team members were astonished and quickly subdued Qianman Sang. Shi Xiaolei stepped forward and said, "I am the manager of Huishur Hotel. This man was harassing me in the restaurant tonight." Not only the security team, but also the crowd and even Qianman Song himself were shocked. In those days, a unit manager was a prestigious figure, let alone the manager of Huishur Hotel. Qianman Song was filled with regret. He could have harassed anyone, but he had to harass the hotel manager. The security team members, even more furious, exerted more force, making Qianman Song's bones crack. But that wasn't all. Lin Chen continued, "He may have been the one who set fire to the tailor shop a few days ago." What? The security team was shocked. Did Qianman Song want to die? In this day and age, how could he dare to do such things? The captain angrily ordered, "Take this guy back." The security team immediately took the dejected Qianman Song away. He angrily shouted at Lin Chen, "You're a dead man." As he left, Qianman Song glared fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to look at him, knowing that the security team wouldn't be able to hold him for long. But that was okay, this man would soon become nothing. Compared to beating him up, Lin Chen had more powerful means. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Chen expressed his gratitude to Shi Xiaolei as they entered the courtyard. "Manager Shi, thanks to your timely discovery tonight, otherwise my light truck would have been ruined." Shi Xiaolei also said with lingering fear, "I happened to discover it too. How could that person be so bad?" Yu Meiling took over and said, "He's even worse than you think. Lin Chen should have beaten him more to see if he dares to provoke us in the future." Lin Chen also wanted to punch him more, but Qin Lan's intervention was also right. Fists can't solve the problem. Alright, it was a false alarm. Let's all go to bed early. We have to get up early tomorrow. Lin Chen closed the gate and became more determined to move to the city. Everyone was so startled that they couldn't sleep. They simply sat in the yard and chatted. While washing his hands, Lin Chen said coldly, "Tomorrow I will go to the city to find a house. I won't live here anymore." Shi Xiaolei curiously asked, "Are you all moving to the city?" "Yes, but we're busy now and haven't found a suitable place. I have a house. If you don't mind, you can stay there for now." Lin Chen had no intention of refusing, as it would save a lot of time looking for a house. Only Qin Lan was somewhat reluctant because she didn't want Lin Chen to get too close to Shi Xiaolei. But since Lin Chen had decided to go and see the house the next day, she couldn't say anything more. So early the next morning, Lin Chen took Shi Xiaolei to visit the factory, then went to see Shi Xiaolei's house. There was no concept of a residential area in that era, just a residential area made up of several six-story high-rise buildings. Shi Xiaolei's house was on the second floor of one of the buildings, with an area of 70 square meters and 2 bedrooms and a living room. "This used to be where my parents lived. They are now working abroad and basically won't come back. If you don't mind, you can stay here, and I won't take your money." Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the house. Although the decoration was a bit old, it was considered good for that era. And the furniture was relatively new, the bed was big enough, and the room had good lighting. So Lin Chen said with a smile, "I still have to pay. I can't take advantage of you. Let's say 20 yuan a month, and I'll give you a year's worth in advance." With that, Lin Chen took out 240 yuan and insisted on giving it to Shi Xiaolei. Shi Xiaolei didn't want to accept it, but she couldn't resist Lin Chen's insistence, so she finally took the money. She appreciated Lin Chen's seriousness even more. She smiled and said, "By the way, you said you wanted to transfer Wanyu to another school, right? I happen to have a classmate working at the experimental primary school. I'll ask her to help you, and the child can go to school anytime." Lin Chen gratefully said, "That's great. I'll take Wanyu to the experimental primary school tomorrow, and we'll move today." Seeing Lin Chen so happy, Shi Xiaolei's heart seemed to be filled with sunshine. But she noticed that Qin Lan was standing silently by the window and felt it would be better to leave first. So Shi Xiaolei smiled and said, "Don't be polite. We're all good friends. I have to go to work. You guys take your time to settle in, and let's have a meal together when you're free." "Okay, I won't keep you. Take care." After seeing off Shi Xiaolei, Lin Chen turned and hugged Qin Lan. "Darling, do you like it here?" Qin Lan said thoughtfully, "It's still a building here, much better than the bungalows in the town. It's convenient for everything. As long as you like it." Lin Chen didn't think too much and said with a smile, "Okay, then let's move now." In the afternoon, they finally put the last item on the light truck. Before locking the door, Lin Chen and Qin Lan looked back at the yard. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but there were too many memories here. But the future was still very bright, and this yard was just a harbor of memories. Qin Lan took care of the new home by herself, while Lin Chen was busy with the factory work. Making money was the most important thing now. The hotel uniforms have now been produced close to 100 sets. They can be delivered in one more day. The factory is a money-making machine, and Lin Chen cannot let this machine rest. So he used an afternoon to create a new clothing line. This time it was cropped pants for women. Lin Chen considered that women's clothing in this era still tended to be conservative. If the design was too flashy, it wouldn't have a big impact on the market. In an era where bell-bottoms were everywhere, the appearance of cropped pants would definitely start a trend. It's not that people don't want to wear them, but because the market doesn't have this concept. Lin Chen looked at the samples he had dressed and still felt a bit worried, because the fabric production technology in this era is very backward. Ordinary textiles, whether in fabric or color, are particularly monotonous. Color is a major factor in fashion and is absolutely essential. But the two textile factories in Huisher do not have research and development in this area. Their main products are still dacron and woolen fabrics. To expand this business, he needs his own textile factory to produce the best fabrics. Lin Chen stood by the window, looking at the busy factory, and thinking about the long term. The biggest problem now is the lack of funds. To set up a textile factory, he needs to make money quickly. Lin Chen looked at the time and date, and a memory of making money in a past life came to mind. By making good use of this opportunity, the money earned would be enough to acquire a textile factory. Just then, Yu Meiling walked in directly, startling Lin Chen, who was lost in thought. He turned around and scolded her with a frown. Can you knock on the door before entering in the future? Do you think this is your tailor shop? Can you just come in whenever you want? But Yu Meiling was even angrier. I didn't have time to ask in the afternoon. You moved to the city. What am I supposed to do? Where can I live? The tailor shop burned down. I can't go back to my parents' place in the countryside every day, can I? Lin Chen had already thought of a solution for her. He said calmly, you can stay in a hotel in the city for a few days, and then find a house as soon as possible. I'll give you the money. Yu Meiling's face softened at this. Okay, I'll go look for a house tomorrow. Wherever you are, I'll go there. You can't get rid of me in this lifetime. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry, you're not a runny nose. Why would I get rid of you? Since there's still some time before the end of the workday, take the cropped pants I designed to the cutting department. After finishing this batch of uniforms, start producing these immediately. When Yu Meiling saw the sample, a layer of shock instantly covered her big black eyes. How did you come up with this? These cropped pants look so good. But Lin Chen said somewhat helplessly, there are limitations now, mainly in the fabric. You can use the existing fabric to produce 10,000 pairs of full-size cropped pants first, and then we'll see. Yu Meiling fell in love with the cropped pants at first sight and immediately went to the design department to start cutting, wishing she could make a pair to try on right away. The next afternoon, in the meeting room of the Century International Hotel, Wang Kaija, sitting in the chief position, crossed his hands on the table and said solemnly, the hotel will officially open in 5 days. Does anyone have any issues to discuss? Sun Meili gave a cold glare at Xi Xiaolei and then said in a sarcastic tone, Mr. Wang, it's still about the issue of the uniforms. Vice President, she still hasn't given us an explanation. This is unacceptable, isn't it? Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right, just because she's a vice president doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants, right? I think it's better to discuss it with everyone. That's right, if this is acceptable, how will the hotel be managed in the future? Xi Xiaolei listened to the gossip of everyone but remained very calm. Wang Kaija wanted to speak up for Xi Xiaolei, but he was afraid that others would know he was deliberately favoring her. So, he chose to remain silent and listen to what Xi Xiaolei had to say first. Xi Xiaolei never thought of asking for anyone's help. She casually took out the letter and threw it on the table without a care. Then she coldly said, you want an explanation, right? Well, I'll tell you. First of all, the person who wrote this letter is a ruthless thug who does all sorts of evil deeds. Do you all believe such a person? It's fine, I don't want to stop you from thinking that way. Let's talk about the work uniforms. Lin Chen has a legitimate clothing factory in Huisher with no production issues. I don't know why you insist on this, but I just want to remind everyone that I'm just doing my job, and I'm not at fault. However, Sun Meili sneered and said, now you can say whatever you want, but we don't believe you since we haven't seen the work uniforms. Everyone nodded in agreement with Sun Meili. Sun Meili disdainfully glared at Xi Xiaolei and turned to Wang Kaija, saying in a sarcastic tone, General Manager Wang, what do you think about this? Wang Kaija was thinking about how to say and do things to his advantage. He needed Xi Xiaolei to thank him. So, Wang Kaija tried to maintain a fair attitude and said, in my opinion, Vice President, she is still young and lacks social experience. Let's not make things difficult for her. As for the financial loss, just write it off and make a receipt. Let's not bring up this topic again in the future. Although he said this, Sun Meili and others were unhappy but had nothing to say. However, Shi Xiaolei disagreed. She directly opposed, "I'm sorry, General Manager Wang, I can't accept your decision. This would make me admit to a mistake when I haven't made one. I'll say it again, until the delivery date arrives, no one can say I'm wrong." Why is this woman so stubborn? Wang Kaizha felt like he was losing his patience. Sun Meili had a look of disgust and said, "Shi Xiaolei, you should be grateful for the opportunity. If General Manager Wang says you're wrong, then you're wrong. Why, are you still not obedient?" Everyone chimed in. "Vice President Shi, just take the opportunity to step down. What's the point of insisting on right or wrong? Even if you're wrong, what can you do?" General Manager Wang said to move on. "Why are you still not done? Vice President Shi, we're doing this for your own good. You're still young and have a lot to learn. You should learn to be humble first." Shi Xiaolei suddenly stood up and coldly said, "I don't need this opportunity. I'm not wrong, so I won't admit it." Wang Kaizha was angry. He was trying to show her favor, but she should also give him some face. "Vice President Shi, are you not going to listen to me anymore? Calm down and sit down." Shi Xiaolei didn't listen at all. Even though she was full of grievances, she still insisted that she was not wrong. Just then, the secretary knocked on the door and entered the meeting room, saying to Shi Xiaolei, "Vice President Shi, Lan Clothing Factory has delivered the work uniforms. They're on the first floor and they need you to sign for them." As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly changed. Everyone's gaze turned to Shi Xiaolei. With a proud snort, Shi Xiaolei said, "You said I was being deceived, right? Now they've delivered the work uniforms. Let's go sign for them together." With that, Shi Xiaolei walked out of the meeting room without looking back. After a moment of silence and exchanged glances, everyone got up and left the meeting room. Wang Kaizha glared at Sun Meili and coldly said, "Mind your own business from now on." Sun Meili's face looked resentful, full of bitterness. She cursed Shi Xiaolei in her heart. "We'll see about you, Shi Xiaolei." In the lobby on the first floor, Lin Chen handed over 151 sets of work uniforms to Shi Xiaolei. Shi Xiaolei felt that Lin Chen's timing was just right. "I am also very happy to say, Lin Chen, I really don't know how to thank you." Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. "What's there to thank between us? These work clothes are made according to standard sizes. If the pants are too long or too short, you can ask the staff to adjust them." Just as they were talking, Wang Kaizha arrived in the hall with a group of people. When Wang Kaizha saw the happy and sweet look in Zixialei's eyes as she looked at Lin Chen, it made him very angry. He suppressed his anger and coughed loudly. Then he said coldly, "Since the work clothes have arrived, distribute them and check for any quality issues." With that, the staff immediately took the work clothes away. Out of politeness, Zixialei brought Lin Chen to Wang Kaizha and introduced, "Mr. Wang, this is Lin Chen, the owner of Lan Clothing Factory." Lin Chen had already seen the disdain in Wang Kaizha's eyes, but he still smiled generously and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang." Wang Kaizha remained cold and disdainful, saying, "Xiaolei, don't introduce such people to me in the future. Our status doesn't match. I run a company, while he's just a tailor in the clothing industry. We are not on the same level. If you know everyone, it will be laughable. I have to go back to the company to discuss a project. Get rid of these idle people quickly." With that, Wang Kaizha brushed past Lin Chen, pretending to be superior, but Lin Chen remained composed and kept his smile. It was normal not to take him seriously. When he wanted to be taken seriously in the future, he probably wouldn't be able to. Zixialei felt embarrassed and quickly apologized. "Lin Chen, don't be angry. Before you came, I was arguing with them. They all wanted to see me make a fool of myself." Lin Chen just said calmly, "That's how it is in the workplace. There are hidden currents everywhere. Stay alert and calm, and you will find that there's nothing remarkable about it. There's no need to argue with them. Just do your job perfectly, and they won't be able to say anything." This comforted Zixialei and made her feel much better. "Thank you, Lin Chen. How about having lunch together?" But Lin Chen looked at the time and refused. "Another day. There's a lot of work at the clothing factory, and I have to go back now." Zixialei didn't insist further, and even though she was reluctant, she could only watch Lin Chen leave. When he returned to the factory, Lin Chen saw a group of women shouting and clamoring in the courtyard. He thought these old ladies were fighting for some reason, but it turned out they were fighting to try on those cropped pants. They were all excited about the cropped pants, especially those with good figures. When they put on the cropped pants, it was truly flattering, especially in showcasing the curves of their legs. Paired with high heels, it was very fashionable, as they used to say in those days. Lin Chen's attention was particularly drawn to Yu Meiling. She naturally had a model's figure, and the cropped pants looked perfect on her. In an era when bell-bottoms were in fashion, women's figures were also covered up. So in his designs, Lin Chen added many future fashion elements. For example, he used a close-fitting design for the pants. Women naturally love beauty, but under the traditional norms of the time, they couldn't show too much, or it would be considered improper. However, women's pursuit of beauty and the display of their figures were new topics. Lin Chen was already at the forefront of the trend. When everyone noticed that Lin Chen was standing behind them, the scene instantly quieted down. After all, Lin Chen was the boss, and it wasn't right to slack off during work hours and fight over pants. But Lin Chen didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "Don't be nervous, everyone can wear a pair, for work or at home, and it's free." Everyone went crazy upon hearing this. "Boss, you're so great, I really like these pants. Boss, you're my idol. Why are these pants so good looking?" When they went to the warehouse to pick out sizes, Yu Meiling expressed her dissatisfaction. "Lin Chen, are you crazy? Why are you letting them wear it? This will incur costs, you know?" How could she possibly know what Lin Chen was thinking? The cost of a pair of pants is at most 10 yuan, but the advertising effect it brings is multiplied. People in that era had no concept of advertising, let alone branding. Everything was based on practicality. With so many women wearing the pants out, it's like free advertising. Lin Chen didn't bother explaining all this to Yu Meiling, as this concept couldn't be explained in just a few words. So, he just smiled and said, "You take care of your own business, don't worry about others." "Have you seen Qin Lan?" Yu Meiling pursed her lips and said defiantly, "I'm doing this for your own good. Qin Lan is upstairs practicing the abacus." Lin Chen smiled helplessly and went to find Qin Lan, and then the two of them went to the business management department to apply for trademark registration. Qin Lan didn't understand any of this, and curiously asked, "Do clothes really need a trademark?" Lin Chen explained with a smile, "Of course, a trademark is the face of the product. Without a trademark, who would know who made it? And for clothing, some people can just look at it and make it. With a trademark, the common people will know which is the best and which is not. I brought you here to learn about these things, so that you can handle it yourself in the future." Although Lin Chen explained it clearly, Qin Lan was still confused about the concept. However, she quickly learned the entire process of applying for a trademark. Lin Chen held the registered trademark copyright and explained to Qin Lan, "See, from now on, whatever we produce will be under the Lan brand. This brand will soon become a world-renowned brand." Qin Lan didn't have such grand thoughts. She was just happy that Lin Chen used her name to name the brand. Just as the two were about to leave the management department, the middle-aged woman who had helped Lin Chen with the registration came over and asked, "Girl, where did you buy the pants you're wearing?" Lin Chen laughed. Although Qin Lan's figure wasn't as curvaceous as Yu Meiling's, her petite and perfectly proportioned body showcased the black cropped pants even more perfectly. So as soon as she entered the management department, she instantly became the focus of those women. Qin Lan didn't know how to respond. Lin Chen smiled and said, "These are the cropped pants made by our factory under the Lan brand. They are available for retail in the clothing wholesale market." The women looked at them for a while and liked them more and more. "Okay, tomorrow we'll all go buy them, these pants are so good looking." Qin Lan's face turned red. She hurriedly took Lin Chen's arm and walked out of the management department with her head down. Lin Chen was particularly happy and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. From now on, you will be my exclusive model. Whatever I design, I'll have you wear it first." In Qin Lan's beautiful eyes, there was a sense of happiness. At this moment, she was willing to do anything for Lin Chen, as long as he continued to work hard like this forever. When they returned to the factory, it was almost time to get off work. Lin Chen went to the warehouse to take a look. They hadn't made 100 pairs of pants in a day yet. This production rate was a bit slow. Once this product is introduced to the market, it will quickly cause a sensation, and the production speed will not be enough at that time. Lin Chen immediately walked around the factory. To the left of the factory was a food factory, and to the right was a large area of single-story houses. Behind the factory was an area of about 40,000 square meters of wasteland. Lin Chen immediately took a liking to this piece of land. This nearly 60-acre piece of land is not agricultural land, but industrial land for urban development. The actual rights and transfer of the land for private use will not truly begin until several years later. Currently, the annual cost for each acre of land is only 170 yuan, and it is very easy to get approval from the management department. After all, in that era, there was no concept of real estate or large commercial development zones. Those concepts would only emerge more than a decade later. So, obtaining this land now means that it can yield gold in the future. After Lin Chen formulated the development plan, he immediately applied to the management department. It can be said that the application went exceptionally smoothly. Once the staff confirmed Lin Chen's identity and the factory's information, they immediately marked the area of the land on the drawings. After calculation, the entire piece of land is close to over 400 acres. The staff member from the management department, Gao Yang, smiled and said, "Boss Lin, why not just take all 400 acres? You can develop as much as you want, and our management department will definitely support you." Lin Chen also thought about taking 400 acres, but he didn't have enough funds. Currently, he only has less than 40,000 yuan in hand. It's already good enough to acquire 60 acres. He also understands the staff's feelings. They don't know that the land will become so valuable in the future. Their current idea is to just let it sit there, hoping that someone will do something with it and they can make some profit. But Lin Chen still smiled and said, "Just 400 acres? Alright, I'll take it all." Gao Yang was taken aback. That's 400 acres of industrial land, and Lin Chen wants to take it all at once? Boss Lin, I need to consult with my boss first. Please wait a moment. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry and agreed to wait for him to seek approval. Gao Yang immediately took the drawings and went to the office of the president of the management department. Sheng Xihong, around 60 years old, was stuffing his pipe with tobacco. After hearing Gao Yang's report, the corners of Sheng Xihong's eyes, filled with crow's feet, showed a hint of indifference. Nonsense, 400 acres of land even if the annual fee for 5 years is 340,000, let alone a small factory owner like him, who can come up with 340,000 all at once. With that, Sheng Xihong swiftly struck a match and lit his pipe. The smell of the dry tobacco made Gao Yang's nose itch. This old man doesn't smoke filtered cigarettes, he has to smoke this stuff, which makes it hard for people to keep their eyes open. Boss, if Lin Chen wants to take all the land, he must have some capital, right? Sheng Xihong puffed on his pipe and came up with an idea. He then said, "Anyway, the land will just sit there, and if it can generate some income, that's good. Go tell him that he can take it, but he has to pay for at least 5 years at once. Otherwise, don't pretend to have such big ambitions and want to take everything." "Understood, boss. You keep smoking, I'll go talk to him." After leaving the office, Gao Yang took a deep breath. He thought to himself that the old man's dry tobacco was really something. Lin Chen, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, showed no surprise on his face. Instead, he confidently said, "Alright, 400 acres, 340,000 for 5 years is not too much. Here's the deal, you draft the contract first, and I'll come to sign it the day after tomorrow." Gao Yang's heart skipped a beat. "Boss Lin, we're not familiar with each other, and I'm a bit hesitant to say this, but this is 340,000 yuan, not a small amount. If we agree, we must follow through. If you can't come up with the money by then, it will be meaningless even if I have the contract ready." Lin Chen laughed and said very confidently, "Who would joke about this? I'll be there to sign the contract at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow." Gao Yang also nodded solemnly and said, "Alright, Boss Lin, I'll be waiting for you to sign the contract on time." Lin Chen didn't say much more and left the management department directly. He had already discussed this project with Qin Lan during dinner, which almost made Qin Lan drop her bowl. "My God, Lin Chen, are you crazy? Why did you buy such a large piece of land? 340,000? Where do we have that much money? Right now we only have a little over 37,000 yuan. We have to spend money every day at the factory, and the new products haven't even started selling. Where are we going to get this 340,000? However, Lin Chen calmly served Lin Ruyan vegetables and said with a smile, "You don't need to worry about the money, I will take care of it. If I don't have this ability, what kind of boss would I be?" "Right, my precious daughter." Lin Ruyan laughed and said, "Dad is the best." Lin Chen kissed Lin Ruyan's face firmly. Although Qin Lan didn't say anything more, how could she not worry? But thinking about how Lin Chen can earn tens of thousands in a day, and his confident smile, Qin Lan swallowed the advice that was on the tip of her tongue. In the evening, Wan Yu and Zhouzhou were already asleep. Lin Chen still wanted to sleep on the sofa. After all, he and Qin Lan had been through so much, and the shadow in Qin Lan's heart couldn't be erased so quickly. So Lin Chen didn't want to force Qin Lan to sleep with him. For Qin Lan, that would also be a kind of harm. Just as Lin Chen was tidying up the sofa and preparing to sleep, Qin Lan, for the first time, said, "Don't sleep on the sofa tonight, go sleep in the bed." Lin Chen was suddenly stunned. Was she accepting him? Lin Chen didn't act rashly, but asked softly, "Do you mean we should sleep together in the same bed, like when we were in love back then?" Qin Lan blushed. Did she need to say it? Asking him to go to bed, wasn't that the meaning? "Hurry up and come inside, don't let the children hear." Watching Qin Lan's graceful figure, Lin Chen's heart raced. At this moment, he had been looking forward to this for over 60 years in his memories. Now it had finally come true. This even made Lin Chen a little afraid. As he climbed into the room, everything felt like a dream awakening, but he still walked into the room and gently closed the door. Qin Lan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at him affectionately. She had seen everything Lin Shen had done in these days. Although Lin Shen had caused her irreparable harm, he was also trying to make amends. She was Lin Shen's wife and should fulfill her duties as a wife. And Qin Lan was also afraid of losing Lin Shen. As someone who had been through it, she knew very well that once a man had money, more women would appear around him. She couldn't let Lin Shen lose patience with her, so she took the initiative to help Lin Shen undress. But Lin Shen suddenly hugged her. The 60 years of longing and waiting, guilt and pain, made Lin Shen kiss Qin Lan's tenderness between the light and shadow of his past and present. Qin Lan could fully feel Lin Shen's passionate love, which even surprised her. She had given herself to Lin Shen at 18, and in 8 years, she had given birth to 2 children for him. But at this moment, Lin Shen was like the first time, taking more than an hour. Even so, Lin Shen still seemed a little unsatisfied. Panting and sweating, Qin Lan said, "What's gotten into you today? Do you have to be so eager?" After 60 years, how could he not be eager? Lin Shen gently hugged her and said softly, "Of course I'm eager. These past few days have felt like decades. You have no idea how happy I am now." This made Qin Lan laugh. "You can't be like you were in the past. Now that we have a way to make money, we must cherish it." Lin Shen also sincerely said, "The old Lin Shen is long gone, now it's a new Lin Shen, but my love for you will never change." Qin Lan hugged Lin Shen tightly. Tears of happiness finally overflowed from her eyes uncontrollably. The next morning, Lin Shen went to the factory and told the warehouse manager to release all the cropped pants in the warehouse. He then took Yu Mei Ling and Qin Lan to the wholesale market with 100 cropped pants. Qin Lan curiously asked, "Lin Shen, why are we here?" Lin Shen said with great confidence, "This is where we start making money. I exchanged a few counters here before. In the future, we will place the clothing we produce here, facing the whole world." Arriving at the counter, Lin Shen carefully cleaned the counter and neatly arranged the prepared trousers. The people around them looked at them with a mocking expression. "See that? Another fool has come. He really thinks this is a wholesale market. You can't control that. One comes, one goes, but there are still people coming. What can you do? Looks like he's selling trousers wholesale. Who would buy that?" Amidst the ridicule, Lin Shen personally hung the trousers neatly on the hangers. When the trousers were displayed, the surrounding people were a bit puzzled. "Hey, wait a minute, is he hanging women's trousers? Wow, he really is. What kind of trousers are those? I've never seen them before, but they look pretty good on the women. Yesterday when I was buying groceries, I saw someone wearing these trousers. A lot of people were crowding around to see, so they bought them." As soon as these words fell, a dozen women came to the counter, including Meng Yuelen from the management department. Meng Yuelen, with her fiery temperament, urgently said to Lin Shen, "You're really here. Hurry up and find me a pair to try on. I can't wait. I even brought my high heels." The deal had officially begun. Lin Shen then smiled at Qin Lan and Yu Meiling, "Let's do business. Find the right size for everyone first, and try before you buy." Qin Lan hesitated and said, "Where can we try them on?" In those days, there was no concept of trying before buying. It was fine for tops, but not for trousers, especially for women. They would have to take off their trousers to try them on, which was a bit too open. Lin Shen had already thought of this. He immediately set up a simple fitting room by hanging a piece of cloth and adding a ring to Pingxi's corner. Even Meng Yuelen said, "This boss really knows how to do business. Sisters, hurry up and try them on." Selling things required skill. Lin Shen personally demonstrated to Yu Meiling how to buy and measure sizes. Yu Meiling was originally a tailor and had a silver tongue, so she quickly caught on. At that moment, Meng Yuelen, wearing high heels, asked while looking in the mirror, "Boss, how much is it?" Lin Shen thought for a moment. The total cost of a pair of trousers was 7 yuan, and the retail price was 17 yuan, no problem. The retail price is 17 yuan. As soon as Lin Shen said this, everyone was a bit surprised. Wow, 17 yuan for a pair, that's not cheap. It's half a month's salary. It looks good, but it's too expensive. Boss, can you give us a discount? There are so many of us buying. That's right, 15 yuan will do. We're all ordinary workers. We don't have that much money. Lin Shen chuckled and said, "Alright, 15 it is. Since you're buying a lot, wife, take the money." 16 people, a total of 240 yuan. With a profit of 8 yuan per pair, they made a net profit of 128 yuan in less than half an hour. When Qin Lan was giving change to everyone, her hands were shaking with excitement. However, Lin Shen kept an eye on the time. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The opportunity would appear in an hour. So he immediately said to the two of them, "You stay here and keep buying. I have to go do something else. Remember, the retail price is 17, the lowest is 15. For wholesale, it's 13 yuan for 50 pairs or less, 12 yuan for over 200 pairs, and 10 yuan for over 1,000 pairs. Xinlan noted down the prices and asked with some concern, "Where are you going? Should I go with you?" "No need. I'll be back at noon. You guys keep busy." With that, Lin Chen left without looking back. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at the first pharmaceutical factory in Huisher. Today's pharmaceutical factory is decorated very festively because they are going to hold a cooperation signing ceremony at 10 o'clock in the morning. The pharmaceutical factory is going to collaborate with a foreign pharmaceutical research and development company to develop an antibiotic drug. Before the signing ceremony begins, the president of the pharmaceutical factory, 55-year-old Tang Guiyuan, has no smile on his face. Instead, he wears a hint of helplessness and coldness. Looking at the fluttering flags outside the window, it seems like they are mocking him. Tang Guiyuan coldly says to the people behind him, "Today's contract is simply a disgrace. We take the money, yet we have to consider their opinions. The final drug patent does not belong to us, and even the drugs we produce have to be decided by them on how to sell. This is too much of a bullying." The people behind him all look at each other. It is indeed unfair, but they currently do not have the capability for drug research and development. They have been researching this antibiotic drug for several years, but have not made any breakthroughs. Now they can only collaborate with a foreign enterprise. There is nothing they can do about their opinions. At this time, the secretary looked at the time and said softly, "President Tang, it's almost time for the signing. Let's go to the meeting room now." Tang Guiyuan sighed heavily. He had no choice. For the development of the pharmaceutical factory, the practice of sacrificing oneself for the greater good can only put the pharmaceutical factory in a difficult situation. When they arrived at the meeting room, several representatives from the foreign research and development company were waiting with proud and disdainful expressions. Especially the middle-aged man sitting in the middle, wearing brown glasses and a gray suit. His smirk made Tang Guiyuan feel disgusted as he entered the meeting room. Why must they act as lapdogs for those foreign capitalists? What was Mu Jiazi thinking? Mu Jiazi gentlemanly stood up and came to Tang Guiyuan, smiling triumphantly, "President Tang, being able to collaborate with us is your most correct decision." Tang Guiyuan did not want to give him any polite smile, and only said expressionlessly, "Whether it's correct or not, we don't know yet. I just know that I cannot accept your conditions. In this collaboration, our pharmaceutical factory invested 2 million, but we cannot get 2 million worth of things. Ultimately, you just want to use our funds for your research and development." However, Mu Jiazi said confidently, "President Tang, I understand your feelings, but you should also know that with our current research and development capabilities, if you want to develop antibiotics, you can only rely on others' strength. If you had this capability, would we be standing here? And your first pharmaceutical factory is not our first choice. If you regret now, it's not too late. After investing so much, how could they regret it?" Tang Guiyuan snorted and didn't want to say another word to him. But Mu Jiazi continued, "President Tang, the headquarters has added 2 clauses to the agreement. First, after the successful development of the drug, you can only have the right to produce and sell the drug for 5 years. Secondly, you have to pay us 500,000 in royalties each year." Tang Guiyuan, infuriated, said coldly, "Do you really have the sincerity to cooperate?" Mu Jiazi also said helplessly, "President Tang, don't be angry. The reason is actually very simple. You simply do not have the capability to develop antibiotics. Now you can only be at the mercy of others. If you could develop it, would you still need to consider our opinions? If your strength is insufficient, you can only consider our opinions. After all, their drug research and development has been ahead of ours for more than 10 years. This is their confidence. If you don't accept it, there's nothing you can do." Tang Guiyuan gritted his teeth in anger, but also remained speechless. Beneath the anger, there was more helplessness. In the past 2 years, they had just started the research and development of intestinal antibiotics, while overseas had started more than 10 years ago, with very advanced research and development experience and technology. This is the weapon technology used by overseas capital to harvest your wealth, but you can't say a word. At this moment, Tang Guiyuan's mood is probably the same as that of most people. Secretary Sun looked at the time and could only helplessly say, "Mr. Tang, it's time to sign the contract first." What else could Tang Guiyuan do? He could only snort and walk towards the conference table. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already arrived at the factory. As soon as he entered the office building, the security stopped him and asked, "What are you here for? Are you from the factory?" Lin Chen glanced at the time, realizing that there were only 10 minutes left before the signing. He didn't have time to waste with the security, so he straightforwardly said, "I'm here to see your Mr. Tang. Please convey my message to him." However, the security shook his head and refused, saying, "Not now. Mr. Tang is currently in the middle of a signing ceremony. there's no time to see you. Come back another day. Lin Chen smiled. He had come to break through the research bottleneck of the pharmaceutical factory with the formula he had developed in his previous life, but he was stopped by an inconspicuous security guard. However, Lin Chen was not an impulsive person. Instead, he calmly said, "Go and tell Mr. Tang that I have found the formula he needs. There's no need to cater to those foreign faces anymore. If you don't go, you'll have to take responsibility for it yourself." The security guard was momentarily stunned. What he said made sense, and everyone in the pharmaceutical factory knew that this signing was just a form of bullying. As a small security guard, he didn't have the courage to stop this. So, his attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn, and he very politely said, "Mr. Tang is in the conference room. Please go up by yourself." Lin Chen just smiled and then walked to the conference room. The room was already crowded with people. What was supposed to be a grand signing ceremony now felt particularly oppressive. Tang Guiyuan and Mu Jiazi were already sitting on either side of the conference table, and the agreement had already been laid out. Behind Mu Jiazi's tea-colored glasses, there was a sense of satisfaction. Tang Guiyuan's hand holding the pen was trembling slightly, as he still couldn't bring himself to sign this unfair agreement. At this moment, Mu Jiazi had already signed his name on the agreement. "Mr. Tang, what are you hesitating for? It's time for you to sign." Tang Guiyuan coldly glared at Mu Jiazi and then placed the pen on the agreement. Lin Chen didn't care about all of this and directly walked through the crowd to stand behind Tang Guiyuan. Everyone was stunned. Who was this person? Secretary Sun immediately stepped forward to stop him, asking, "What are you doing?" Lin Chen just calmly smiled and said, "I have something to say to Mr. Tang. Please step aside." This was a very solemn signing ceremony. Why did he have to say it now? In Secretary Sun's cold eyes, a hint of disgust appeared, and she directly refused. "Why are you so rude? Is it your turn to speak now? Leave immediately, or I'll call security." Influenced by this, Tang Guiyuan raised his hand again and turned to look at Lin Chen. A talented and mature individual, this first impression made Tang Guiyuan feel that Lin Chen was not a simple person. So, as soon as Secretary Sun's voice fell, Tang Guiyuan said in a deep voice, "Xiao Sun, step aside." Secretary Sun coldly glared at Lin Chen and then moved aside. Lin Chen also glanced playfully at Secretary Sun. The reason this guy was stopping him was because he didn't want to disrupt his own interests. However, Lin Chen didn't want to deal with him at the moment. He directly approached Tang Guiyuan and whispered in his ear, "I have the mature formula for the intestinal antibiotic that your research team developed." Tang Guiyuan was suddenly shocked, his legs stiffened from the stimulation, and he stood up directly. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. But the confidence in Lin Chen's eyes clearly told him that he hadn't misheard. Tang Guiyuan immediately ordered Secretary Sun, "Xiao Sun, postpone the signing ceremony by an hour." Before Secretary Sun could respond, Tang Guiyuan respectfully said to Lin Chen, "Please come to my office for a detailed discussion." Lin Chen has no objection, but Mu Jiazi on the opposite side is not willing. He glanced at Secretary Sun, then stood up angrily and said, "Tang, are you going to sign this agreement or not?" Tang Guiyuan, who was at the door, suddenly turned around and roared, "I said, wait for an hour. If you don't want to wait, then leave immediately." The roar reverberated throughout the meeting room, leaving everyone stunned, especially Mu Jiazi. Tang Guiyuan had never been so angry before. Now, a young man's arrival could influence his decision. "Who is this young man?" Mu Jiazi immediately signaled to Secretary Sun to follow. Secretary Sun frowned and followed. However, at the office door, Lin Chen suddenly said, "Tang, I hope we can talk alone." Tang Guiyuan immediately looked nervously at Secretary Sun. "You wait here." Secretary Sun couldn't give up and said guardedly, "Tang, this person is not from our pharmaceutical company. Let me stay by your side for safety." But Tang Guiyuan insisted, "You wait here." With that, Tang Guiyuan pushed the door and invited Lin Chen in, then closed the door heavily under Secretary Sun's resentful gaze. After sitting down in the office, Lin Chen slowly said, "To cut to the chase, my name is Lin Chen. Don't ask me what I do. I can permanently sell you the formula for intestinal antibiotics, but I need 2 million. I know you're confused, but that's normal. So, I'll give you the formula first, then have your research and development engineer immediately test the drug. Money is not the issue. Tang Guiyuan's concern is the authenticity of the drug formula." So, he readily agreed to Lin Chen's request. "I'll call you Little Lin. I can agree to your request. Now, I want to see the formula to confirm there are no issues, and then we'll sign the contract immediately." Lin Chen directly took the paper and pen, and based on his past life's memory, wrote down the detailed formula for the drug. This type of intestinal antibiotic is now precious, but in a few decades, it will be widespread. Lin Chen operates his own pharmaceutical company, which also produces this drug. Not only this drug, but also other drugs developed with billions of dollars in investment in leading world technologies. He has also devoted some of his energy to the development of the pharmaceutical company. The last drug developed to treat heart failure was just 1 day away from being manufactured when his oxygen tube was pulled out. So, these formulas are all in his mind. Some drugs are not needed to be launched now because there is no need, such as drugs to treat diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and even the world's top 10 stubborn diseases, as there are not many patients at present. Drugs like antibiotics are more marketable because they are urgently needed now. Otherwise, Tang Guiyuan would not have been able to bear the humiliation and sign the contract. Lin Chen handed the formula to Tang Guiyuan and said calmly, "I have also told you the refining techniques for certain drug elements. Now, have your engineer test the drug." Tang Guiyuan is a pharmaceutical expert himself. After putting on his glasses and carefully examining each character of the formula, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His heart was pounding, and he felt like his whole body was floating. The reaction data for each element was extremely comprehensive, as were other bodily responses, all meticulously recorded. It was almost like a textbook. They had spent 5 years painstakingly developing the drug, facing countless failures, and yet Lin Chen had already developed it. Tang Guiyuan's eyes were red with excitement. "Little Lin, may I ask how you developed this drug?" Lin Chen wanted to laugh. This simple antibiotic drug would be known to ordinary medical students in medical schools decades later. But he still pretended to be mysterious and said, "You also know that secrecy is part of the technology research and development field, so don't worry about how I developed it. You just need to confirm if this antibiotic is what you want." Tang Guiyuan understood. Technology research and development is indeed very secretive. Especially in the development of this kind of medicine, it needs to be kept confidential. Thinking of this, Tang Guiyuan immediately stood up and said, "Okay, follow me." Tang Guiyuan immediately took Lin Chen to the laboratory. After disinfection and other procedures, the two entered the laboratory and immediately handed the formula to the engineers. When the engineers took a look at the prescription, their eyes widened instantly. "President Tang, how did you come up with this formula? It's so amazing, isn't it? How is this possible? The data for synthesizing the medicine, even the most powerful pharmaceutical companies in the world can't develop it, right?" Tang Guiyuan just said, "Don't worry about that for now, just test the medicine." Over a dozen staff members immediately began testing. At this moment, in Sun's secretary's office, Mu Jiazi said impatiently, "Secretary Sun, this time we have invested heavily just to acquire this pharmaceutical factory. Now it seems that Tang Guiyuan wants to back out because of that person's appearance. Have you really never seen that person?" Secretary Sun took a puff of smoke and helplessly said, "I really have never seen him. I have no reason to lie to you. I also want to make money and don't want anyone to disrupt this signing. But that person's appearance was very sudden. Now I don't even know what he and Tang Guiyuan have said to each other. We can only wait for now." Mu Jiazi also took a deep drag of his cigarette. Their foreign-funded enterprises are here to take the technology and harvest the resources and benefits of this country. They absolutely cannot let anyone disrupt their acquisition plan. But now, as Secretary Sun said, they can only wait. An hour and a half later, the urgent testing of the medicine was completed. Various data was handed over to Tang Guiyuan, who then passed it to Lin Chen. Despite their being well-known engineers, they had not developed the medicine. Instead, it was the unknown Lin Chen who had developed the medicine, so they naturally had to defer to Lin Chen's opinion. But Lin Chen was not in the mood to look at these. He just said indifferently, "You can review the tests you conducted yourselves. I won't provide subjective opinions." Tang Guiyuan also felt it made sense. After all, the medicine was developed by Lin Chen. How could he not have a clear understanding? So Tang Guiyuan and over a dozen engineers began to exchange opinions. All the data met the requirements, and the medicine had no side effects on the human body. The inhibition of intestinal bacteria was basically 100%. It also had the effect of mature drug decomposition without side effects. The medicine they had previously developed had certain side effects on the human body's bones, organs, and other parts. But the medicine provided by Lin Chen had zero side effects on the human body. When the research reached this point, Tang Guiyuan once again excitedly grasped Lin Chen's hand. "Shaolin, thank you so much. The current data for this medicine completely meets our requirements, and even surpasses similar antibiotics developed by other domestic pharmaceutical companies. You really helped us a lot." These excited thanks had no practical value for Lin Chen. He came to sell the prescription, not to give it away. So Lin Chen said indifferently, since you are sure the medicine meets your requirements, can we sign the contract now? No problem, let's sign the contract now. Tang Guiyuan was even more eager than Lin Chen, because although the data for the medicine met the standards, it still needed various tests and experiments before it could be officially launched into the market. This process was very lengthy and would take at least half a year. Tang Guiyuan didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to push this medicine into the market as quickly as possible. Actually, Lin Chen also understood Tang Guiyuan's feelings. After all, the food hygiene in that era was not very perfect, and intestinal diseases often occurred. This market is quite large. Back in the office, Tang Guiyuan immediately took out a check for 2 million and signed a prescription transfer agreement with Lin Chen. This is what Tang Guiyuan wanted, without so many unfair terms. Lin Chen took the check, his expression still unchanged. He just looked at the numbers calmly, put the check in his pocket, and said, as always, everything must be kept confidential, including the prescription I sold to you. Tang Guiyuan also stood up and said, I will definitely do this. I hope we will have more cooperation in the future. Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing. Of course, there will be cooperation, because he will also acquire this pharmaceutical factory. Lin Chen didn't need him to send it, he left the pharmaceutical factory and went to the bank directly. At this time, Tang Guiyuan was also spirited and returned to the meeting room. In the meeting room, everyone was anxiously waiting, thinking that they could finally sign the contract. Especially Mu Jiazi, who was so anxious that he was about to explode. When he saw Tang Guiyuan's triumphant and relaxed expression, he was also shocked. He tentatively asked, President Tang, can we sign the contract now? However, Tang Guiyuan sneered and said firmly, sign the contract? It's impossible. I came to tell you that the signing ceremony is cancelled. What did you say? Mu Jiazi was so excited that he jumped up. His expression was as if Tang Guiyuan had put a bomb in his pants. Tang Guiyuan then said coldly, yes, the signing ceremony is cancelled. I have decided to develop our own drugs. This shocked everyone present. They all looked at Tang Guiyuan incredulously. In their minds, they thought of the appearance of that mysterious young man. Who is he? How could he have such a great influence? He could actually influence Tang Guiyuan's decision? Mu Jiazi was furious and said with great resentment, Tang Guiyuan, are you playing us? When Tang Guiyuan heard this, his gaze became even colder. Am I playing you? Or are you playing me? I give you money for research and development, and the things developed do not belong to me. Instead, I have to pay you for the use of the technology? What do you take me for? Now you say I'm playing you, then since you put it that way, I'll play you. How about that? Mu Jiazi was so angry that his face turned purple. Fine, if you don't want to sign with us, don't regret it. Tang Guiyuan disdainfully snorted, I won't regret it, and I won't sign. Xiao Sun, see the guests out. With that, Tang Guiyuan left the meeting room without looking back, under the gaze of everyone. Mu Jiazi was so angry that he tore the agreement to pieces in front of everyone and left the meeting room in a rage. Outside the factory, he vented all his anger on Sun, his secretary. Pointing at Sun's chest, he said fiercely, I want to know who that person is, and I want to know why that old man Tang Guiyuan changed his mind. You took advantage of me. If you don't figure this out for me, you will spit out all the benefits you received. Sun was also very confused and troubled. He could only nod and say, I will figure this out. President Mu, please don't be angry. There will be another chance. Another chance? Only if Tang Guiyuan dies. Mu Jiazi snorted coldly, got into his Mercedes, and drove away in a cloud of dust. Sun narrowed his eyes coldly. He must find out who the young man influencing Tang Guiyuan is. He absolutely cannot let him off easy. At this moment, Lin Chen had already returned to the wholesale market. 199 trousers had all been sold. Xinlan and Yu Meiling were happily eating popsicles. When Lin Chen returned, Xinlan patted her pocket and said, they're all sold, and someone even bought 200 pairs wholesale and paid a deposit. All of this was in Lin Chen's heart. Without this confidence, what's the point of doing business? Lin Chen smiled and said, thank you, let's tidy up and talk later. Carrying the mirror, shelves, and other items onto the light truck, amidst the envious gazes of the surroundings, he left the wholesale market and returned to the factory. Back in the office, Lin Chen handed the bank book to Xinlan. Xinlan just glanced at it casually, and when she saw the number showing over 2 million, she was so shocked that she almost dropped the thermos in her hand. Her eyes widened instantly. Over 2 million. What a concept. A senior worker's monthly salary was only 50 yuan. It would take over 100 years to earn this much without spending a single cent. In that era, someone with 2 million was considered a wealthy figure. Even a millionaire was insignificant. Although Xinlan's education level was not high, she still understood the significance of 2 million. Lin Chen, Where did you get this money from? Her voice was trembling, and Lin Chen laughed. Do you remember that old foreigner, Brooks, I told you about? He wanted to purchase a batch of medicinal materials, and I helped him with it. This is the commission. Lin Chen had no choice but to come up with a reason to appease Qinlan. However, Qinlan didn't believe him. She continued to ask, don't lie to me. Even if it's for buying medicinal materials, it wouldn't warrant a commission of 2 million. How much medicinal materials did he buy? Lin Chen smiled and said, you're right. He bought a huge amount of medicinal materials, almost buying up all the medicinal materials in Huisher medicine market. That wasn't enough, he also wanted to buy medicinal materials from the surrounding rural areas. He asked me to help with the procurement, so I couldn't do it for free. This commission is for that. Anyway, those old foreigners are not short of money at all. 2 million is a huge sum for us, but for them, it's nothing. Qinlan, being simple-minded, believed Lin Chen's detailed explanation. She was also very surprised and exclaimed, Lin Chen, you are really making a lot of money now. If only you could have earned this much before. It's not too late to earn now. The production speed of the clothing factory is still too slow. I plan to expand the factory immediately. The production capacity needs to reach over 1,000 pieces per day. I'll go and secure the land tomorrow. Qinlan was fully supportive and gently held Lin Chen's hand, saying softly, now that you have money, you can't let the three of us down. Lin Chen nodded vigorously and said emotionally, I'm doing all this to ensure that you can have a good life. How could I possibly let you down? Don't think too much, go and get busy. With that, Qinlan turned her heartfelt gratitude into a warm kiss, imprinting it on Lin Chen's face. Regardless of the time, Qinlan's kiss always made people feel intoxicated. The next morning, Lin Chen arrived at the management department on time and slammed a bag containing 340,000 yuan in cash onto Gao Yang's desk. Gao Yang was stunned and asked, what's this heavy thing? 340,000 yuan in cash. What? Money? Gao Yang was shocked and immediately opened the bag, full of banknotes emitting a strong smell of money, and it hit Gao Yang's face directly. Who doesn't like money? How many people have seen so much cash? Gao Yang's heart was racing. He gritted his teeth and said, did you really bring the money? Lin Chen disdainfully said, am I joking with you? Stop talking nonsense and bring the agreement to sign. Nervously, Gao Yang said, okay, wait here. I'll go get the agreement. After Lin Chen reviewed the agreement, he shook his head and said, I don't accept this. Gao Yang asked with a troubled expression, but the terms of the agreement were all written according to your wishes, right? 400 acres of land at 170 yuan per acre per year, contracted to you for 5 years. What's wrong with that? What about after 5 years? By the time the factory is expanded, and other projects are also constructed, if they don't take the contract for themselves, wouldn't it be a waste? Moreover, they are the management department, so whatever they say goes. Lin Chen doesn't want them to bury this landmine. Although there is still a year to go before land rights can be confirmed, by then, these 400 mu of land will all belong to him. But this is 400 mu of land, close to 270,000 square meters. When the management department has other development plans by then, they will have to negotiate with him based on the actual value of the land. So he calmly said, I remember telling you that I want a contract for 10 years, paying every 5 years, but you only wrote 5 years of usage rights. How am I supposed to do this? After 5 years, if you give it to someone else, how can I not cry? Gao Yang understood Lin Chen's meaning. He immediately said, don't you just want to use it for a longer period? Since the management department has agreed to let you use it, they won't change their minds. However, Lin Chen insisted, that won't work either. What is a contract? It's about fairness, and every clause must be reflected in the contract, otherwise, what's the difference between a contract and a receipt? Write in the contract that I want a contract for 50 years, paying usage fees every 5 years, then I can accept it. Gao Yang couldn't make this decision and had to consult the boss, Shang Xiehong. Shang Xiehong took a puff of dry tobacco, squinted, and said, have you brought the money? I didn't realize you had some strength. Do you know where he earned his money? This question left Gao Yang speechless. He could only impatiently say, how can I ask him how he earned his money? Even if I ask, he won't tell me. Do you agree to his conditions? If you do, then stamp and sign on this contract. After thinking for a moment, Shang Xiehong realized that the current usage rules probably wouldn't change in the future, so 50 years it is. If Lin Chen dared to take the contract, then it's his. So Shang Xiehong immediately took out the red seal and stamped it fiercely on the contract. Lin Chen received the contract and was truly satisfied this time. Alright, count your money slowly. Those 400 mu of land will be mine for the next 50 years, 340,000 every 5 years, very good. Gao Yang, holding the money bag, also said happily, Then I wish you a prosperous business and make more money. Lin Chen felt that Gao Yang was a bit naive. He didn't consider that future economic development would definitely drive the development of the land. He didn't need 10 years, this 400 mu of land would be worth a fortune, and its value would increase many times over. But Gao Yang couldn't possibly understand this profound economics. Busy counting money, he was thinking about how much bonus he could get this month. Lin Chen didn't idle after receiving the contract. He followed to the textile factory where he purchased fabric. On one hand, it was to buy fabric, and on the other hand, he also wanted to make contact with the factory manager. However, the boss of the textile factory, Xia Hongchen, didn't even look at Lin Chen. When his female secretary, Yuzhen, told him that Lin Chen wanted to see him, he disdainfully said, "Who is Lin Chen? I've never heard of this person." Yuzhen's eyes showed some disdain as she glanced at Xia Hongchen's bald head, then said, "He often purchases fabric in the factory. Now he has accumulated purchases worth tens of thousands, and he's also the owner of a clothing factory." Xia Hongchen picked up his teacup and said disdainfully, "People who want to see me are all bosses. Do they think I don't know their intentions? They just want to get more fabric. Now, several clothing factories from different provinces come to my factory to get fabric. Each time, they take tens of thousands of fabric. Have you seen me meeting anyone? He thinks he's great for buying fabric worth a few thousand? He still wants to see me? Tell him I'm too busy to see him, and in the future, don't let him come to our textile factory to get fabric. I recently received a big order from the south, and every inch of fabric has to be sold carefully. For small customers like him, just throw it away." Yuzhen felt somewhat helpless. Xia Hongchen was really good at pretending. When Lin Chen heard these words, he not only did not get angry, but just smiled faintly and said, "Okay, then trouble secretary you." Yuzhen's delicate face also showed a hint of guilt. "I'm really sorry. The fabrics we produce now have to be given to those big customers, and I hope you can understand." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I understand this. You go ahead, I'll go back first." Watching Lin Chen leave, Yuzhen sighed. She didn't know what Xia Hongchen was thinking. He didn't care about the local factories, but gave such scarce fabrics to other factories. But Lin Chen thought this was normal. In this era, resources are extremely scarce, and everything that can be produced is in high demand, with no competition pressure at all. Especially fabrics. Even the lowest grade polyester is in short supply. Woolen fabrics and the like are high-end goods. Xia Hongchen's pretentious behavior is understandable. He now holds the fate of many downstream enterprises, and they have to consider his feelings. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with him to develop new fabrics, but it seems that Xia Hongchen still can't grasp this opportunity. Since his textile factory doesn't want to develop, then he will go to the other textile factory. There are 2 textile factories in Huishi. Xia Hongchen's business is good, while the other factory is much smaller and struggling. Although it seems that this factory is more suitable for acquisition, after the acquisition, a lot of investment is still needed, which costs more than cooperating with Xia Hongchen. But since Xia Hongchen doesn't give him face at all, he can only settle for the second best and choose that factory. And if he wants to do it, he has to do it immediately. The purchased fabrics won't last long. Before they run out, he has to settle the matter with that factory. After bringing the fabrics back to the factory, Lin Chen went directly to the Meiqing textile factory. Compared to Xia Hongchen's textile factory, this factory was much quieter. It was also not as large, with a total area of about 50,000 square meters, 750 workers, and 57 management personnel. The owner of the textile factory was named Yuan Meiqing. Lin Chen had no impression of this person. In his previous life's memory, this factory closed down a year later due to insufficient technological research and development, unable to keep up with market development. At this time, Lin Chen honked the horn and the gatekeeper politely opened the gate for him. He thought Lin Chen was there to pick up goods. The factory area was tidy, with various slogans promoting production written on the surrounding white walls. However, this tidiness made the factory look even more desolate. Just as Lin Chen parked the light truck in a spot and walked towards the office building, a group of people walked out of the gate. They were all wearing suits, carrying briefcases, and speaking with a southern accent as they walked towards the factory building. There were even staff members who mistook Lin Chen for being with them and smiled at him, saying, "Sir, this way please." Lin Chen found it amusing but didn't say anything, and took the opportunity to follow along for a visit. And the one leading the way was Yuan Meiqing. In his previous life, Lin Chen had heard this woman's name and a few news about her. Now seeing Yuan Meiqing, who was in her 30s, with delicate skin and a good figure, her long hair falling over her shoulders, giving her a feminine charm. Although she was also wearing the factory's work clothes, her temperament and appearance were still good. Especially her oval face, delicate eyebrows and eyes, she looked very sexy. In Lin Chen's memory from his previous life, she also committed suicide after the factory closed down. Walking into the factory building, it was quite lively inside. The workers were busy at the spinning machines, and waves of heat rolled out, producing fabrics bit by bit. Yuan Meiqing walked and smiled as she explained, these spinning machines, cotton winding machines, and shuttle machines were all newly purchased last year. Now, my factory's annual output can reach 50,000 meters, and the fabrics we produce also meet the standards for fabric production. Lin Chen immediately picked up a piece of fabric and took a quick look, then smirked. This cotton fabric belongs to natural fiber fabric, which is mainly used in this era as synthetic fiber fabric, and artificial synthetic fiber fabric technology is not yet available. However, the quality of this fabric is still not satisfactory. Fabric emphasizes on density and hardness, while thickness and breathability are not important. Lin Chen found that the fabric in his hand had poor density and hardness, and the fibers broke with a little force. Not only Lin Chen, but also the people from the south gradually discovered this problem. One thin middle-aged man frowned and said, Manager Yuan, your machinery and equipment are indeed good, but I don't understand how you can produce such poor fabric with such good machinery. The fibers are not hard enough, they break with a pull, and the warp and weft are chaotic, with defects in the fabric. If we use this kind of fabric in our clothing factory, it's like cheating us. Yuan Meiqing appeared particularly nervous and hurriedly explained, Mr. Han, it's because we have some problems with the raw materials we purchased, and the workers are not skilled enough, so this batch of fabric has such a situation. However, our technicians have started to make adjustments. We can sell this batch of fabric to your clothing factory at a lower price. There is no problem if they are used as accessories. This explanation not only made Lin Chen feel helpless, but also made Mr. Han helplessly smile. He then said directly, Manager Yuan, this is not a matter of money. Even if it's used as an accessory, it's not acceptable. Even if it's used as the lining of clothes, it will break after a few washes. It's not acceptable. Forget it, we don't want to waste each other's time. We were originally going to the Hui textile factory, but you dragged us here and showed us this kind of fabric. You are wasting our precious time. Yuan Meiqing still wanted to explain, but Mr. Han didn't give her a chance. Don't say anything more. We can only go to the Hui textile factory now. I'm sorry. With that, Mr. Han led the others and walked out of the factory while shaking his head. Lin Chen didn't want to leave because he found it a bit strange. The equipment in this textile factory is relatively new, and if adjusted properly, such problems should not occur. There is only one reason, and that is human error. Either the technology is not good enough, or someone is doing this intentionally. Yuan Meiqing didn't want to give up this business. She apologized to Mr. Han and the others as she followed them. Mr. Han, it's almost noon, and the restaurant has already been booked. We should at least have lunch. Mr. Han shook his head and said, No, Manager Yuan, don't say anything more. The fabric you produce is worthless to us, even if you give it to us for free. I can't imagine how such a good factory like yours can produce such rubbish. In the end, Mr. Han didn't want to say anything more to Yuan Meiqing. Yuan Meiqing stood blankly at the entrance of the factory, and the breeze made her hair messy. She leaned weakly against the factory door, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The employees kept their heads down and remained silent. On the other hand, Lin Chen continued to look around the factory. In his previous life, the value of various textile products exported from his textile factory amounted to hundreds of billions of US dollars each year. He was very familiar with the equipment and production process in the textile factory. At this time, Yuan Meiqing's secretary, Yang Xiaonan, noticed Lin Chen's figure and asked in confusion, Why hasn't that person left yet? Yuan Meiqing wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and turned to look at Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen was carefully examining the warp and weft line design in front of the loom, his brows tightly furrowed. Excuse me, sir, are you? Yuan Meiqing looked at Lin Chen's back in surprise and asked. Lin Chen had already noticed the problem, but he felt that the situation behind this should be very complicated. So he turned around and smiled, I'm here to order fabric, my name is Lin Chen. As soon as she heard that he wanted to order fabric, Yuan Meiqing's desperate look immediately regained a hint of vitality. But when she thought about the quality of her fabrics, she suppressed that excitement. You have seen our fabrics. If you think they can be used, I can sell them to you at a lower price. The heat in the factory made Lin Chen feel suffocated. As he walked towards the door, he said, I buy a lot of fabric, at least 50 rolls a day. Can your production capacity meet the requirements? Lin Chen did not refuse, which seemed to give Yuan Meiqing a glimmer of hope. She hurried to catch up with Lin Chen and said sincerely, we can produce as much as you need. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave the factory, he suddenly stopped and said coldly, but the quality of the products is simply not good. What Mr. Han said is right. The things you produce are all rubbish. These words were like a bolt from the blue for Yuan Meiqing, squeezing all the bitterness in her heart onto her beautiful cheeks. Lin Chen then asked, "You are the factory manager of the textile factory. Don't you know where the problem lies? Do you understand textiles?" Yuan Meiqing was about to cry. She said pitifully, "If I understood, would it be like this?" Lin Chen was stunned. She really didn't understand? At the restaurant near the textile factory, there was a table full of dishes originally meant to entertain Mr. Han, but now they were offered at a discount to Lin Chen. Yuan Meiqing, however, did not have as good an appetite as Lin Chen, and instead had a face full of sadness. "I was still in college. I took over this textile factory less than a month ago. This is my family's industry, inherited from my grandfather to my father, and then to me. I don't understand everything about the textile factory, not even the production process and principles of fabrics. I studied agricultural development in college, which is completely unrelated. Although I am the boss of the textile factory, most of the management is handled by my uncle, and all I can do is to make the business of the textile factory thrive, but I can't do it." Lin Chen took a piece of pork liver and asked as he ate, "Your uncle is in charge of the management? If you don't understand, does your uncle also not understand?" Yuan Meiqing smiled bitterly. "My uncle has always blamed my grandfather for not passing the factory to him. He didn't teach me many things I don't understand, and he didn't even tell me why we could produce such poor fabrics. I always thought it was due to extremely outdated equipment, so I used all the funds to let my uncle buy new equipment, but it's still the same." Hearing this, Lin Chen began to understand. This must be the work of Yuan Meiqing's uncle. Typical behavior of not allowing others to have what he can't have. Thinking of this, Lin Chen continued to ask, "How much did you spend on those machines and equipment?" "My uncle told me it cost over 2 million. Lin Chen almost spat out the pork liver in his mouth onto Yuan Meiqing's face. The machines in his entire factory would not add up to more than 500,000. Her uncle was simply treating her as an ATM. "What about the raw materials you usually purchase? Is that also managed by your uncle?" Yuan Meiqing nodded and said, "Yes, my uncle buys the cotton and other raw materials." Lin Chen laughed. "The reason your fabrics are so poor is because you used inferior cotton and the technicians are just fooling around." Yuan Meiqing's dark eyes were instantly filled with shock. She was even more surprised and said, "My uncle said that the cotton was all top quality." Lin Chen said calmly, "Have you seen what top quality cotton looks like? Do you know where the best cotton comes from? Do you know how much top quality cotton costs per pound?" In Yuan Meiqing's unknowing gaze, Lin Chen continued, "The special grade cotton is 5 yuan per kilogram, the first grade cotton is 3 yuan per kilogram, and the low grade cotton ranges from 1 yuan to 80 cents per kilogram. If I'm not mistaken, your uncle must have told you that you bought the special grade cotton for 5 yuan per kilogram, right?" Yuan Meiqing vigorously nodded. This suddenly made her understand the meaning behind Lin Chen's words. It turns out her uncle was deceiving her all along. No wonder the fabric produced was so poor. No wonder the factory's managers and technicians treated her like an enemy. It was all because of her uncle's scheming. Lin Chen chuckled and said, "The special grade cotton has low production and basically doesn't reach these textile factories. The first grade cotton is the preferred choice. The cotton you use is the low grade 80 cents per kilogram. Just think about how much money your uncle has made from this. At this rate, this good textile factory will have to close down." Yuan Meiqing's inner resentment surged into her eyes, and hot tears of deep sadness rolled down her cheeks. Her choked sobs were like the piercing cold rain of autumn and winter. How could he do this? Now I can't even pay the workers' wages, and I'm almost unable to pay the electricity bill. He's sucking the life out of the factory like a vampire. This is our family's business. Why would he do this? What benefit does he get from the factory closing down? For what? Of course, for his own benefit. Do I even need to say it? Beneath Yuan Meiqing's beautiful face, she was just a complete fool, as easy to deceive as eating a meal. Lin Chen was also considering his own interests. He had originally wanted to cooperate with this textile factory. Now it seemed like a vortex. He was here to make money, not to meddle in other people's family matters. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he calmly said, "Thank you for your hospitality today. The meal was good, so I'll take my leave now." But as Lin Chen got up, Yuan Meiqing suddenly looked up, and even her tears fell on Lin Chen's arm, leaving him stunned. With pleading eyes, she said, "You can't leave. Right now, only you can help me save this textile factory. Please, can you help me?" Without hesitation, Lin Chen shook his head. "Don't make it difficult for me. Time, energy, money, I can't afford to do this. I really can't help you. However, Yuan Meiqing stood up firmly and said, I'll give you 10% of the shares in the textile factory. After you help me revive the business, we can increase your shares. Right now, no one else can help me. If my family's generations of hard work are destroyed by my hands, then what's the point of me living? I can only disappear along with the textile factory. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of the moment when Qin Lan committed suicide in his past life. The disappearance of a life brought endless pain to many people. It was also out of sympathy that Lin Chen suddenly changed his mind. He sighed softly and said, actually, you don't need my help. Just make your uncle leave the factory, replace all the technicians and managers, and then choose new procurement channels. Your textile factory will be able to survive. But Yuan Meiqing shook her head like a rattle. I need your help with all of that. If you think it's too little, then I'll give you 20% of the shares and ask you to stay and help me. Lin Chen blinked deeply and reluctantly said, make your uncle leave the factory first. Yuan Meiqing was determined to make her uncle leave the factory. She had to seize this opportunity to get professional help from Lin Chen. She looked at Lin Chen with gratitude and said sincerely, thank you for agreeing to help me. I will definitely cherish this opportunity. Lin Chen also smiled and said, actually, helping you is also helping myself. After all, my clothing factory needs to develop, and the industry needs to be integrated to be competitive and to achieve comprehensive development. Yuan Meiqing was completely bewildered by these words of integration, competitiveness, and development. Such profound ideas, she simply couldn't understand. Half an hour later, Lin Chen immediately began designing the blueprint for the expansion of the factory. Now he has 400 acres of land, and he can create the ultimate economic value on this land. But the premise is that he needs enough funds. With the little money he has now, he must spend it carefully. Because the next opportunity to make money will come in a month, and it will also require investment. Just then, there was a sudden shout from the factory area.